Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Wop.
to remind everybody
It's
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
Hoosier
yo,
is?
yo,
A
hand
Hoosier?
me the whoop-de wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Gravy pops up in recipe books from the 18th century constantly. It can be puzzling. It can make you feel like you don't know which direction to go because they don't give a very clear direction of what gravy is. You see it used very precisely as in this is how you make a particular gravy. And then you see the term good gravy all the time. And the good gravy never really reveals itself. You don't really know what's going on here. This video is a deep dive into figuring out what is good gravy. So for me, the first thing that I like to do when I'm trying to understand something that I don't is what can I get close to in my personal life? So I know the term gravy now in the 21st century. I know gravy that I grew up with in the Midwest and in the southern states. And that changed regionally a little bit. So when I was a kid and I was living up in the Midwest, gravy was made from a packet a lot of times, or else it was made from a broth, and it was made from the meat that you had cooked, and it goes on top of mashed potatoes. And that was what gravy was. And then I got a little bit older and I found out what sausage gravy was. A sausage gravy was something different, but it's a white gravy and it's made with cream or milk and flour and sausage. And you make this thing that you put on top of biscuits, which is more of a southern idea. Down in Kentucky, I learned what red-eye gravy was, and that's made from country ham, and you kind of deglaze the pan and you make gravy out of that. So for me, that's what gravy means. Now, if I start looking into other cultures, gravy can mean all sorts of things. If I'm Italian, it can be the red sauce that I'm using for pasta. If I'm Indian or from different parts of Asia, it could be a curry sauce. And there are Mediterranean gravies. There are gravies all over the place. And so what does this term mean now? Well, now it seems to mean a thick sauce. But what did it mean in the time period? And it helps me a little bit to just understand, okay, generally, what does it mean to me? Now, what do I need to change about my understanding to get to where I need to be for the 18th century? So one of the things that can feel a little bit frustrating about this term is I think what the authors of these cookbooks are doing is they're trying to allow grace for the person that's coming behind and cooking these recipes. So when they say good gravy, I think they're saying the best that you have at your disposal, right? Because these cookbooks are going to be used in kitchens of high houses and the low houses. And so sometimes what a gravy can be is just the juice that comes out of a meat when you're cooking it. So when you look at something like the Country Housewife's Family Companion, and they're talking about butchering hogs, and they say, well, if you butcher a hog at this age and this month, the gravy will come good. And what it's saying there is the juices from this meat will be good. And this is the best that you're going to get. So if I take this piece of beef and I put it on a spit and I cook it over the fire and I have a bowl underneath to collect its drippings, that's gravy for some people. That is gravy. Maybe that's the best thing that they can have. So what we would call a stock or a broth, they're calling a gravy. Now you want to take that a little bit further, and then you can throw some spices in there. You can throw some root vegetables in there. You can get some carrots, some herbs, some onions, some cloves, some salt, pepper, all in there. And you can even take it even further. Some gravies, when you look for them in these cookbooks, will have 5 different proteins in them. So you'll have bacon, and then you'll have ham, and then you'll have mutton, and you'll have some veal, and then you'll have some beef. And you stack all that together with some spices, a little bit of water, cook that down into a stock, thicken it up, and then that's a gravy. So all of these are options. Now, it does seem strange that when it's a cullis, it's a cullis. And a cullis is essentially a broth that is super, super rich and is worked on for a long time. A gravy seems to stop short of that. This is information coming from 50 some odd cookbooks from the time period that are in my database strictly for my gravy study. Now, there are lots more out there, and there are lots more terms, but it seems like gravy is a specific thing that is coming from meat. And then they throw in a curveball where they're saying, but if you don't have meat, here's how to make a gravy. Now, it seems like that would be just a sauce then, but what they're doing with the sauce is they're trying to mimic the flavors and the textures of having a meat source gravy. So they will make a gravy, and it's made of butter and ale and that sort of thing. So it's got fat in there, and it's got flavor in there, and it's full-bodied, but it's not necessarily a true gravy. Unlike when we just make sauces out of butter. So on the channel, you'll see us make something like an egg sauce or a pudding sauce. You would never call those gravies, and I've never seen them called gravies in the time period. It's a little confusing, but I promise if you do the research, there's a through line, and you can see it there. Now, where this can get even more confusing is when a cookbook is calling for particular gravy for something. So it'll say, a good gravy for a fowl. And then it doesn't have any fowl broth in it whatsoever. It's like, a good gravy for a fowl, and it's like, well, take your mutton and your beef, and then that's the gravy for the fowl, which is not something that I'm accustomed to. Usually, Thanksgiving, you think of Thanksgiving, and it's got turkey gravy, and you're going to take your turkey gravy and you're going to put it on your turkey, right? Or if you are making a roast, a pot roast or something like that, you're going to take the broth from the beef roast, and then you're going to make a gravy out of it and put that on your beef. So it's strange that for a particular cut of meat, they'll have a completely different protein be the gravy for it, and I did not see that coming at all. They're also making gravies out of every meat that you can imagine. And sometimes they're combining that, and sometimes they're not. But I know that, like, growing up in Indiana, if I go out to a random person, I'm like, hey, do you want some fish gravy? That's not happening. Nobody wants fish gravy in Indiana. Now, I don't know about where you're from. I don't know about the coastal cities of America or other countries. I have no idea if you guys like your fish gravy, but right here in Indiana, heartland of the United States, we do not like fish gravy. But they used fish, and they made gravy like crazy. The rules seem stringent in some ways, and then it seems like there are absolutely no rules in other ways. But what we're coming down to, and what we're going to do today, is we're going to build a gravy, and we're just going to take some basic ingredients, and we're going to make a basic gravy, and we're going to take that concept of a good gravy is what you have at your disposal in your house right now. The first thing that we're going to do to make a basic gravy is we're going to cook some meat. Now, you can do this in a lot of different ways. In this particular instance, we're going to fry some in a pan with butter. Go ahead and put that in the pan with some salt and pepper, and we're going to cook that. Once that's done, you're going to remove the meat from your pan, and there's going to be some juices in there, and there's going to be some stuff that's sticking to the pan. We're going to deglaze the pan with a little bit of water, and that is a good gravy. That's a very basic one, but this is for somebody who this is all that they have. This applies as a good gravy for the recipes in these cookbooks. Okay, so right now we have a basic good gravy. Now, this is not very fancy at all. It's just deglazing the pan from the drippings that we created when we made our beef. Now, if you do this, you can cook it in different ways. If you put this beef, like a whole roast, into a Dutch oven, the broth that it made would be a good gravy. And if you say maybe we put this on the hearth and we had a spitted piece of meat and it dripped into here, that's a good gravy too. What we would call nowadays, we would call that a stock, or we call that broth. It applies as a good gravy in these circumstances. But to make this even better, we can do a couple of things to level it up. Now, one of the things that they would do is they would make gravy for keeping. And in that circumstance, what they're talking about is anytime they cook meat, they're going to keep some of that broth. They're going to use it all. They might use it for the current dish, and then they're going to keep some of that back. So I've got some beef broth right here from a previous beef that I cooked, and now we're going to add that to this. And we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of flour and butter in here and thicken it up, and we're going to make the next level up of what a good gravy is. Just like the last iteration of this was a good gravy, this is a good gravy. This is more like what we know today, at least in my culture, as a gravy. So it's kind of thick, and this looks like the gravy that you might make out of a packet from the grocery store. a beef or a mushroom gravy. But really, this is just developed from taking that broth, adding a little bit of flour and butter, and here we go. It melted. You just keep stirring it the whole time. Now, we're going to take this and we're going to make it even more special. For a higher table, somebody with more ingredients, we're going to add some vegetables, some spices, and some herbs. We're going to see what we can do to just bring this up even more. We'll even put a little bit of mushroom ketchup in there. I think the main goal that I'm going after here is to take out the question of, am I qualified to cook this food because I don't understand this term? Now, we have a lot of trouble because we have people in the comment section and they'll come up to us at historical events or they'll send us emails and they say, well, I want to cook this, but I don't want to do it wrong. And we've got to get that out of our heads. When you're cooking period food, you don't really know exactly what's going on until you start to do it. And don't let a term that you don't understand hold you back from trying what you know to do in the recipe. So just because you don't know what a good gravy is, doesn't mean that you can't give that recipe a shot. What a fantastic experiment this has been. This has been really fun for me personally. I hope that it's been fun for you. Now, I'm not telling you, I just showed you how to make good gravy. I'm telling you, I showed you various ways on how to make a good gravy, because there are verbatim recipes on how to make particular gravies, and you can follow those. Or you can just use some drippings. But what I am trying to give you is a little bit of freedom so that when you want to cook from a historic cookbook, this isn't a stopgap for you. I want this to be something that is not intimidating. You can move right past it onto some really great food and learning some really interesting things by cooking. Okay. The gravy is thick, so it coats around the whole piece of meat. It doesn't just run off, which is important. The clove comes through. You can taste some of the freshness. I can't say that I can isolate onion or carrots or herbs, but there's a freshness there that only comes from fresh vegetables that's in there. So it's kind of just, it's all a medley. You can identify the clove because that's easy to identify. The salt, I probably put a little bit more salt in here than I should have. The pepper just helps carry it through. This is a really fantastic gravy. This will suit for anything that you want to do as far as cooking a period recipe. A little bit less than this will be just fine. You don't have to go over the top, but you can. You can experience all those crazy flavors from the 18th century. Sometimes they're adding wild things, and it's just like, I don't need all of that personally, but it's fun to try it every once in a while. I think that you'll really like this. I really hope that at home you'll try this. Get the kids in the kitchen, give it a shot, make it a family thing. It'll be fun.
Wow, this is a road, Williamsfield.
Oh wow! All right, well that's the gravy news for an upcoming Thanksgiving. Pay attention to it. Good gravy is important for that Thanksgiving dinner. Appears no one's here, but I shall sally forth. So Epstein bill has passed both the House and the Senate. I honestly didn't think it would make it past the Senate, so I do not know a lot about politics or have any special intuition about it. Apparently, so the Epstein bill is heading to the Resolute desk for President Trump to sign. I guess he'll sign it. And in related news, Larry Summers is the first to be sidelined, and Trump mentioned the president of Harvard. I assume he means Larry Summers, but Clinton's going to be a little bit more of a pickle. Trump does not want to fuck with former presidents. That is not going to be good for his legacy. But let's see how smart his advisors are. So moving on. Trump's global tariffs curtail trade. Oh, this economy. I salute Trump for wanting to do something different, but he could have gotten smarter people. They might have advised him better. The steep tariffs President Trump issued in August led to a significant contraction in imports and the trade deficit, newly released data shows. So, importing stuff, contracting, not necessarily a bad thing, but
Trump's
let's
global
see.
tariffs curtailed trade, data shows. This article is by Anna Swanson and read by an automated voice. President Trump's sweeping tariffs took a toll on trade in August, as imports of goods and services dropped 5.1% to $340.4 billion, after taxes on exports from roughly 90 countries went into effect on August 7th, newly released data from the Commerce Department showed Wednesday. The data, which incorporates less than a month of Mr. Trump's new tariffs, illustrates how the sharp increase in trade taxes has scrambled life for international business. U.S. firms clamped down on purchases of foreign machinery, industrial supplies, pharmaceutical ingredients, and telecom equipment as tariffs went into effect in August, after months of stockpiling that had filled their storerooms and warehouses. U.S. goods exports also fell in August, shrinking $500 million to $179 billion as the rest of the world bought fewer American consumer goods, cars and car parts, and gold. That was offset by an increase in exports of U.S. services, including travel. Because of the sharp fall in imports, the U.S. trade deficit in goods and services for the month also dropped sharply, shrinking nearly 24% to $59.6 billion compared with July. The data, which is compiled by the U.S. Census Bureau, had been delayed by more than a month because of the government shutdown. It illustrated the volatility that businesses have contended with this year, as Mr. Trump introduced what is effectively a new trading system for the United States. The president announced global double-digit tariffs in April on what he called Liberation Day, saying that the previous system had cheated the United States and cost Americans jobs and money. While his tariffs briefly went into effect, they were then largely paused for 4 months as the administration tried to strike deals with trading partners. On August 7th, the tariffs again went into effect, with a 15% rate on goods from Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nigeria, 20% on Taiwanese products, and 50% on Brazilian exports. Altogether, they brought the U.S. effective tariff rate to more than 18%, the highest level since 1934, according to the Budget Lab at Yale. U.S. imports and exports had risen in July as companies that depend on goods from other countries tried to get their shipments in before those tariffs went into effect. In August, trade then dropped as American businesses imported fewer industrial supplies, food and beverages, and machinery, according to an analysis by Moody's Analytics. The sharp drop in the U.S. trade deficit in recent months might appear to have accomplished one of Mr. Trump's goals. Although many economists still disagree with the idea, the president has often looked at the trade deficit as a sign of weakness for the U.S. economy. He has argued that the United States should make more of its own goods. Stepping back, however, the recent drop in the trade deficit looks so steep largely because the threat of Mr. Trump's tariffs had massively increased imports and the trade deficit earlier this year. After Mr. Trump's election, the U.S. trade deficit spiked as companies rushed to try to game the system and bring in goods ahead of tariffs coming into effect. Those shipments started to drop after April, when the president announced his global tariffs. Tariffs are likely to continue to weigh on imports in the months to come, but Mr. Trump will have a long way to go to accomplish his goal. Because of the rush of imports earlier this year, the U.S. goods and services deficit is up a hefty 25% in the year to date through August, compared with the same period in 2024. The stockpiling from businesses has also been a significant factor in mitigating the economic impact of the tariffs. For months, U.S. companies had held off on increasing their prices as they worked through old inventory. But as time goes on and that inventory lessens, more companies have begun to pass the burden of tariffs on to American consumers in the form of higher prices. That has weighed on Mr. Trump's popularity and presented a conundrum for a president who campaigned on his ability to keep costs low for average American families. This month, Democrats won elections around the country in large part by harnessing worries about the cost of living. Last week, the Trump administration introduced new tariff exemptions in an effort to lower some food prices. It remains to be seen if concerns about high consumer costs will encourage the administration to further back down on its tariffs. Many of the president's tariffs, including those he issued in early August, could also be undermined by a challenge at the Supreme Court. The court is weighing whether Mr. Trump exceeded his legal authority with those tariffs, and it could curtail or strike them down in the coming weeks or months. Even so, the president has other legal authorities he can use, and is likely to announce new measures to replace at least some of them.
Yeah, this is good after bad, a good after bad economy. Polls matter. So the White House gold rush is on. Speaking of gold, this is highlighting this administration is extremely corrupt, engorging themselves like ticks would be a good analogy. Well, simile.
The White House gold rush is on. This article is by Jamel Bowie and read by an automated voice. Here is a small selection of stories concerning either the president, a member of his family, or a member of his cabinet. This week, President Trump welcomed Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia with a lavish reception at the White House. Part of the president's relationship with Prince Mohammed includes lucrative ties between the Trump Organization and Saudi firms, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. It is for this reason, perhaps, that the president angrily dismissed the idea, evidence of which U.S. intelligence long ago gathered, that Prince Mohammed ordered the killing and dismemberment of a Washington Post columnist, Jamal Khashoggi, in 2018. The Crown Prince denies it. Things happen, Trump said. Earlier this month, top Swiss business leaders arrived at the White House bearing lavish gifts fit for a king. The chief executive of Rolex gave President Trump a gold-plated desk clock. Not to be outdone, the chief executive of a gold refining company presented him with a 2-pound gold bar, engraved with 45 and 47, in honor of his 2 presidencies. A week later, the president rewarded Switzerland with a favorable break on tariffs, reducing them from 39% to 15%. This summer, The New Yorker reported that the Trump family had earned $3.4 billion through deals it had arranged since Trump entered the White House in 2017. The Trump Organization is also expanding its operations around the world, developing more than 22 properties in at least 10 countries, whose leaders have every incentive to flatter the president with gifts and handouts. And ProPublica reports that Kristi Noem, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, directed more than $220 million worth of funding for an ad campaign to a consulting firm with long-standing personal and business ties to Noem and her senior aides at DHS. In any other administration, at any other time in American history, this level of corruption would be a political disaster, a scandal that could bring down the administration. For the Trump administration, it is a Tuesday. If Trump's first term was marked by a level of graft and self-dealing that would have embarrassed a Tammany stalwart, then his second term seems to be an explicit effort to outpace his previous record and set a new high watermark for political corruption in the United States. In the first 6 months of his second term, Trump made nearly 100 visits to his properties, paid for by the American taxpayer. Foreign governments and special interest groups routinely use those properties for events, putting millions of dollars directly in the family's coffers. And then there are the pardons for donors and supporters like Changpeng Zhao, the billionaire founder of Binance, the world's largest exchange for cryptocurrency. Zhao had been working to give a boost to a crypto company founded by Trump's sons. By any and every measure, in other words, Donald Trump is the most corrupt person to ever sit in the Oval Office. And if the A-plot of the second Trump presidency is his authoritarian aspirations, then its B-plot is his shameless and pervasive corruption. Here, it's easy to imagine the response of one of the president's many apologists. This is normal, they would say, don't kid yourself. Washington has always been corrupt. Isn't it better that Trump is honest about his self-dealing? At least he's not a hypocrite. This is a common tactic of those who would abuse the public trust. If everyone does it, then there is no point in blaming anyone in particular. The MAGA effort to make Hunter Biden the poster child for political corruption under the previous administration was an example of just this, a tactic meant to obscure the wanton corruption of Trump and his allies. There is no question that American politics has had its fair share of corrupt acts and corrupt people. But the office of the presidency in particular has never seen anything like the petty jobbery and open malfeasance of Trump and the people around him. All misdeeds are not the same, and there is a real difference between the unseemly revolving door between business and government, the plum position on a corporate board or an easy lobbying gig, and a new status quo in which business leaders and heads of state give the president actual tribute in order to put themselves in the good graces of the White House. Consider the way that FIFA, the international soccer organization, created a new global peace prize following Trump's failed effort to win a Nobel Peace Prize. It will be announced December 5th in Washington. I wonder who's going to win. It would be funny, the stuff at least of a late-night television sketch if it weren't so corrosive. In truth, it is probably wrong to describe the president's corruption as the B-plot of his administration. When we look at authoritarian leaders abroad, we see a tight connection between autocratic governance and extreme graft. If the regimes of both Vladimir Putin in Russia and Viktor Orban in Hungary are models for Trump and his far-right allies in both ideological and practical terms, then it is worth observing the extent to which both men use their governments to siphon wealth from the public and hand it to small cadres of regime loyalists. Their obsession with national greatness, with ethnic chauvinism and so-called traditional values, is little more than a cover story for common thieves whose great aspiration is to steal and loot with abandon. So it goes for Trump, whose effort to rule the United States as an autocrat is as much about clearing the way for a smash and grab as it is anything else. The old Republican Party was a stool with 3 legs: social conservatism, economic conservatism, and national security conservatism. So too is the MAGA Republican Party. One of those legs is the nativist extremism of Stephen Miller. The second is the anti-government extremism of Russell Vought. And the last is the open, flamboyant corruption of Donald Trump, a corruption that degrades a people's faith in government and makes it all the easier to remake the state in the image of a single man. Americans of the Revolutionary era feared nothing more than the specter of corruption, which was, in this usage, a malady of both the individual spirit and the body politic. In a republic, declared Samuel West, a prominent Massachusetts Congregationalist minister in 1786, the people are not only the source of authority, but the exercise of it is in a great measure lodged in their hands. Corruption, therefore, among the people at large, must be immediately felt, and if not seasonably prevented, proves fatal in the end. Americans fretted over the potential corruption of the political system in which public good was captured by private interest. In the years before independence, those colonists steeped in Republican ideology identified this with the Crown's use of personal flattery and patronage to try to curb popular discontent. To bestow favors and titles on Americans was to, for these critics, to erode the people's capacity for self-government. In The Creation of the American Republic, 1776 to 1787, the historian Gordon Wood quotes a Virginian lamenting in 1775 that the vices of Britain had extended to America. The torrent as yet is but small. Only a few are involved in it. It must soon be stopped, or it will bear all before it with an impetuous sway. Americans also believed that this political corruption would fuel personal corruption and degrade the morals of society as a whole. Whenever democratic states degenerate from those noble republican virtues which constitute the chief excellency, spring, and even basis of their government, and instead of industry, frugality, and economy, encourage luxury, dissipation, and extravagance. Joel Barlow, a poet, politician, and later United States minister to France, warned in 1787, "We may justly conclude that ruin is near at hand." This preoccupation with corruption made its way into the Constitution, both as a set of specific prohibitions on titles and emoluments, as well as one of the named offenses, bribery, that would justify impeachment, and as a vital part of the structure of the system itself. Why does the Constitution require members of Congress to resign their positions before taking service in the federal government? To guard against intrigue among those who serve in the national legislature. If we do not provide against corruption, Virginia's George Mason said in reference to this provision at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, our government will soon be at an end. Why, in the case of an electoral college tie or plurality, does the House and not the Senate choose the president? Because to have such a small and unrepresentative chamber make the decision lays a certain foundation for corruption and aristocracy, as another delegate in Philadelphia put it. And why did the framers easily agree to give federal judges life tenure, as well as constitutional protection for their compensation? To preclude the corrupt manipulation of the judiciary by those in power. Recall that in the Declaration of Independence, American revolutionaries complained that the King George III had made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. The Constitution was meant, in other words, to be a bulwark against corruption of the system, and thus of the people. It is obviously not working. A prohibition like the Article 2 Emoluments Clause is nothing more than a parchment barrier. If no one acts on it, then it doesn't really exist. Congress, for reasons of partisan and political self-interest, has been inert, and the Supreme Court, which has claimed for itself the right to remake the Constitution as it sees fit, has all but nullified any attempt to hold corrupt officials accountable by defining bribery out of existence. For Chief Justice John Roberts especially, if it isn't a direct quid pro quo, one assumes with a sack of money marked with dollar signs, then it doesn't actually count. Here it is important to remember that neither the Congress nor the Supreme Court owns the Constitution. Nor, for that matter, does the President. As much as it may often seem otherwise, we are still the authors of our own fates. If we, as citizens, decide that we want to resurrect our nation's dead commitment to a politics of anti-corruption, then we can. It is within our power to do so, a task to accomplish through political action on the street and at the ballot box. And if corruption and authoritarianism are tied together, if they are two acts in the same story, then the struggle against Trump's authoritarian designs must also be a struggle against his personal corruption, as well as the corruption of the political system. Just as good customs require laws in order to be maintained, Machiavelli observed in his commentaries on the Roman historian Livy, so laws require good customs in order to be observed. When either laws or customs degrade, when the body politic begins to drift toward corruption, the only recourse, if the people hope to preserve a republic, is to build new institutions and with them new ways of political life.
Man, this guy can fucking write. Wow. It made my blood boil as I listened to the corruption. Hey, all the Trump fans, all the people going, Trump is your boy. He's got a gold clock given to him by Rolex. and y'all are just fucking working. Y'all got no tax on tips. This motherfucker, his family got 3 billion with a B dollars. Man, that's, I don't know. That's not quite a trade-off. So all I can say is damn. You voted for him, you got him. And this is the countdown to the I told you so New Year's. Man, I fucking told y'all. This is so sad. But anyway, I won't gloat. We're gonna save that for the new year. After the Trump who stole Christmas, we want to see what the new year looks like. So anyway, let us move on. Trump said to authorize CIA plans for covert action in Venezuela. Yepper. CIA. The CIA he doesn't trust, by the way.
Trump said to authorize CIA plans for covert action in Venezuela. This article is by Tyler Pager, Julian E. Barnes, and Eric Schmidt, and read by an
Hey,
automated
Tamika.
voice. With the largest U.S. aircraft carrier now positioned in the Caribbean, President Trump has approved additional measures to pressure Venezuela and prepare for the possibility of a broader military campaign, according to multiple people briefed on the matter. Mr. Trump has signed off on CIA plans for covert measures inside Venezuela, operations that could be meant to prepare a battlefield for further action, these people said. At the same time, they said, he has authorized a new round of back-channel negotiations that at one point resulted in President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela offering to step down after a delay of a couple of years, a proposal the White House rejected. It is not clear what the covert actions might be or when any of them might be carried out. Mr. Trump has not yet authorized combat forces on the ground in Venezuela, so the next phase of the administration's escalating pressure campaign on the Maduro government could be sabotage or some sort of cyber, psychological, or information operations. The president has not made a decision about the broader course of action to pursue in Venezuela, nor publicly articulated his ultimate goal beyond stemming the flow of drugs from the region. And military and CIA planners have prepared multiple options for different contingencies. Military planners have prepared lists of potential drug facilities that could be struck. The Pentagon is also planning for strikes on military units close to Mr. Maduro. Mr. Trump held 2 meetings in the White House Situation Room last week to discuss Venezuela and review options with his senior advisors. Any covert action by the CIA would probably come before such military strikes. Both the White House and the CIA declined to comment on Mr. Trump's order. Even as Mr. Trump has told the CIA to prepare multiple possible secret operations inside Venezuela, he has also opened up back-channel negotiations with Mr. Maduro after cutting off such talks last month for a brief time, people briefed on the matter said. In those informal talks, Mr. Maduro has signaled a willingness to offer access to his country's oil wealth to American energy companies. Mr. Trump acknowledged those talks in a fashion on Sunday. We may be having some discussions with Maduro and we'll see how that turns out, Mr. Trump said. While Mr. Trump emphasizes Venezuela's role in the drug trade or illegal immigration when he discusses the issue in public, he has discussed in private the country's huge oil reserves and American companies gaining access to them. Venezuelan officials have told Americans that Mr. Maduro might be willing to step down after a transition of 2 to 3 years, according to the people briefed on the matter. Any delay in Mr. Maduro's giving up power is a non-starter with the White House. But despite the apparent impasse, the back-channel negotiations show that a diplomatic solution is still possible. People briefed on the discussions say it is not clear what outcome the president favors. Mr. Trump could agree to a diplomatic deal to gain more access to the Venezuela oil resources for American companies. He could push for a resolution that allows Mr. Maduro to voluntarily give up power, or he could demand that the United States forcibly remove the Venezuelan dictator. Even with the endgame uncertain, the White House has settled on a strategy of ratcheting up the pressure on Mr. Maduro, while giving Mr. Trump options on how he might want to bring the campaign against Venezuela to a conclusion. Called Operation Southern Spear, the massive buildup of American naval forces in the Caribbean is the largest since the Cuban Missile Crisis and the blockade of Cuba in 1962. The carrier Gerald R. Ford arrived in the Caribbean over the weekend, and there are now 15,000 troops in the region, including Marines on amphibious ships and personnel at military bases in Puerto Rico. But the military buildup is only the most obvious of a multifaceted pressure campaign. The State Department has announced that effective November 24th, it will designate Cartel de los Soles a terrorist organization. While Cartel de los Soles is not a cartel in the traditional sense, it is a way for the Trump administration to label a broad swath of Mr. Maduro's government a terrorism organization, potentially paving the way for military action, but also pressuring the government. Mr. Trump's public comments in recent days have reflected the uncertainty over the endgame, even as he increases the pressure. Mr. Trump said on Monday that he had not ruled out ground forces going into Venezuela and held out the possibility of direct negotiations with Mr. Maduro. I don't rule out anything, Mr. Trump said. We just have to take care of Venezuela. The United States has launched 21 known strikes on boats that the administration says were smuggling drugs, killing at least 83 people. Mr. Trump has said ample intelligence justifies the strikes, but administration officials have not provided detailed evidence of the cargo the boats were carrying. Those strikes have been conducted without congressional authorization, prompting criticism from legal experts and Democrats in Congress that the administration is intentionally targeting civilians who may be suspected of crimes but are not combatants. Mr. Trump, at least after the early strikes, said the United States had targeted fentanyl, a deadly synthetic opioid that has caused tens of thousands of overdose deaths. But military officials in closed-door meetings with Congress have acknowledged that the boats are carrying cocaine, not fentanyl.
Let's see. Let us move on. This is going to be unnecessary. I hope Donald Trump knows what he's doing, and I bet he doesn't. So let's move on to Democrats' bill. This is weird. Back during Jack Smith's investigation of Donald Trump, there were some senators who had their phones tapped, and they got a little pissed, and they snuck a provision into this last bill that they passed. I guess it was the continuing resolution that allows for senators to sue the government for having their phones tapped. And Jack Smith, if you have any idea of who Jack Smith is, he did it by the book. So basically, these senators want to be above the law, and they aren't. So let's see here. There is a video. I thought there was. Hold on one sec here. I thought that was a video of Mark Kelly actually talking about it. Let's see if I can read a little bit of what is pertinent. Let's start at the beginning. Democratic Senators Martin Heinrich and Mark Kelly will introduce legislation in the Senate on Tuesday that would strip out a provision in the just passed government funding bill that allows senators to sue the government if their phone records are investigated without notifying them. Now, why the fuck would you let someone you suspect of criminality know? That's basically saying, hey, I'm above the law. If you're investigating me, I need you to let me know so I can destroy the phone or, figure out how to evade detection of the crime. The bill comes after Senate Republicans included within the massive government funding bill that ended the 43-day government shutdown a provision that would allow senators whose phone records were subpoenaed by special counsel Jack Smith as part of his investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol to sue for $500,000 per access device. Damn. This is Trump level corruption. News of the Senate's inclusion of this provision caused bipartisan outrage in the House of Representatives. And I love this. The two chambers of the Congress should be at each other's throats because the way the Article 1 was set up is, the Senate was a little bit more elitist, a little bit more prestige. And the House of Representatives were supposed to be more plebeian, more representative of the people. And having the two houses of Congress at each other's throats especially since both are controlled by the Republican Party. This could be delicious. This could be fun. So I want House Speaker Mike Johnson last week said the House would hold a standalone vote on a provision to strip the language out of the funding bill this week. Due to the bipartisan objection to these provisions, the House bill has a high likelihood of being successfully passed out of the lower chamber. Now, the Senate might take, like we put it here, we expect it to stay here. Johnson says, I think this was way out of line. I don't think that was a smart thing, and the House is going to reverse. We are going to repeal that, and I'm going to expect our colleagues in the Senate to do the same thing, Johnson said at a press conference this week. So I look forward to some fireworks within the legislature, and I'm sure it won't happen, but one can hope. So fallout from the Epstein files. Now there's been Bill Gates, some years ago. So there has been prior fallout, but this is the latest Democratic fallout. And it's all because of Trump. He will insulate himself, but if he can get some Democratic, bodies. Larry Summers resigns from OpenAI's board. Former president of Harvard, current professor at Harvard, and he was, I think he was Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary, and then he was some sort of economic advisor to Obama. So they've taken Larry Summers out, and they're aiming for Clinton himself. So we'll see how that goes. I'm kind of interested. Let's see what the incompetence can do in the Trump administration. I'm not going to play this article. Probably explains itself. Some of these elite white folks, some of these elites on both sides of the aisle can be problematic. And Larry Summers is probably not he's not Prince Andrew. I'll put it that way. And by the way, it was just communicating with Epstein. And by the way, there's a House of Representatives member, is it Stacey Plaskett? She's the representative from the Virgin Islands. She's a non-voting. Actually, I think her title is delegate. She can be on House committees and stuff like that, but she's a non-voting member. Virgin Islands is a territory, but she is in trouble. She is a black woman who I admire, by the way. She was the better lawyer version of Jasmine Crockett. So she's in trouble over this Epstein thing too. They were voting to censure her in the House, and I guess I'll find out. Probably that process is done by now, but there hasn't been big news, so I'll have to go and research it. So Trump has, if apparently if he's gonna, suffer some bruises from this Epstein thing, Democrats are going to. This is basically a Ryan way of doing it. It's got to be bipartisan. It's got to be whataboutism. If Trump's going to get lumps, so are the Democrats. That's how this works. That's a show title right there, but I want them to approve my stimulus already. Oh, you might want to rewrite that one there, my darling Tamika. that could be taken out of context. carte blanche for what the fuck they want to do. Yeah, well, unfortunately, there are bad guys across the board. So, to New York City news, Jessica Tisch, actually, I think that's how you pronounce it, will remain police commissioner under Mamdani. Commissioner Tisch, the current head of the New York Police Department, said she had agreed to serve in Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani's administration. This is what she looks like, and let's listen to this.
Jessica Tisch will remain police commissioner under Mamdani. This article is by Maria Kramer and Emma G. Fitzsimmons and read by an automated voice. Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City, said on Wednesday that Jessica Tisch had agreed to stay on as police commissioner, forging an unlikely and high-stakes partnership. The announcement came after weeks of speculation over whether Commissioner Tisch would agree to stay after Mr. Mamdani said he wanted to retain her. The two leaders have many differences on policing, but her appointment could provide continuity as the police department faces pressing challenges. He's asked me to serve as police commissioner in his administration, and after several conversations with him, I have agreed, Commissioner Tisch said in an email sent to officers on Wednesday morning. Leading this department is the greatest privilege of my life, and I am proud to continue doing it. Mr. Mamdani praised Commissioner Tisch for continuing to bring down crime and cracking down on corruption inside the department. He said in an interview that he had spoken to her about the importance of creating a Department of Community Safety that would divert some 911 calls to mental health teams in the hopes of allowing police officers to focus on violent crimes. We share a commitment to delivering safety and justice in tandem, and a recognition of the fact that we are currently asking police officers to do far more than simply police, he said. The relationship between the mayor-elect and the leader he has chosen to oversee America's largest police department will be closely watched once Mr. Mamdani takes office on January 1st. He is a democratic socialist who once called for defunding the police. She is a data-centric billionaire heiress who has sharply criticized laws to relax bail. Mr. Mamdani visited a police memorial in Lower Manhattan with Commissioner Tisch on Wednesday and said he appreciated speaking with rank-and-file officers and understanding the legacy of so many of the officers whose names are on the wall. Commissioner Tisch addressed their differences in her email to officers, but said she believed they could work together. Do the mayor-elect and I agree on everything? No, we don't, she said. But in speaking with him, it's clear that we share broad and crucial priorities: the importance of public safety, the need to continue driving down crime, and the need to maintain stability and order across the department. Commissioner Tisch is well liked by Democratic leaders and the business community, though some of Mr. Mamdani's progressive supporters have criticized her. Letitia James, the state attorney general, and Governor Kathy Hochul both urged Mr. Mamdani to keep her. On Wednesday, several Republicans commended Mr. Mamdani's decision. Representative Nicole Maliotakis from Staten Island said that the commissioner had done a good job and she will be a steady hand, and hopefully he'll listen. The New York Civil Liberties Union said in a statement that while it had appreciated Commissioner Tisch's refusal to cooperate with President Trump's deportation program, it would not stop scrutinizing her department and to work for accountability and fairness. The New York CLU will continue to monitor, challenge, and hold the New York PD and the commissioner accountable to New Yorkers, the group said. Commissioner Tisch, 44, began her career in public service at the police department in 2008 and spent a dozen years there. Mayor Eric Adams named her as sanitation commissioner in 2022, and she oversaw the city's effort to make the streets cleaner by putting trash bags into bins instead of on the curb, an effort that Mr. Mamdani has said he will continue. She is part of the prominent Tisch family, whose business concerns started with Loews Hotels and now include insurance and the New York Giants football team. Several of her family members donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to a super PAC that opposed Mr. Mamdani during the mayoral election. Mr. Mamdani, 34, a state assemblyman, has walked a delicate line in his relations with the police department. He apologized to officers during the campaign for his sharp criticism of them amid protests over the killing of George Floyd in 2020 and has been working to build bridges since. Patrick Hendry, president of the Police Benevolent Association, the union that represents rank-and-file officers, said on Wednesday that he was pleased with Mr. Mamdani's decision. Commissioner Tisch understands all of the many challenges police officers face on the streets and has been working productively with us to address them, he said. But the Justice Committee, which works with families in New York City whose relatives have been killed by police officers, faulted Mr. Mamdani for retaining a commissioner who had helped create a vast surveillance system, and refused to fire a lieutenant who fatally shot a man, even after an administrative judge recommended his termination. Mr. Mamdani's decision was a rebuff of his promises to New Yorkers and a disturbing endorsement of New York PD's ongoing violence and corruption, said Loida Colon, the committee's executive director. Mr. Mamdani and Commissioner Tisch have many differences over policing. He supports the Raise the Age law, passed in 2020 to restrict the prosecution of teenagers as adults, and measures that ended bail for most misdemeanors and lower-level felony cases. Commissioner Tisch has opposed these efforts. Mr. Mamdani is also a critic of Israel and would be the city's first Muslim mayor. Commissioner Tisch is Jewish and a member of the Central Synagogue in Manhattan, where Rabbi Angela Buchdahl recently criticized Mr. Mamdani for making what she characterized as anti-Semitic comments. Eric S. Goldstein, the leader of the UJA Federation of New York, a major Jewish organization, said that he was grateful that Commissioner Tisch had agreed to stay. Amid escalating anti-Semitism, our community is reassured by her strong leadership, he said. Commissioner Tisch has supported Mr. Adams's efforts to hire 5,000 more officers. Mr. Mamdani wants to keep the police headcount at its current level and to restrain the overtime budget and a unit known as the Strategic Response Group that handles protests. One of the most contentious issues could be how and whether to fire police officers accused of misconduct. Mr. Mamdani has said that he wants to strengthen the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the independent agency that investigates misconduct complaints and is often at odds with the police unions. He has said he would allow it to impose discipline rather than just recommend it. Jonathan Darsh, executive director of the board, said Commissioner Tisch held the toughest job in law enforcement. I do not envy the choices she has to make every day, Mr. Darsh said. I certainly don't agree with all of them, but I respect her. William K. Rashbaum contributed reporting.
Well, boy, that's going to be interesting. But ebony and ivory. So let's see here. What is next? You know what? This is going to be a kind of a weird show. I should never, I should never go up to Nightish's show and be up there for a while because it just, I should never go up to panels, to be honest. I tend to think differently, and it rankles some folks. It's surprisingly. You know what surprises me? That grown men don't have composure. Like someone disagrees with you and pulls the rug from under your fucking argument and you lose composure. That is the black manosphere for you. It's really sad. and people expect me to be like pro-black, motherfucker. You know what? If you're stupid, your color doesn't matter. That's my fucking opinion. So sorry for the hurt feelings that I left, but I don't care. So DeSantis, speaking of education, DeSantis's makeover of left-wing Florida college, new college, by the way, has been costly. The small Florida public College, overhauled by the state's governor, has added athletic teams and a new mascot, along with a change in its philosophy. You know, New College, and I know nothing about it I didn't even know it existed until Christopher Rufo and DeSantis decided to go in there and fucking remake it. But it literally sounded like the closest thing in the South, if not all of America, to like a classic, Greek school. Bunch of Socrates in there just being weird, but teaching students important stuff. So let's hear this, not the whole article, but here is how MAGA ruined education. These motherfuckers were fucking hippies on a beach, just kind of learning, man. And they added football, goddammit. They ruined the vibe.
You're listening to DeSantis's makeover of left-wing Florida College has been costly. A news story written by Lori Raza and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice.
Helen.
Nearly 3 years ago, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis championed his culture war policies during the run-up to a bid for the White House, he vowed to overhaul a small, quirky liberal arts college in Sarasota that was part of the state education system. New College of
Now, quirky, if I'd known about this place when I was in high school, quirky might have attracted me to go there. However, quirky college, that's the best place to go, especially if you're going to do liberal arts. And this was mostly liberal arts, folks.
Florida was more into DEI, CRT, the gender ideology, the Republican governor said, using abbreviations for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and for critical race theory. He added, "We're going to be able to offer some reforms." DeSantis has largely succeeded in transforming what was one of the most liberal institutions in the state into a school that is now hailed by conservatives across the country. He handpicked a new president and appointed a board of trustees who fired and denied tenure to veteran professors. The school closed its Gender Studies Center. It added sports teams and turned classrooms in a historic campus building into donor-friendly spaces with cigar smoking allowed on the balcony overlooking Sarasota Bay. Now, the bill for that effort has arrived, and it shows a remarkably high price. According to a report released this month by the Florida Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, the cost to produce a degree at New College is $494,715, the highest among public colleges in Florida, and more than 3 times the $150,729 cost at the state's flagship school, the University of Florida. Operating expenses at New College are $83,207 per student, compared with $45,765 at UF. New College also has the largest number of administrators per student, or 33.3 per 100, compared with 26.9 at UF, a school with nearly 62,000 students. Enrollment has increased since the overhaul, but with 732 current students, New College is still short of the school's stated goal of 1,200. More than a third of the new students are athletes recruited to fill recently created collegiate sports teams, including baseball, basketball, and softball. DeSantis and his supporters say the New College makeover, along with the governor's other education policies should provide a roadmap for education leaders nationwide. New College
I'm
of Florida,
sorry. You know
under
what? I
President
am
Richard
muted.
Corcoran's leadership,
I was saying, if a third of 700 and some students at New College, this is the rebuild. A third of the student body are athletes. Oh my Lord. He's built a giant athletic dorm. This is what fucking idiots do. These motherfuckers who I don't even know who could have just like 250 fucking well, less than 250, but 250 athletes in a 700, let's say 50 student body. I don't even know how to describe the jug-headed bullshit. People ought to be up in arms over this.
And at the direction of Governor DeSantis, has structurally changed its mission from a liberal arts school rife with left-wing indoctrination into a classical liberal arts college with an emphasis on truth in academics, civic education, and academic freedom. Ted Veerman, DeSantis.
How many of these motherfucking athletes are pursuing academic freedom? Totally moronic. This is what MAGA is. A bunch of motherfucking muscle heads.
His deputy press secretary said in an emailed response to questions about the Florida Doge report findings. One of the new trustees DeSantis appointed was Christopher Rufo, the conservative activist who has led campaigns against critical race theory and gender identity in schools and has advised DeSantis on education policy. Florida has become the blueprint for red state governance, Rufo wrote in an introduction to a 2024 book Corcoran wrote about his early tenure at the school. Its title, Storming the Ivory Tower: How a Florida College Became Ground Zero in the Struggle to Take Back Our Campuses. But critics say the spending at the new college far exceeds what should be expected from a change in curriculum. I don't think people appreciate how obscene the levels of spending are, said Nathan Allen, who was vice president of strategy and special projects at New College until October 2024. The state legislature approved $52.7 million in additional funding for New College soon after DeSantis appointed 6 New College trustees in early 2023, the most ever provided in the school's history.
Word obscene.
It has added more than $20 million since then. What New College needed wasn't more money, it needed good management, Allen, who graduated from the school in 1995, said in an interview. But it's a wholly political project. Democrats in the state legislature said spending at the school needs to be scrutinized. I knew this was a top-down directive from the governor, so I'm not surprised to see that we're spending so much money on this college, said Lori Berman, the Democratic leader in the Florida Senate and a member of the Higher Education Committee. I'm disappointed that we're not getting results from it. The school had long been an anomaly in Florida's sprawling higher education system. It was small, with an enrollment that hovered around 600. New College emphasized individualized, student-directed learning and didn't issue grades. It was founded in 1960 as a private college and built on waterfront property that once belonged to circus magnate Charles Ringling. Ringling's elegant marble mansion is the campus showpiece.
Circus
Famed architect
University.
I.M. Pei was selected to design the campus. To symbolize the aspirations of the school's founders, dirt from Harvard University was brought in and mixed with soil at New College as it was being built. It's the state's only designated residential honors college, and at one point produced more Fulbright scholars per capita than any other Florida school. It didn't have a sports program other than intramural teams, but it did have an unofficial mascot, the Null Set, which reflected the brainy and iconoclastic student body. New College was frequently on the brink of closing because of financial struggles. But when DeSantis said the school needed an overhaul, he stressed ideology more than money. The offices of both DeSantis and Corcoran blame high expenses on the way the old New College was run. Righting these wrongs has always been expected to take some time, especially with a new administration, new principals, and a complete academic overhaul, DeSantis spokesman Veerman said. The DeSantis administration pledged to model New College after Hillsdale College, a private Christian school in Michigan. New College adopted what it calls a classical curriculum centered on the Western canon. Freshmen are required to take a class on Homer's Odyssey. Attorney Alan Dershowitz, a staunch supporter of President Donald Trump, spoke at New College's commencement in May. Corcoran announced in September that the school is commissioning a statue of slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk for the campus to be funded by public donations. New College also volunteered to be the first to sign Trump's compact, an offer by the administration to colleges and universities for preferential treatment in federal funding decisions in exchange for compliance with his ideological priorities. Corcoran said New College is already undertaking those priorities. He called the Florida Doge audit ridiculous at a November 12th faculty meeting. Corcoran, who was the Florida Education Commissioner in DeSantis's first term, became one of the highest-paid public officials in the state when he was named to lead New College in 2023, with salary and benefits up to $1.3 million. The DeSantis-appointed trustees fired the former president, Patricia Ocker, as one of their first actions in January 2023. Ocker was paid about $353,000. Corcoran told faculty, "You can't measure us until 2028, according to an audio recording of the meeting obtained by the Washington Post. In an op-ed published Tuesday, Corcoran said most of the spending since the overhaul has been used to repair decades of catastrophic neglect we inherited that included moldy dorms and historic mansions that were in ruin. New College wasn't struggling, it was in a death spiral," he wrote. The school's spirit, once nationally recognized for rigor and intellectual independence, had become so dysfunctional that it was described as toxic, Corcoran added. New College has dropped 60 places in the U.S. News and World Report rankings since the overhaul, to 135th among national liberal arts colleges. While the annual list has been criticized for valuing wealth and prestige, most colleges still tout high rankings when they get them, and DeSantis has frequently celebrated high rankings of Florida universities. In a separate op-ed last month, Corcoran said the rankings formula punishes reform. For decades, the same universities that built bloated bureaucracies and ideological echo chambers have graded each other on a curve, rewarding peers who protect the status quo and punishing any institution brave enough to change, he wrote. Students at New College say they're adapting to the changes. Galen Rizdick, who graduated in January, saw both versions of the school. He said the old New College had a vibrant student body and top-notch professors. Rizdick, who earned a joint degree in applied math and quantitative economics and a separate degree in music, now teaches high school geometry in Florida. He said the overtly political messaging from Corcoran and others when the overhaul began seemed antagonistic. "I think the students thought to a large degree that their voices were not being heard and that the direction was changing in a way that they didn't want," Rizdick said. "For myself, I was a little bit frustrated that we had a public university that had very political messaging."
Yeah, well, congratulations. We'll see you in 2028 when the college sinks further. These people don't care about motherfucking knowledge. They care about patriotic education. And there are problems with basically doing propaganda as knowledge. So those are all the news articles, as frustrating as they can be. So I want to thank TMKC that she is a sweetheart for sponsoring this mess of a show. I must apologize to Nightish. I went up there and unfortunately I was me. And I'm only safe on this panel where I can control things. I must apologize again to my friend Nightish. I think that they're not used to dealing with me over there. Nightish is a good and patient, fatherly type person, and I am not. I expect things. So what I will do is play some of this Nightish show. You'll see what I mean. I'm sorry. I guess I will just be confined to this Stanley versus the world universe because I don't like stupid people. I don't suffer fools gladly, and you better be able to argue your point, or I will just, not tolerate you. So, and by the way, I am going to ask Nidus to help me with a new opening for the show. What I want to do is convey that consider this Supreme Court style dialogue where you might be interrupted mid sentence at any time. You better know your shit. I don't need 30 minutes for you to express the idea that you could do in 2 words. And that literally happened today. A motherfucker, Chicago Rilla, or whatever the fuck his name is, 2 words could have covered a 30-minute dialogue. Well, I cut him off. We got to do better, black folk. If I'm going to be pro-black, I'm going to be pro-black, making a goddamn argument in as few words as possible, yet be effective. Motherfuckers, learn how to write and then learn how to make a goddamn argument in the shortest amount of time possible. It's annoying. God damn it. And you know what? There's 4 of you to hear this fucking diatribe, but dude, I'm fucking triggered, man. Black people know how to make arguments. Why are we not making them? God damn it. So I'll stop, and y'all, the 4 people or people who drift in. And by the way, everyone make sure you hit the like button or don't. Just fucking hit the down thumb. Because it's going to be rough going for the next few hours on this goddamn show. But hit the like button if you will. If you are new, please make sure you subscribe. But subscribe with caution. You will catch me on a day where I'm just gonna go in on somebody and you'll just go, oh, that asshole. I'm gonna unsubscribe. Well, please unsubscribe. It's gonna get rough around here. And if you come up to the panel, I'm sorry. Why should I be nice? I will always be polite. But dude, I'm going to challenge your argument, especially if I just think it's dumb. And don't bring the formulaic bullshit up here. Fucking bring the audience. We crave something interesting. Don't bring the old fucking spoiled milk fucking arguments. So with that, I will thank TMKC, Mika Mouse. I might just start calling you Mika Mouse. That's a good nickname. I like it. So from now on, I dub thee Mika Mouse. So anyway, we'll listen to a little bit of this till someone just says, hey, Stanley, you're an asshole. We know it. Let's move on. And there are things to move on to. I promise you. And quite frankly, I shudder to hear this because I know I'm going to find fault with my own fucking argument. But it's par for the course.
You would have to.
Hey, and I'm going to do a little simping too. I'm willing to simp on a chocolate bitch.
Okay. You might got a chance.
It was rough in there.
You might got a chance. You might got a chance to do that.
I'll do a little simping in my old age. Why not?
You might
come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players leave. Judge.
Stanley, you think it's possible?
Hey, good morning.
Possible for me to get a blue black bitch with a big old ass, big old titties? I'm just gonna lay off in her titties and go to sleep.
I guarantee you.
Come on in.
Grand rising queen, shine like you mean. Forever may you please. You are everything.
Let me apologize for being inappropriate early in the morning, Rogue. See, I apologize. I'm just wild.
Don't would you apologize?
And it was kind of early.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, Rogue, see,
look, Ruthless. See how the Lord works? A chocolate woman came up here.
Yeah, fit your description that you was describing.
No, we're not going to disrespect.
Lord, we're not doing this. Honestly, I came up because Ruthless, what I say about that defeatist mindset that you keep having.
You came up.
Don't try to.
What defeated
You
mindset?
need the defeatist mindset that you're trying to project onto Nidus right now. Everything that Nidus said he gonna be able to get.
Yeah.
Not no bad bitch.
Why wouldn't she be a bad? Why wouldn't she be a bad B? Ruthless. Again, that's defeatist.
Because Nidus is very strong personality. It won't work.
Oh my goodness! Come on, Ruthless.
I'm telling you,
faith in me, sir.
Rogue, like you and Rogue 2 would not be a good match.
Look. I got my burgundy sweater on. I got my great blue hat on. And listen, I understand I'm gonna have to be a little bit more sensitive,
a lot more
concerned. Well, not a lot more. I can't do it. Let's keep it 1,000.
So I did want to ask Ruthless, what makes a bad B in your opinion?
Well, a woman that's
real hair, tight body, pretty
complicated. Say Rogue C. Rogue C.
A woman that's educated, black, and with
Now
nice
I
body.
have to ask the question: what would an educated woman who's a bad bitch want to do with fucking Ruthless Truth? Does he not have any semblance of self-reflection? I'm wondering.
Folks, there you go. You describing her.
Nah. So my thing is, why do you think that it couldn't be a black woman for Nidus to get all that?
Because black women want a man to treat them the way they want them to treat them, not the way you want them. And that's conflict of interest.
Wait a minute.
How do we want to be treated?
I made a woman happy for 24 years. What are you saying?
A black woman he made happy.
And it's evolved again. Like, see, you've been out the game for a while.
So Ruthless, tell me as a black woman, what do I want in order to be happy with a man?
Now, if you explain this, I'm gonna start calling you Zest.
Well, because you're self-centered.
Whoa.
Huh.
You want everything to go your way. Or
quite frankly, this is where self-centered. See, it is unfair for me to just go in on Ruthless without him being here. But dude, he's got lessons to learn. TMKC, I am gonna speed this up a bit because it's hurtful to hear such a limited young man. And there, unfortunately, he's not the only one who winds up being problematic.
Yeah.
And I sped this up.
So what's crazy is you can ask the men that I've been with. I have no issue following a man's lead. I think what a lot of men are coming to terms with, most of y'all ain't leading. Y'all not leaders. So again, a woman is now having to take on the role as a leader to compensate for your lackluster ability to do so. So that's the conflict that a lot of men are finding with women.
Not the bell Nidus.
Yeah. You did it, nigga. Just up. Let me get it together. Let me get you in the right place. Okay, we got you. There y'all go.
We in the box. All right, let's go. Let's do it.
They are your exes for a reason, right? So therefore,
no, because even the man I'm currently with,
I'm under the impression.
I want y'all to go ahead and have your little thing. The boxing gloves is up and everything. Yeah. But listen, Rogue C is cute enough and intelligent enough for me to listen to her a little bit. You, on the other hand, you say it's me. No, it's you.
Well, Nidus, I'm saying it's her exes are exes for a reason, and I'm under the impression that she got rid of all of them.
Wow.
Because obviously they didn't make her happy.
That's not it at all, actually. If you want the real, I didn't make one of them happy. Because again, a woman can stick it out no matter how she's happy or not. It was when I started being lackluster back, he was like, nah. if you want the real.
So
But
Now
again, happiness isn't a
I'm
requirement
gonna
because if
stop
I don't make
this
myself
right
happy, I'm not.
here because that is a problem too. And I did hear this and I didn't comment, but this was a marriage, so I really I probably shouldn't even comment on it. It's hard to look at a marriage from the outside in. Um, so I guess I won't comment, but tit for tat doesn't always work, and I'll leave it at that. This is no. You will also notice I don't talk that much during this because it is for me intensely personal, and I think that Rogue C is brave because she knows she's in a den of someone talk. Who is it? Savage asks me about fucking five lions or some bullshit. And lions seem to be the theme. That's Ruthless's thumbnail or avatar. And I get asked by lions, and I thought it was one of the stupidest analogies I've ever heard in my life from a grown man who should understand what analogies are. And actually, it was more simile. But again, I'm not sure that I'll I might just take a break from Nidish's panel because I just drive all these motherfuckers away. Um, I'm like I'm like a negative magnetic charge. I just drive all the positive charges away.
Depending on no man to do it.
But you just made my argument too. You said you started being lackluster back, meaning you was unhappy with the way you've been treated, and then you got rid of him. Ultimately, you got rid of him.
He got rid of me technically. I just stopped caring.
He got rid of you because you made yourself so unbearable. He had to run up out of there. That means you was probably putting him on vagina restriction. You was probably not really talking to him that much.
Yes.
I give him another PDA.
Yes.
So you put a plan together to get rid of this nigga.
Did I put a plan together or did I match his leadership? Ruthless.
You put a plan together to get him up out of there, right?
I matched his leadership.
You knew. Rogue said you knew if you didn't do these things, he would eventually leave. Because one thing
I
about women,
matched the.
Here's the thing. Rogue C should just shut up and listen to these old fools. Let them come to her and then pick what you want to punch back at. That's my critique. She's letting them in. She's giving too much information. You got to be lawyer like. Only divulge what you know they should have and you can counteract. You got to be much more strategic. These are not your friends, ma'am. And what I mean is they're not your argument friends. They're not going to buy into your argument. These are worthy gentlemen, I'm sure. But this is, a kind of a debate space. And don't let them, don't give them more than they need.
Energy that the man who was supposed to lead me. Hold on.
She said he started it though.
Well, she said he was lackluster, so that means probably he wasn't making her happy in the way she wanted to be made happy.
Yeah,
Get in there and attack.
What?
She didn't say lackluster.
Well, let's break that down. Let's have this conversation.
Let's have it.
I believe a lot of times people don't tell a full story. So when he means lackluster, that means probably worked too many hours.
Nope.
Treating her the way he used to treat her when they first met. Obviously, he wasn't sustaining what he started. And she felt that because he didn't keep that level up, she leveled down more.
Okay, so this is an odd twist that people didn't catch, but I did. That's why I didn't talk much. I was just listening to Ruthless in particular. So he basically takes the failure of a man and makes it this lady's fault.
It was when I started being lackluster back. He was like, nah.
He stopped being he became lackluster and she became lackluster back. And that's a problem in and of itself. But the interesting thing is hearing how she says he became lackluster and they will say, ooh, it's your fault, Rogue C.
If you want the real. But again, happiness isn't a requirement because if I don't make myself happy, I'm not depending on no man to do it.
But you just made my argument too. You said you started being lackluster back, meaning you was unhappy with the way you've been treated. And then you got rid of him. Ultimately, you got rid of him.
He got rid of me technically. I just stopped caring.
He got rid of you because you made yourself so unbearable, he had to run up out of there. That means you was probably put. Them on vagina restriction. You was probably not really talking to him that much. Not giving him out a PDA.
Yes.
So you put a plan together to get rid of this nigga.
Did I put a plan together or did I match his leadership?
Wow.
You put a plan together to get him up out of there, right?
I matched his leadership.
You knew. Rogue, so you knew if you did do these things,
and that's a tactical mistake.
I matched the energy that the man.
She should have never used the word leadership because these dumbasses are going to think, well, oh, you were trying to be a man. Leadership. She should have never used that L word. And they fucking are circling around like buzzards.
And who was supposed to lead me? Hold on.
She said he started it though.
Well, she said he was lackluster, so that means probably he wasn't making her happy in the way she wanted to be made happy.
Yeah, he abandoned her.
Yeah.
He what?
He stopped doing his role.
Well, let's break that down. Let's have this conversation.
Let's have it.
I believe a lot of times people don't tell a full story. So when he means lackluster, that means probably worked too many hours.
Nope.
Treating her the way he used to treat her when they first met. Obviously, he wasn't sustaining what he started. And she felt that because he didn't keep that level up, she leveled down more to make him leave. So we can all be honest about this, that it's very difficult to maintain that type of stuff that she was probably requiring, affection, whatever it was that he was lacking in. And she returned energy.
No, he was a lazy man. He got lazy. He believed, like a lot of you men believe, that a wife shouldn't be able to say no. Whenever y'all say jump, I'm supposed to say how high, no matter how tired I am, no matter how many hours I worked, no matter me being with the child, no matter my whole contribution to the household, cleaning, cooking, all that. He ended up taking for granted.
Okay, and look at these motherfuckers. Rogue C's problem is that you can hear a little bit of a quiver in her voice. She should have never let them in. Look at Reese from Philly. He's looking hungry. You gotta these dumb fucks, and all respect due. Don't leave yourself open. You got to take what they give you and you use it against them. Don't give them too much. Because look at Reese. That motherfucker looks like yum yum. Give me something.
What he had. And that's why he's struggling now.
I'm not disputing that. But
so then again, if you are working a job and you're not getting paid, Ruthless, how long are you going to stay at that job? How long are you going to get 100%?
Chauvinist is
you're not
being
getting
too
paid.
kind.
Exactly what I said. How long are you going to give 100% to a job?
You know what? I might actually have to turn down this volume so I can talk over it sometimes. Chauvinist is being kind. I don't even know what the word would be. I'd have to think on it. But chauvinist is not how you describe ruthless. That motherfucker is beyond chauvinist.
That treats you like you're just.
now, there's two different things there. Now, if I'm not getting paid, I'm out. But if they're paying me really good and they treat me like kind of bad, I'm a stay, right? Because the money's here.
Goalpost. You heard what it was. You're not getting paid. Don't move the goalpost.
No, I'm just saying, no, she switched it. She said,
no, I said both.
If they don't pay me, I'm out. Right?
You're not getting paid, nor are you actually getting treated.
But
you're still expected to give 100%.
So just to have the conversation, Roxy, in your case, I don't believe that he just totally not wanted an attractive woman as you are. I guess you'd be considered a bad bitch. And
yeah. Oh, we can even up the ante now. The man let me get fat. The man let me get out of shape. When I begged the man, hold on. After giving birth to his child, when I begged the man, let's go to the gym together just for some accountability, the man told me no, that I was disrupting his peace. So continue.
TMI, dear. TMI. TMI.
You got pregnant. Put on a few extra pounds.
Oh, a few extra. Try 40.
Okay.
Try 50.
Okay.
Well, Sin, yes, it's a review. There were just it was a travesty. And I contributed to it, but look, I'm gonna be honest. These guys triggered me. Like, how can fucking black men be this stupid? Honestly, and you know what? Someone share out the link so all these dumb fucks can come up to this panel, and we'll duke it out on my panel. These motherfuckers are morons and don't know how to be more blunt.
Yeah, a lot of times, right?
I wonder what that looks like.
So you, I guess, came up with a plan to say, well, I'm going to get all this weight off. But you wanted to do it with him. You want him to come with you and join the fight.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
But he had other obligations that he felt was more important.
Hey, Savage, come up here right quick. I need you to help me with another drop.
What obligations do you believe he had above me? Because
maybe he likes sports, or maybe he likes different things.
So let me give you this. He liked going to the gym. He just didn't want to go with me.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that's just like, I don't think that's I want to say this. I don't think that's egregious.
So if I say we have a goal in mind as a couple, why can't we do it as a couple? If I'm asking you as the person who I'm supposed to be walking this life through with, this journey with, if I have a goal and I want your help.
And by the way, I'm not necessarily taking Rogue's side. She put a lot out there, just threw it out there without qualification. So some of this, you got to read the room. And she seems fairly smart. I don't know whether she was just throwing it out there just to see what would happen. Maybe she's luring them in, but you got to know how to handle fools. and she's still young yet. So you should never. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Well, I didn't do that great either. So, you know, it is what it is, and a part of this is just like a. We used to call it a post mortem. I'll do better next time with especially with Ruthless Truth. I did not I didn't my goal would be to hurt his goddamn feelings and to just tear him down just to see what the fuck happens. What's underneath the bluster?
To get a goal. The same way as a man who believes I didn't have the right to say no to him. Why did he have the right to say no to me?
Because he's a leader.
No, Ruthless, because that's a horrible leader if that's the case. If a leader is supposed to be doing for his people, if all his people are out of shape, if all his people are not living the best that they can be, he is a horrible leader. So, he's a dictator at that point.
So no. So let's say this, right? So you say we're the leaders, right? He's the leader of the relationship. You have the baby, you put on some weight, right? In the process, you put on weight, you probably had some great emotional breakdown about your weight. You were very happy with it. So you decided to do something about it. And part of your motivation was, well, maybe I want my husband to go with me. And he probably like, no, because I have my own program. Probably maybe got a workout crew already. Maybe he's just heavy. And maybe, you know what I mean? He ain't got.
So you're telling me working out with his boys was more important than working out with his wife? I get it. Hold on. I'm hearing you loud and clear. Working out with his boys was more important than working out with his wife. Being around other men, sweaty and all that was more important.
You can't spot him on if you got to put a bitch in 300 pounds, right?
No, Rufus. That bro code shit is weird.
You hear it too, Natish? Okay, I'm making sure I'm not tripping.
What I'm saying is, to Roaches, well, I'm not saying she don't have a claim, but
no,
I do think it wasn't egregious enough.
Y'all go ahead and talk because y'all in the box. But you're saying that you saying some bros before whole stuff when you got a woman and a kid?
No, what I'm saying is
he had a program that I shouldn't have been a part of.
No. She wasn't a part of it in the beginning, right? So he was already working out before, so we already had his thing while they were together. So she tried to say, hey, well, I want you to come to gym. How about you come gym with me? And he's like, nah, because he probably got a program that's intense and don't think, and maybe he got some already people he worked out with. So he wants to keep that intensity. Bro, she didn't get in her feelings.
No. Okay, so let me do this. Hold on, Rufus. Hold on. I'm gonna give you some more context. Let me give you some context real quick. Roxy lifts weight. Roxy lifts pretty heavy for a woman. Pretty decent for a woman. Roxy had more of a plan and more of an actual game plan, an actual procedure, all that more than he did.
Give me a second right quick. I need my dog to give me a drop right quick. Give me a second.
Come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players leave. Judge.
What up, Savage?
It was good with you, brother.
So I just want to say this.
Wait, give me a second because Savage probably ain't got that much time. I need to give me a new drop. I got the old drop, but I need one for this new channel. I need you to give me
institutionalized.
The Paladin. That's the new channel. This one. Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
Just regular. Welcome to the Paladin.
All right. Welcome to the Paladin.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I also want to say, in my defense, I didn't say anything. I'm sizing them up. I'm trying to figure this out. These people, I don't say much, and I'm kind of glad I didn't actually. Sometimes you just listen to, form an argument, diagnose. Sometimes listen to people. They will tell you how to pick them apart.
Yeah, go ahead,
a little bit of time to make up.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on, I like that. That was nice.
So I believe Roxy was being petty. Because she couldn't have her way. She made it bigger than what it really was. I don't think it was egregious. Maybe, okay, she did have a right to have a little bit of, I wanted that, but to blow up the relationship and act.
So that was my only demand, quote unquote. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get right to you. I believe that Roxy got in her feelings and made it more bigger than what it really was. And she then from there she created a strategy to make him feel uncomfortable and unwanted, and that ultimately led to her running him off. So I think she was wrong in that, because I think it was reconcilable. I mean, like I said, for the most egregious thing, maybe abuse or a lot of infidelity or something that's violence, okay. But for that, because he didn't want to go to the gym and work out with you, that was you didn't want, because you couldn't have your way. You've been selfish.
I think.
Wow.
I'm listening to you, Rufus. Let me say this right quick before. I think that you're not listening to understand. You're just listening to respond. She gave a clear image of what the situation was, that she was being neglected for a minute before she finally responded. You're making like
neglected from what?
Huh?
Neglected from what?
She said she was basically like not a priority. She was the last priority.
She was going to the gym by herself, and she wanted him.
So let me say this, because I said this earlier: to cook on demand, to clean on demand, to do everything that he required. My ex was a diabetic, so I had to make sure to know everything that he needed. But again, when it came down to the things that I needed, where did I fit in that plan?
This is rather TMI.
But you did the cooking and cleaning and all that stuff because you wanted to do it as well, right? You benefited from it as well. So that wasn't a one-sided thing.
And see, this is the issue that I have with men, because again, the laziness, the lacklusterous, all that y'all be feeling, because you think a woman is obligated to give you sex on demand when you're not doing your role.
This is actually another issue. Now, it is literally, this is the problem I have with men. We're already hearing the problems these men have with women. It really, this is where it actually goes off the rail. And, Brooksy gives a lot of ground. She cedes a lot of territory. She could have, believe me, she could have just motherfucking picked these idiots apart. You gotta let them come to you, Rogue. Don't volunteer too much.
You think a woman is obligated?
And by the way, Chicago Rilla, you'll see when he asks me a question, and I already knew where he was gonna go, and he probably gets pissed off because I knew where he was gonna go. Motherfucker, you don't need to know about me.
Cook and clean for you when you're not doing your part. When you want to big up on a woman because you think just because I'm a man and I'm the leader, but where are you leading me to? I can't take a path to hell with a man just because that's where he want to go.
Okay, so this is an indictment. She's indicting herself on.
You proving my point, Ruthless. You're listening to
everything she said. She's indicting herself as long as that man is serving her needs, he's good. But the moment
that's not what she said.
That's not what I said at all. And I literally just said I was serving all of his needs. Ruthless.
No, I made a point. Is that
by the way,
you were just doing it for him.
This is one of the weirdest motherfucking things. Technically, you don't indict yourself. That's incriminate yourself. There are better words to use. You don't indict yourself. Other people indict you. Basic misunderstanding. He doesn't have a facility with English, which is problematic. You don't go into, professional YouTube arguments without actually understanding how words work and mean, sentence structure, a lot of basics that a lot of these motherfuckers, that's their weakness. There's some structural like language weaknesses that folks have, and you gotta know how language works, folks. Words don't always mean what the dictionary means or says they mean. Got to know the ins and outs.
The kids. So he wasn't the only one benefiting, and you were benefiting from that too. But the gym is subjective, right? If he says, "Hey, baby, go to the gym,"
the gym is subjective, like it's a human being.
It is beneficial to both people. I'm trying to do for my woman what she needs done for her, and it's beneficial to me too because I can take some pride in the fact that I'm doing whatever else. But if it's not reciprocated, it's one-sided.
You're missing one key point. Most likely,
he's not.
He's paying
But
more.
again, men believe that they deserve a bad bitch without putting in any work to maintain said bad bitch. Men believe that they deserve a bad bitch that's supposed to do for them, but they don't have to do for her. Just because she comes pre-packaged as a bad bitch, you think automatically that that's how it's supposed to be. Men don't want to cultivate nothing when it comes down to a woman. And that's the issue I have with y'all.
But here's the issue I have with you, Ro. You never complained about anything else but
Yep,
the gym, right? You
it
said
becomes a
you wanted him
y'all
to come and join your journey
thing.
of getting back to bad bitch status, right?
Because I really don't want to put all my business out there. But yes, Ruthless, if you want the real, we were violent with each other as well. We were toxic with each other. We were very unhealthy. So the thing that I was trying to do to build an intimate level outside of the bedroom, the thing that I was trying to do to bring some control, some discipline back into our relationship because he lacked it, he denied it. So again, you keep trying to put it on me as a woman. I pushed him away. I did all this. No, sir.
Well,
wait, 1 second. Let's take a little bit of a breather and think about this.
I thought about it. I don't. I might just quit.
You know what it is?
Man,
oh, that is worked
Every time I say I'm done,
Are you trying to fuck right now?
got me scrolling through your page. All under attack.
I just said it like
you know that
you're right.
You my poison and my healer. And my reaper. I'm tired of the fights, but I can't let go.
This is actually a really good song. This man is talented with his AI songs.
Yeah, we toxic, but I'm fiending for you.
We toxic, girl.
We toxic, boy.
We toxic, boy.
But I'm fiending for you.
We shit. Mm-hmm.
I don't wanna talk to you,
but I can't stop calling you.
Even though it's bad, it's true.
We ain't shit.
I'm still feeling for you.
You call me crazy, but you love that too. You got a hold on me, I can't undo. You leave, I block, then you spin that line. Next thing you know, I'm back replying. We lie, we love, then we start to blame and smoke and mirrors, but it feels the same. I hate your peace, you hate my truth, but boy, I'm still feeling.
And we ain't good for each other, but I can't quit.
You say you're done, but I know you don't mean it.
We toxic, we sick, but we lit.
We ain't shit.
Still, like I feel the sun in the morning.
Like I see the moon at night.
We toxic, baby.
We toxic, baby.
But this feel right.
We ain't shit. We ain't shit. We ain't shit. We ain't shit.
I don't wanna talk to you,
but I still do love you.
But I still dream of you.
We broken, bruised, and true.
That shit was soft as a motherfucker.
It is what it is.
Could be improved.
They want gangster shit. They want ratchet shit.
She didn't run. Her Wi-Fi is acting up.
She really like that ratchet shit. Sexy red.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to.
Yeah,
there's gonna be hurt feelings.
I don't know what you guys think this is. This ain't the 70s no more. Yeah. But anyway, right? Rosie indicted herself. Hey,
you hear Savage George's mic too low. He's trying to say something.
I was gonna say this, right? She exposed herself that she gained a little bit of weight, a lot of weight, and he was going to the gym already before.
Listen to this motherfucker.
And she wanted to program.
He's going to the gym with his niggas.
Yo, that song is hard as a motherfucker.
Christ.
That song's soft as a motherfucker.
You crazy? That shit is banging, dog. I need that.
Throw some motherfucking debatey or anybody, man.
That's what I'm feeling. That shit.
Bro, she's a gangster girl. She ain't no.
She's right there to speak for herself. Let's hear what Savage got.
You didn't hear her? You didn't hear her? She's a gangster with
Hey, Ruthless, 1 second. Crazy ass nigga. We know you hate women. Go ahead, Savage.
So, Ro, did you work?
Yes, sir, I did. 2 jobs.
2 jobs? So you were doing 2 jobs? Because I even got like a little bit of the story. I just wanted to know what's on.
This is going to be.
And you came home to care of the kids.
Oh, I love this. This motherfucker is dumb too. He's dim with it. You know, actually, Nightish makes a point. These people are listening to fire back. They're not listening. You got to listen. Some things don't need a counterpoint. Some points don't need counterpoints. And these guys are they have preconceived notions. They're not listening with an open mind.
We have 1 kid, but yes.
What was your biggest complaint about what he didn't do?
It was I felt very much alone because I was working 2 jobs. I was in school. I was expected to be both wife, mother, caretaker, maid, sex worker when it was convenient for him, all that kind of stuff. So my biggest complaint was the load was just too much on me.
Did you choose other things to do for yourself, like the 2 jobs, the going to school, and did you choose to do all that while you had a husband or your boyfriend, whatever it may be?
Technically, I did. It was a matter of 2 jobs. I had to work. We needed the finances. We needed the money.
And that's where it stops. These motherfuckers should be asking her, why did you have to work 2 jobs? And what was your husband doing? They never ask that question.
So do you felt that was more important than having some time?
Yes. Yeah. So the man, if he's the leader, requiring or expecting or allowing this woman who is a new mother to work 2 jobs, no one ever questions what the fuck is the man doing? Well, you thought it was necessary? Motherfucker, if he's the leader, why aren't they questioning the leader's decision? Why did the leader think it was necessary? These motherfuckers have no goddamn clue what the fuck they're talking about. When they say they're a leader, motherfucker, you don't deserve the title.
To make for him, to make for you.
That was the whole point of doing the gym, right? The gym was supposed to carve out, like I said, besides just being in the bedroom, the gym was supposed to be, he liked going to the gym, I like going to the gym. I was trying to find other ways and other hobbies for us to
no one ever
motherfucking,
no one is asking about the leader. She admits the dude was a leader. These motherfuckers think that they are leaders. Why are we not asking about leadership? Leadership leads the organization, in this case, a family. Why are they not interrogating the leadership? These are motherfuckers who do not know what leadership is. They're not leaders. If you are a leader, you question the leader, and then if you have to work down the chain of command, these motherfuckers are just weird and sad and motherfucking clueless. They want to beat up on the woman who submitted. Never ask a question about the leader. They never ask, what was your husband doing?
Your hobbies or his hobbies?
I just said his hobbies. He liked the gym. The gym was a hobby of his just as much as it was mine. I tried to find things. I became the girl who was into comic books. I became all that.
Bro, can we be honest that even though we all go to the gym, but we like different machines and different type of workouts?
Again, I lift weights. Again,
this is muscle head logic.
Men to understand. Most women, that we like you enough, we have no issue following a program. Just take a little extra weight off, and I'll do the same squats you do. Take a little extra weight off, I'll do the same shoulder, bench press, all that.
Men really don't like working out with women at the same time.
I don't at all.
Like they have
I beg to differ. But okay.
I don't never see men and women working out in the gym.
Even just yesterday, I was doing some shoulder presses, and the man was also doing shoulder presses. He and I saw each other. He was like, "All right, you do your set, I'm gonna do your set."
In my opinion, she's
men who actually like going to the gym. No.
She should have checked out of this argument a while ago.
What men say when men are saying what they like. So how men are saying what they like and don't like, but women are not believing it. So how are we supposed to convince you that this is what we like and don't like if you don't believe nothing we say?
Because again, I also know men who really be in the gym, not just in the gym, just every other week, not in the gym every other, like men who be in the gym, they want a woman in the gym with them. Because again, you have the option of being sweaty and damn near naked with somebody. Y'all picking y'all bros? That's crazy.
I don't want a woman in the gym working out with me.
I don't know.
I have done with my women.
Wait, Rufus. Let me ask you and Savage both this. If your woman that you like to describe them as a bad bitch, Rufus, if your bad bitch want to be in the gym with you, why would you protest that?
Because and maybe the level which I to her, she didn't match our energy, so that's why I would turn down.
Say it again, because it sounded like he was underwater for a second.
I I'm going to do the gym with my crew. I worked out really hard, got an intense workout, and she would slow us down. Like we would have, because she stated she was overweight, right? So I would have to cater to her because she won't be able to be right off the top.
9 times out of 10, if your woman is overweight, you overweight with her. Don't give me that bullshit. That's bullshit.
You said he's going to gym already, right? So if you said he's going to gym already, he has a program.
And he was still overweight. Again, I can tell you, y'all men that really be like, yeah, I go to the gym. Y'all don't be really going to the gym like that. Y'all be overweight at the gym too, so don't do that.
Bro, T, I want you to understand something that you're experiencing.
There's a problem with this. She should not be going toe to toe with these fools. Do some mental jujitsu. Use their weight against them. Use their arguments against them. It's easy. These motherfuckers don't know how to make a good fucking cogent argument. Pull them down by the hairs of their chinny chin. Hit them where they hurt.
These niggas is rim bros. They lovers of men. How the fuck would I choose a nigga over my woman? What the fuck?
Hold up.
What the fuck is Ruthless saying right now? So let me understand, Ruthless. You rather be at the gym with your niggas than with your woman?
These are not necessarily my niggas. These are my workout partners. Difference.
Yes. Wait. Good. Let's stay right here. So you the type of nigga that love your car more than you love your woman.
Well, if I got a certain
your car, armor all wheels, detailing and everything else. But you don't look at your woman the same way you look at your car. You telling on yourself, bro.
So let me say this, Nice. I like sports.
No. Answer that part about the car first.
I'm answering. I like sports, right? And when I'm around my homies, I talk a certain type of way. I don't want my women around. When I'm talking this vulgar.
Yeah, that's what a rim, bro, is. That's what a lover.
No, it's not.
You like
women.
No, Rufus. You like
women have a bad time
show that you're capable of catching.
About the way
you don't care about the woman. You more concerned about how your niggas feel about the woman that you catch.
No, I'm just been going to gym before she was going to gym, so she didn't care at that time. But now all of a sudden she wants.
I had a baby. What?
But
I had a whole kid.
Even before the baby, I was going to gym without you.
No, that's not true, actually. But you got it. But again, it's my issue with the fact that men think that they deserve something that you put no work in. So yes, if I even find another man that actually says, you know what, Roxy, I want to work out with you because I know that's something that's important to you, and he cultivates it and he builds the body that he's attracted to, why the hell would another man think he has any ownership over that at that point?
Well,
why would any other man think he deserves something? That's like gardening, right? That if you garden and you decide to take this plant and it produces the best fruit in the world, why the hell would another man get the option of eating on the fruit that you put the work in for?
So rude. So if meeting a woman, she got already come packaged, right? So I'm not going to go there.
Rufus is not listening to understand.
But now, let's say if you're my wife, right, and you have a baby, and you put on an amount of weight, I'm not leaving you. I'm not going to break up with you. So if you ask me, if you say, "Hey, baby, I want to," I might go. It depends on how much I like you. Right? If I really think we cool, we get along, I'll say, "Okay, look, we got to go." Like,
wait, slow down.
So you having babies and marrying women you're not even liking.
This is what you just said. If you're cool with your wife, you're not cool with the woman you chose to be your wife. You got to think about it.
Typically, in relationships, men and women don't get along.
So what? Oh my goodness!
You don't get along with?
That's crazy.
Nice divorce rates and a relationship shows a story.
Let me slow down. Answer the question I asked. So you married a woman you don't get along with.
I ain't married.
I know you're not married, but we're talking about married people. This is my woman. This woman had a child for me. She got a little bit heavy, and she wants me to work out with her because I'm going to inspire her to work out.
But Nidish, sorry, go ahead, Nidish. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You got it.
I was going to say, I actually have to agree at that point because I do see a lot of times men are marrying women that they don't like. Men are marrying women that just look good, that just feel good. They don't know nothing about this woman outside of her looks and what she could do for them. And that is, again, the issue. Because, yeah, I came down to the conclusion, if you want the real ruthless, that my husband didn't like me as a person. I liked him as a person. I told you, whatever hobby he liked, cool, I'll get into it so we can have stuff to talk about. Cool, I actually like this. I like Marvel and stuff now. I like DC and stuff. So, again, if you have a woman that likes you enough, then cool, but that's the issue. Y'all don't be liking the women enough. And then y'all get mad when the dynamic changes because I know now I deserve more. I know now I deserve a man that actually likes me and wants to spend time with me. And that is what pisses y'all off because I do have the autonomy to get up and go find such a thing.
So, question, Roxy. How long were you guys dating before you married?
Over a year, then we got pregnant. And we were together 7 years.
7 years. And So that means he did qualify me to take that ring. So
Of course.
he did something right. So I'm under the impression that at some point somebody switched up.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And you want to automatically believe that it was Rogue C because I'm a woman, right?
I'm not going to make that a speculation.
But you do. That's what you do.
Well, let me take this convenient time to interrupt. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please subscribe to the channel. We are trying to get monetized. Slowly but surely. Mostly slowly, but never surely. But so it goes. Subscribe. Check it out. See if it's something you can wrap your arms around. Support the show. Supporting the show means supporting the host. I do have a Cash App, newspaper subscriptions, a bunch of different stuff that I do for the show. And supporting the host means that it's a little bit easier to pay for it. And, it helps. Show ideas. My email is in the crawl, the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. Send me a show idea. Actually, I've had Sin and let's see who else. CKJ3 all the time. People do come to me with show ideas, and I actually do evaluate and talk about them. And I can't come up with all the ideas, folks. Subscribers, especially wrench holders, are extremely welcome to have me talk about something they're interested in and come up and co-host what you're interested in. Let's see. Show titles. I love one-liners. Make jokes in the chat. It makes it easier to title shows when people are engaged in making one-liners or just jokes about the stupidity we hear on screen all too often. So there are many ways to help the show: liking the show, recommending the show, sharing it out. That helps. And we shall grow in spite of the host, who just can't suffer fools gladly. I struggle with that. But I will either learn or fail. Either way, I pretty much enjoy doing the show and enjoy having you all here. Participate, please. So let's get back to the boneheads.
But no, I only went off the information you gave me.
Hey,
But I would say this.
wait, 1 second. Let's talk about it. My wife proposed to me. The guy that she proposed to was a violent, drug dealing, drug using individual. I didn't really even think about her that much. But about 5 years into it, my whole shit flipped around. So I realized, let me see, we got married when I was 20. Yeah, when I was 29, I realized this is my soulmate. Yeah. So all of a sudden, I started hearing her. I started listening to her. Instead of going to the gym, I brought the gym to the house. I bought a fucking a bike. I bought this hoist that's behind me and all this exercise shit.
Oh, and by the way, the chat is pretty engaged here. The chat is actually pretty entertaining, more so than the panel, to be honest. Wish I could put it up, but just take my word for it.
Then somewhere we had some kind of divide. She started talking about going to the fucking YMCA and some shit. I'm like, we got all the shit here at the house. I work out with you here. It's already right here. We had a little bit of a divide, right? No, when you get in sync with your partner, y'all, if you really in sync, start working together, somehow it became a divide in there somewhere. But no, why the fuck would I want to be with my boys at the gym when my fucking wife is right here and I got a gym at the house?
Sweaty, half naked at the gym. and y'all would prefer to be with another man or other men and not sweaty and half naked with a woman that you supposedly, because again, people know things can go down in the gym if you really just want to be as graphic as you can be. This is again your wife.
That is the most retarded thing to ever say. Why the hell would we have that people are with my girl? First of all, I didn't get a chance to answer the question that Night is at. I would definitely spend time going to the gym with my female, but not all the time, because what happens is when men are with men in gym, they push each other to get stronger, stay to the routine. We don't have to stop and be like, oh, poor baby. We don't have to do all that. But I will spend some time in the gym with my wife so she can get on track, biking, whatever, traveling, do some whatever for her to lose some weight, because I'm about that life. But
the fact that you think biking though, Savage, is crazy. Again, I said I lift weights. So how would I slow him down?
Ma'am, listen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So what we're doing is working out and biking, like I said, is a part of working out. And I'm spending that time with her. You see how you complained about biking? That's the problem. You're going to complain about something, just like Nidus bought the gym to his wife, and there's a separation because she wanted to go elsewhere. There's always going to be something. That's why we don't spend the time with you like that in the gym or doing something productive, because you'll slow us down. So we will spend time with you if you need it, but you're not going to demand us to take all our gym time away from us because you want to do it. You should be able to do it.
Is that what y'all got out of that?
You should do it yourself as well. And if he's not spending time with you the way you want to, there's a communication gap also. Obviously, one of you are not communicating well to tell the other person what you actually need instead of complaining.
What you're saying is more balanced than what Rufus is saying. Rufus is these bitches. I'm gonna be with my niggas if the bitch can't. Rufus.
But hold on, real quick. I do want to respond to Savage real quick, because again, y'all are. I don't know if there's a communication gap with what I'm saying, because again, things were communicated. No one was asking, because even I see in the chat, no one wants to be under somebody 24/7. Obviously, if I'm asking for that time, we weren't under each other 24/7.
Not true.
Okay. Did I not just say I worked 2 jobs? I was in school. He worked allegedly. Like what?
Did you choose to take up all that time for yourself to work 2 jobs and have all this? And now you can.
No, Savage. We needed the money.
I know. I understand it. But I understand it. But did you ask him if he was okay with the time you were away? Oh, well, the question is,
can I say something right quick?
Did she ask him? Does he accept the time that she's taken away from him? Because men really don't complain. They're like, oh, she wanted to work on the job, so all right, I'm gonna do my thing. Did she have the communication to ask him, you know what, is it okay if I have these 2 jobs? I want some time with you, but I know I'm working a lot. Did they communicate about that? I don't know. She dropped off.
Let me say one thing, and I haven't said much because I don't give out relationship advice. If I don't know the person, there's no reason to do that. However, on the topic of leadership, anytime you are a leader, you will have high performers and you will have not so high performers. You have to lead the whole team. A woman slowing you down, you got to work around it. You do what she needs to do, and then you know what? Maybe you go to the gym twice in a week. This is your wife. This is not your girlfriend. So you can shake your head all you want, but leaders lead.
Can I interject? Number one is I'm the leader. Hey, hold on, Bobby. Let me say this. If I'm the leader, I make the motherfucking calls. So
okay, Rufus. Hey, Rufus. Let me slow your roll. Leaders lead. Where am I wrong in saying that?
Let me finish that.
Where am I wrong in saying that?
Let me finish my point.
I need you to critique what I said. I don't want to hear. I need you to critique what I said. Critique what I said.
We're not a monolith, and we think we are. If I'm the leader,
okay, dude. Like I said, I don't give relationship advice. Leaders lead. Period.
If my wife comes to me and makes a request,
have you ever been married?
Yeah, can I finish?
Have you ever been married?
If I'm married, if my wife comes to me and makes a request that, hey, baby, this, that, I reserve the right as a leader to deny that request at my discretion. That's just the way leadership is. Now, y'all want to try to take, well, you're the leader, but then you need to acquiesce because
it's gonna get a little spicy.
Acquiesce.
That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
Ruthless, you like to
wait. 1 second, shit.
You like to put words in people's mouths.
1 second, Stanley. Let me ask you this, because I'm listening to this bullshit and it's fucking annoying. So you're saying that you will never prioritize your wife?
Depends on if I feel it is, maybe not. Depends on how I feel.
So right. So you should never marry nobody.
Exactly. I'm the boss.
Yeah, so you should never marry nobody.
You're gonna be a boss. You're gonna be a boss of one.
If I want to use my discretion to say, look, I'm not going to gym with
I
you.
would never choose my niggas over my wife. I would prioritize my wife over my niggas. I am gonna go to the gym with my guys, but I'm not gonna choose my guys over my fucking wife.
Duh, you still like 20 pounds.
Hold on, question. So if you have this for night, if you were progressing in your gym routine with your fellas, and then all of a sudden your wife decided, hey, you know what? I don't want you working out with your fellas no more. I want you to work out with me because I need it. Are you going to
Why the
push your guys to
fuck
the
are we
side and then
obsessed with
work
the
out with your
gym?
wife?
Like the
And take all that
gym
time with your wife to work out
is
because she has
that
to?
important.
Where am I?
These motherfuckers can't
Am I in
think.
a good place and then my wife need me to do something?
You're both in good places. I'm just saying, you
What I'm saying is that if my dudes fuck with me, they gonna understand why I'm making the decision. I got to take a little time and prioritize my wife, and then I get back on track with my guys.
Do you think you're going to be a happy person if you stop with your guys when you were progressing?
I'm not gonna stop with them. I'm just gonna reschedule some shit.
If your wife asks you to take that time with her instead of your men,
If my wife asks me to take that time, I'm gonna prioritize my wife over my guys. But I know I need my dudes, still sharp and still. So I'm still gonna have to arrange it some kind of way where we can still need. My guys are gonna push me harder than she gonna push me. So I'm still gonna need to be, doing what I need to do with them. But I'm gonna prioritize my wife over my dudes every time.
but that's what I was saying. That's what
I know happy wife, happy life, Rufus. I need my wife to understand that she still is significant to me. I can't just ignore her like she's a whatever. Because I understand what you're talking about, Rufus. You got a stable of 5 bitches, and you don't want to let them live in your house, and you want to direct them. I'm not shout out
because I know that happy wife, happy life. I'm not going for it.
I didn't say shit about happy wife, happy life. What I said was, I want my wife to know that when she need me to be there for her, I'm going to be there for her.
But
It's not some bitch.
So the difference, Night, is it at her discretion or is it at your discretion?
It's at my discretion.
No, you did. You said if she needs you to be there, you're going to shut everything down.
If she needs, I'm not going to shut everything down. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yes, you will.
I'm going to make sure that she's listened to, heard, and I'm going to make sure I can get whatever I need to get done with her. But I'm not going to cut my dudes off. Because she's the one that's going to push me. She can't live this bitch 7 motherfucking days a week. That last one, man. I need my niggas there to do that.
Night, if she says, I don't want you, I need you to work out these 7
I understand you hate women. We different. I don't hate women.
7 days a week, you're going to do it.
You want to say that these bitches is bad for you. Not for me.
Listen, it's at my discretion. If I say, hey, baby.
But you talking about
I ain't going to say I won't show up every now and then. I'll show up every now and then to show some support.
Why can't you show up every now and then for your dude?
Listen, I already showed you, because you married me. You took the ring. So I already showed you that you're important.
So because you took the ring, then you can slack off and give all your energy to
your dude. No, I'm the same person. I'm the same nigga.
You're
not working on with these dudes. Hold on,
let me ask you a question again. Are you saying that your wife is in competition with your homeboys?
Hey, I have one more thing to add. Family always comes first.
The fuck?
Period.
My family has a roof over their head. Her bills are paid. I dig her down.
Always comes first.
In the scenario that we just listened to, she had to contribute to the roof being over your head.
Okay.
In the scenario we just listened to, she had to do 2 jobs.
Now look at Savage here in the yellow t-shirt and the do-rag. This motherfucker, oh, that's Stanley. Tired old motherfucker, same old shit. Motherfucker, some things are timeless. Family always comes first. Okay, if the story is to be believed, motherfucker, you prioritize your wife over the bros at the gym. And you know what? Maybe, if the gym isn't something you want to do, well, motherfucker, if you are actually the leader, yo niggas say you are, then come up with an alternate plan. These motherfuckers are failures, and it is just, they have seams in their argument. And this is why I don't like going on other panels. These motherfuckers are just failures of pure logic. They ain't shit. They ain't shit to argue with. And I'll leave it there. I won't go farther, but these motherfuckers are literally easy work.
To sustain the roof over y'all head.
Reciprocity. That's fine. She's doing it because
it's not all you.
Put it in. Put the skin in the game.
It's not all you then.
Yes, it is.
Not if she got to do. If it's all you, she don't have to do one job.
That's not true because most women work for power. They want that power of leverage.
Fred, that is you. Bottom line, you would be comfortable up on this panel, Fred. What's up, Dave?
Not much. What's up, Stanley?
Just reliving and getting triggered by these dumb fucks. They're pure dumb.
So you I don't know. I could kind of see his point as far as like you don't just drop your routine, that kind of thing.
Motherfucker, it's your family. Dude, it's your family. Do you know how many times my son growing up, I had to change my routine? Motherfucker, that's part of the job of being a father. Sometimes your routine gets changed. The fuck?
Yeah, but you can't surmise somebody's a complete loser because they don't drop everything they used to.
Your routine should never be more important than, look, let me put it to you this way. If you don't like your fat wife, think of the boy. He's gonna be better with the fat wife. Whatever the logic is, however you do the self-psych, motherfucker, the kids are the priority.
If you go to the gym, before work,
I don't give a motherfucker. Don't even bring up the gym.
5 o'clock in the morning. Like I get up and run.
I don't care what you do. I don't care
I
about
get
the
up.
gym.
I get up and run at 5 in the morning because nobody else is up.
Okay, Dave, you do realize this is not about the gym, right? This is not about the gym. In gym routines, it's a little bit more important. There are kids involved, supposedly. There is a man and a woman involved. The gym is just, kind of the merry-go-round they're spinning on. Learn to clear away the bullshit and get to the heart of the point. The gym is not the problem, in all honesty. Is it?
No, gym isn't a problem.
No. The gym is not the problem. It's what they're putting in the way of solving the problem. Gym routine has nothing to do with it. But anyway, at this point, and quite frankly, to catch you up, I think Rogue C, kind of exposed herself more than she should have, but maybe she's smart and I don't see her point in doing it.
Hey, shout out to Ruthless Truth because he did use
Ruthless
exactly
Truth
what she
is a
said.
goddamn moron.
He used exactly what she said and he pointed out the problem.
No, he did not.
Nobody likes what he said, but that doesn't change the fact that what he said
Because he's
was
an
the truth.
asshole who tends to be wrong. Dude, I've already, you know what? You go back and listen to my analysis of Ruthless Truth's initial foray into his future stupidity. Dude is, in the end, he's not marriage material. Pretty much he admits it. He's the wrong messenger to give out marriage advice. And he needs to understand that. You don't want to get married, whatever the reason is, stop giving marriage advice. You sound like a fucking idiot, and you're not even good at maintaining your own stable. So I hear. He's got problems.
There, in relationships, there will be days where you hide in the bathroom on the
motherfucker. Once
Stanley,
again,
if you're not going to let me talk,
no,
Stanley,
I'm just fucking annoyed.
I know you're annoyed, but you gotta check
you guys are one note. Relationships, a relationship could be marriage, a relationship could be one night stand. It's all relationship. You all touch flesh. That's literally what I hear.
You're
it's all
dismissing
one note.
the genuine aspect of it, like what really happens in
Okay,
relationship.
dude, I fear that you guys wouldn't know genuine if it spanked you on the ass.
Hey man, I've been married for what 6-8 years now. I kind
Well,
of do
I'm
know.
not talking about you, and you're gonna be the exception when I say you. I don't care about your business and all that. What I do expect is, hey, call a dumb. I'm going to use the N-word privilege. Call a dumb nigga a dumb nigga, and there are two of them on this panel. I mean,
People fear not being.
I mean,
I fear for
Nidus's
people
panel.
not being able to decipher what's good advice and what's not. I mean, to just dismiss
Don't
it because
take it,
you can't
dude.
tell the
You know what?
difference. You can't tell the
You know what?
difference. You might have a problem with discerning what's right and what's wrong. And probably
Don't
because your
ever
base
come
is
up to
messed up.
don't ever come up to a panel and talk about your marriage. That would be my advice. Ever.
Yeah, well, since she did, and he used everything she said against him, where's he wrong at?
Everything. He's got nothing right. Zero.
Okay, her scenario, she said that she wanted him to go to the gym, and he
Motherfucker,
didn't.
what
And she
man?
threw a
No,
fucking
let
temper
me tell
tantrum
you
and
where
ended the
wrong.
relationship.
This woman, y'all should have kept her at arm's length. This is not motherfucking Oprah.
Right, but she did it, and then she's telling people about it, trying to gain sympathy or somebody to just take her side,
And
that's
y'all
what
should have done.
you're doing.
Let me ask you a question. Do you notice up to this point how much I said when Rogue C was up there? How much did I say?
Oh, I didn't. I wasn't. I got up in here about 10 minutes ago.
Let me help you out. I said zero.
Well, I was
didn't
there.
even interject.
I was there. I just thought we'd pick up on like certain points where I had an
if
issue
you were
or whatever.
there, then you know I said zero because I don't care. It's nothing I can fix. I can hear the story, but in the end, as much as I'd love to do some magic and reverse time and all that bullshit, it is up to her. She's an adult. Me even offering advice is problematic.
You didn't hear the
Now these
stupid in her story?
these dumb motherfuckers who want to interject this manosphere bullshit, they didn't help other than, these guys are really they are a problem.
It annoys you because you want him to be wrong and he wasn't.
Motherfucker, I want him to be right. I want him to surprise me. I want him to say something that just makes me think, oh shit, this motherfucker's not a piece of shit. No.
I thought
you think I want
no,
see, this is what you and the anti-blacks don't understand. I want these motherfuckers to succeed, but they keep blundering. Dude, if Ruthless had said something that just that's a smart motherfucker. Why am I not up on his panel more? These dudes failed, and they failed hard, and they basically took a woman who went too far. She did go too far with offering too much business. But I've offered my personal business, but I do it in measured ways. I can't imagine what the backlash will be. And Rogue C might have done the same thing. She might have, given some rope, and maybe they'll hang themselves on it. Ruthless Truth is a problem. And if he ever comes up on my panel and wants to offer married advice, I'll just put him in the back. Motherfucker, don't you ever talk about marriage. You're the wrong messenger, which I said a few times. And I don't know, Savage, don't really have an assessment other than he's got thin skin. Any remarks before I start this? All right. Well, I'm kind of impressed with
Savage.
these motherfuckers
Yeah.
just
I
fucking
got a remark,
left a
Stanley.
panel. I'm sorry.
I don't know how I sound, but I got a remark. What bothered
Okay.
Savage is the same thing I tried to tell you about a while ago, but it doesn't matter. I don't want you to
Oh,
change
was
it.
it
I like
something about the woman bashing?
you do tend to
Let me
you sort of
ask you
walk
a
in the
question
steps.
while
Like
you're
you
stumbling,
consider
while
the
you're
others.
stumbling, while you're
No, you
stumbling
consider
for a
their
word,
position before your own. So that is it.
while you're stumbling for
Not
a
stumbling. You
way
keep
or a
interrupting.
word, you are absolute. Dude, do you think I said woman bashing just because, first thing I could think of?
No, I just don't know where you get it from because it's not that. He was using
The
the scenario he
manosphere
gave.
is women bashing.
Define bashing anyway.
Motherfucker, if you don't know what bashing means,
No, I don't. And I don't
go back
understand.
to
There's a
second
few things I
grade
don't
and
understand. I
look at your
don't
second
understand
grade
anti-black.
dictionary.
I don't understand.
The black manosphere and what they did up here today was ungentlemanly. They are women bashers,
They're not
especially Ruthless
manosphere.
Truth.
Those
Yes,
are
they are. Yes,
Lapista.
they are. And you know what? The
They're
little
Fight Club.
pussy in the do-rag who got upset when I said it, I don't give a fuck. I'm glad he
They're
left
Fight Club.
because he was not ready. He
They are
didn't
Fight
know
Club.
into
They're
it.
not manosphere.
Motherfucker,
Big
don't.
difference.
Hey, now he knows. When he came up the second time, he was much more careful about his language.
Yeah, he doesn't know the Stanley mess.
All I have to say is you need to bring your A game. Don't fucking come up here with this half-assed bullshit. In Ruthless Truth, I'm not done with him yet. Ruthless Truth actually reminds me of Hood Conservative. Fred, they're manosphere. They are manosphere-ish. You know what? I know it's a tight club, and I know there's membership cards and all that bullshit. These motherfuckers, hey, when I say manosphere, I literally mean woman bashers.
I think it's important to get the proper nomenclature.
No, it's not important at all. The manosphere is
because
not
you're talking
important.
about one and you're
The manosphere is not important. It's only important in the manosphere. Outside of the manosphere, who cares?
This is why you should be wrong and not even know why you're wrong. Because you're wrong.
You know what? You know what? All I have to say is maybe I'm abusing my privileges, but the bottom line is you treat women with respect, even if it hurts sometimes. And if y'all young bucks don't know that shit, then hey, divorce at will.
Nah, we came across some that definitely do not deserve respect.
Motherfucker, you better be careful with that
regardless
shit.
of what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't yell speak radio. You'll know it when I yell. So let's play some more of them.
I'm not trying to be contentious. We just actually.
Oh, no. I don't think you're contentious, but I do think you're defending the indefensible. These motherfuckers are just one step above hoodlums.
You do have to judge accordingly.
No, motherfucker. I can judge. I was on. Hey, I was on the panel and you were not. So I may be judging harshly. I may be incorrect. I might be wrong, but I was there, Dave. You were in the chat.
I wanted to come up there, but I just be on some other shit.
Nidish might be the smartest. Look, Nidish knows how to separate the sheep from the goat. So anyway,
I'll take your word for it.
Look, I'm not claiming to be almighty right, but there's some problems, and it isn't me. These motherfuckers are just weird. And why the fuck would they pick on a girl, a woman they don't know? It's just weird to me. Fucking show her some respect and stop painting women with a broad brush, men with a broad brush. These are knuckleheads. And Fred, you can rage all you want. The manosphere is toxic. The black manosphere is even more toxic. The black manosphere is the flu, and the manosphere in general was the cold. This feminization bullshit is bullshit. And what if America's feminized motherfuckers code switch?
This Rogue C, in my opinion, is out of line. For her to sabotage the relationship because she couldn't have her way.
That's crazy. I did not hear that. Where did you hear that at?
She said because he didn't go to gym with her, she stopped giving him sex.
A whole lot more than that. You just took the pieces that you.
No. Let me say what she said.
You hate all black women.
I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Big. Well, I'm not gonna go into whatever because that's a woman you just hate. That's all it is. That's all.
I love her. I
might have to stay here.
Yeah, I love Rosie.
Oh my goodness.
I love Venus too.
Oh god damn it. Let's see here. Did he take that down? I don't understand why there was a codec error there.
Toxicity is going to be short-lived. It's going to get too toxic in the break because it's toxic. You can only put away so much in somebody.
Men can't stand toxicity, period.
Down to lay down. All they do is talk bad about bitches over there every single day.
I love my women. Stop it, Nidish.
Ruthless, send me your link, yo.
Nidish, put it on there, Nidish.
And then a nigga.
This isn't jump ahead a little bit.
I'm the leader. If she's picking me to be the leader, then I'm gonna lead how I see fit. If you don't like
I think this is where I chased the little yellow shirted fool off.
And we listen to you say, "Hey, baby, why didn't you let me know?"
Oh, I didn't say that.
Just
I didn't say that.
All the air came out your tired end. We looked at you as like one of them ones until we heard that phone call.
Okay, whatever. So anyway, right? Women are a very large order to sign up for, man. It's either it's happy wife, or she's leaving your ass, and she still might leave you anyway. If somebody she's compromised by influence, if she's influenced by work husband.
In fact, she's going to
this motherfucker is
Aisha Curry.
Fucking
Aisha Curry is right now saying she want to get eye fucked by niggas after, and she's been married. Yeah, she said in front of his mama. She said in front of his mama.
Do you think Aisha?
Bottom line, Aisha Curry.
No, Rufus, answer the question. Does Steph have options?
I don't know. Shit.
Yes.
Is Aisha Curry like any woman you might meet in those people don't live the everyday workaday world life. Why are you even caring about what's happening with them other than just, hey, that's interesting?
The average woman cheats at a higher rate than
Aisha Curry is not the average woman.
She's not.
What I'm saying is there's no difference.
And what I'm saying is there's an obvious difference that you might want to think before you speak on that. I'm listening. Be right back. Well, you know what? Again, I'll say it again. That's all I need to know.
They're like high school sweethearts. And if she wants to leave, which he's not opening the door for her to leave because he still loves her, but if she wants to leave, Steph will be perfectly okay because he has options up the ass. But because he's the man that he is, he's not leaving her. So it's not even about her. It's about his convictions, his faith, and all kind of other things.
But what we do know is
he as an individual from the outside looking in is out of pocket. He as an individual is not concerned about it.
But she don't care about his well-being at all.
but he's not in a bad place. See, what you're describing is if he's like a broken man and he's sad and whatever else, and she's doing something to him. He don't really fuck. If she goes, she goes. If she stays, she stays. Whenever I see Steph Curry, he looks like a happy teenager. He's always like smiling. I've never seen Steph Curry look like sad or depressed, or he's not Will Smith and Jada Pinkett.
I see that nigga throw his mouth into the crowd. I seen him get mad several times. But anyway, right? All I'm saying is, good luck, man. Usually, if you're married, make it work. You got a happy wife and happy life, nigga. Bow down, nigga. And
I said, you might agree with me on this one. I'm the youngest, probably. If you're a leader in a relationship, isn't it like playing chess? You have to be good at playing chess because a relationship is like playing chess. You have to be the one that knows the moves, know when to set up these pieces, know when to have your queen work this position so she can work for you. Sometimes you're gonna have to be like, you know what, it's all good for your benefit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I just think if you have to be in a marriage and it's like a game of chess, you always have to sit down every night and strategize. It's not a good marriage.
No, you have to strategize in a relationship regardless.
No, I think if a marriage is working,
marriage is
it just comes naturally. I didn't sit down and plan. Sometimes sitting down and talking about what's going to happen going forward. Sometimes sitting down and just talking it out. But I'm not even being coy. I'm not saying it just to be contrary. My experience is that there were some times when I had to remind her. I literally had to say, you need to know your place. But I was married for 9 years, and that might have happened twice. It was natural. Now, the thing is that, she was kind of traditional anyway. So it wasn't a chess game. I found the right woman. We jived.
Okay, but do you agree that, from your observation, that most men now, if they want to stick with their women and make it work, they have to kind of make chess moves with the women that they're dealing with now? The ones that are new.
What? I'm gonna defer because I've been out of the dating market so long. I don't know. I got a 19-year-old. I'm like, he seems to be getting along with his girlfriend, so I don't know what his strategy is. I don't really care. But if you say so, I'll just have to defer. I don't have an answer. I don't know.
I answer your question.
Okay.
If a man wants a wife, the strategy is if he has to pretty much cater to her happiness for it to work or have a chance for it to last. So the strategy is yes, baby. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Okay, baby. Okay, sugar bombs. Sugar pumps, sugar pop. Grab that paper bag over there for me, sugar berry Bobby bombs. Y'all can not be challenged. Because you can't say.
It's like some of the dumbest fucking bullshit.
Tone, right? So you have to cater your speech, your tone, your masculinity to fit her femininity. So that means you basically got to be feminine to match her energy. You have to match her energy. If you
motherfuckers, if you want to get married, do not follow this advice.
Stand up and say,
it's just
masculine.
Sound like a whole bunch of hate.
I would just say be a nice, decent man that you're supposed to be, and when it's time to shut it down. You don't have to cater to your woman all the time. That's
no. You didn't hear what I said. Sugar plum, pop wallies. Can you?
Sugar plum is a woman. Sugar plum could be an old fat white man. So that's not going to put no emphasis on sugar plum. Do somebody else.
Yeah, sugar
plum. The original person of the picture. And that's the sugar plum. That's a whole nother girl. That's a white boy in Colorado. We don't know what sugar plum is.
Hey, Savage. If you need to take that trash out, you say, look, baby, hey, sugar plum, pop Woody, pop sock, Dr. Hershey. Can you grab that? Maybe if you have time, maybe if you feel like it, because you got a trash from you. She might say, yeah, baby, but don't make it happen. Yeah, that's how marriage life is.
That's my duty. I don't want her lifting no trash. I don't want her touching my dick with dirty hands.
No, I mean, you might be caught up cutting the grass and doing other things. You might say, Greg, could you sugar plum, pop the wallow,
love bug,
give her a hug, kiss her on the cheek. Could you grab that trash for me? Because I'm in the middle of cutting the grass. Then she might do it.
What's wrong with that though?
Ain't nothing wrong with that though. That's showing
love. As a leader, right?
A leader doesn't teach a man.
No, I'm just making your point, Savage, of the strategic, right? That's the strategy of the happy wife, happy life atmosphere.
Happy man.
To your point, if you get married, you would have to become that dude, do that. Sugar bump, sugar plop, honey bunches of love.
Wow. But I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with your girl, man.
You gotta say,
happy man, happy.
I'm telling you, these women, because the reason why this has to be this way, Savage, is because women are enslaved to their emotions and how they feel. And the moment that is compromised, and that you personally, you are compromising those feelings towards you, and they turn against you, you are finished. And she will leave and burn the house down.
I'm trying to think about if it's really compromising. The compromise is a good thing, kind of like sometimes.
No, if her emotions or her feelings are compromised, meaning if she acts just like Rube said, baby, would you go to the gym with me? And you say no, right?
Yeah, you know, these people are gonna bring me to using the N-word. Motherfuck. These guys are substandard. Who boy?
Now her feelings are going to be compromised because now she's going to turn you into an enemy. She's going to start giving you sex. She's going to start not talking to you.
Listen to this motherfucker.
I can see that, but it's not just no. There's more context to it. It's like, nah, baby, not right now. Do you want to? I could make some time out for you if you want, but you know how I have my routine. This is what I do.
No,
you can't just jump in and do that. But what if you need some time? Let me know when you have time for me, or when I have time to go to the gym with you, or give you some of that time.
So, Savage, here's the thing, right?
Yeah, listen to these dumb fucks. These motherfuckers are obsessing over the gym. And that was just like an anecdote. Totally. This is what dumb fucks like these idiots do. They're missing the fire for the smoke. Motherfucker, the fire you totally miss. The woman literally came up here and talked about some specific things, and these motherfucking muscleheads, glom on the gym. Dumb fucks. Ooh, I must sound manly. Let's talk about the gym. This is sad. Black men can do better.
Woman, you can make her feel like a queen, right? But if
you're doing that thing
at that moment,
you can't help.
She will burn the house down.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you're doing that thing again, but you can't help.
What thing is that?
You have no concern for what guys, how they set up, what they set up.
No, I don't need to, dude. I have done the guyness. I know what guyness is. Motherfucker, what the fuck do you think I've been doing for 60 years? But being a guy, being a man, being a father, dude, motherfucker. No, don't you tell me I've been doing that. Motherfucker. The thing I've been doing for 60 years is being successful.
Structured like settlement payments.
No, motherfucker, you need to concentrate on what I just said. That's the important part. Don't skip to my loo around it. Motherfucker, I am a black man who has been successful and retired at 60. I think I have a thing or two to say about what I see is as looming failure. The thing I do is be successful, son.
You ever got gains in the gym? You ever get good gains?
Motherfucker, I hate the gym. I'll run.
Oh, so then you don't know why.
Have I ever mentioned that I ran NCAA cross country in college? Runners, motherfucking, at least back in those days, hated the gym. Dude, I'll run fucking 10 miles before I fucking touch a weight, and sometimes you had to. I don't give a fuck about a gym.
So then you
As a matter of fact, if I'd been lucky enough to be married to that sylph, I would have just said, you know what? Let's find another plan. Maybe we can walk, maybe we can run. Walking's great for talking. Let's walk. Let's do that. The motherfucker. See, gyms are the death, apparently, of sane folks. Like the gym. What the fuck is a gym?
You really
Bottom
asking me?
line, bottom line is a bunch of motherfucking muscle heads talking about the gym, and none of these motherfuckers go to the gym. This motherfucker doesn't even trim his beard. This motherfucker doesn't even trim his beard.
The gym keeps people from killing
I
themselves.
don't give a fuck about a gym. Why do you keep talking about it?
Oh, but you care about hair barrettes and the chick needed them for a dance or something.
Would you say
drop
hair
everything.
barrettes?
Yeah,
What is a
I said
hair
that.
barrette?
Yeah, you would drop everything to make sure she had them. But you don't care about a guy's gym
Okay,
routine where he
hold on
kills
one sec.
somebody
You're
without releasing
clicking
that
a lot. Somewhere between the clicking. What do I care about again? Hello?
Yeah, you care about hair barrettes.
No, I actually don't.
That gym is keeping some of these guys sane. So they'll snap on people.
Motherfucker. Okay.
They gotta
You know
release
what?
that
If,
energy.
if the gym is that important, keeping some
You
of these
hated the gym.
motherfuckers sane, do you know how crazy that sounds?
No, it's not crazy. The gym is
It's
therapeutic. for guys.
absolutely crazy. So
You didn't
what
like the gym.
happens? What happens if the gym is closed? What's going to happen over the Christmas or Thanksgiving or New Year's holidays when the gym isn't open? What are these motherfuckers going to do?
Some gyms are 24/7. What are you talking about?
Okay. Well, back in the day, all I have to say, if the gym is your salvation, then I guess it's your salvation. I could think of better things to do.
You know what it feels like to get a good pump? You ever
To
had a
what?
You never had a good pump?
In the gym?
Yeah. You know what I mean by good pump, right?
See, now let me tell you what you're doing. You're trying to take me away from my comfort zone into your comfort zone. And guess what? I don't give a fuck. It's my panel. I don't give a fuck about the gym. If you like the gym, go to the gym. But do not,
It's the most
do
masculine
not,
thing
do
you've ever
not,
seen.
do not say, oh, I have. If it came down to your wife asking you to go to the gym, and again, there's problems with what Rogue C did, but in the end, there were no gentlemen on this panel. These motherfuckers are cads, to use an
Yeah,
old-fashioned
you
word.
didn't even see a consistent line of what she was complaining about and
I
the way
didn't
she
give a
handled.
whoa. Didn't you
Dude,
hear
got
what I
shit wrong,
said?
Stanley.
I
Fuck it.
don't
You
give
got shit wrong.
okay. You must have missed the part where I said I don't give a fuck about her problems. Chicago
You just
Rilla.
rely on
You know what?
logic. It's a
Hold
line
on
of
one sec.
logic.
Because that all gets cleared up because a dude named Chicago Rilla comes up and I had to deal with him. I don't give a fuck about her problems. And quite frankly, these guys spent too much time dealing with her problems. They can't fix her problems. It's a fool's game. I understand the rhetoric. We want to get up there and sound all funny and make jokes and stuff. But these motherfuckers are not the solution. And quite frankly, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. I bet.
True, but
You will
my
never
Lord.
have.
we
You
don't
would never
compromise.
have the patience
If
to let
she
me
has, if
explain
you
it.
have to
I'm
keep
sorry,
compromising,
what?
I said you would never have the patience to let anybody explain it to you why a consistent line of logic is necessary. When you listen to people, you see
There
if the
is
logic
no
breaks.
consistent
But
line
because
of
it's a
logic
woman,
that
you
was
did not. You
offered
just
on this.
missed it.
Dude, Dave,
You're like
Dave,
90%
Dave,
empathetic.
Dave. There was no consistent logic up here on this panel today. I'm not gonna motherfucking sit here and wait.
How she handled
See,
it.
this is what people want me to do. Sit here and wait for 88,000 words. I'll find my logic if I talk a lot. Eventually, something I say will take root, and then there's the logic. Motherfucker, know your logic before you speak. And no one does that. And even I don't do the best job at it, but at least I know what it is. Dude, I'm not going to have mercy. I'm not going to sit here and wait for you to develop an argument as we go. Before you speak on a point, you should already know your strategy. Motherfucker, before you open, before you make the challenge, when you say, oh, hey, when you say, oh, hey, I have a point to make, motherfucker, you better know what your point is. You don't develop it on the
What difference
fly.
does it make, Stanley? You already said, damn, look at me.
Already
The
said
answer to
what?
all her, you said, damn, listening. The answer to all her problems is when what she said. She told everybody what her problem was. Not that she spoke on the
And I
problem.
don't, and everyone had no clue what her problem is. They listened.
Everybody heard
past.
what her problem was.
Okay,
except for you and
no,
her.
they're
Didn't listen
still
to her.
talking about a goddamn gym like that was the problem.
See, you think it's about a gym.
These
It's not about the
motherfuckers
gym at
are
all.
talking about the gym as if that was the problem.
That's where a chick brain will get caught up. It's not about the
Okay,
gym.
no, then motherfuckers, there's no chick up on this panel, yet they're still talking about it. They
If it
have the
wasn't-
chick brain. Look, they have the chick brain.
You have the chick brain if you think it's about a gym. It's not about a gym.
Okay, hey, dumb fuck, listen to what I'm saying. They are talking about the gym. The dude in the yellow sweatshirt and the beard. They are talking about the gym as if that was the problem. That's what I'm saying.
You got the selective hearing going on. I get it.
Absolutely, I have selective hearing. Why wouldn't
That's
I?
why you don't know what the hell is going on the panel. And that's why the guy got pissed
Oh no,
off
no,
with
no,
it.
no, no, no. Here's what selective hearing, since you want to call it that, will do. Separate the wheat from the chaff, and you get to the heart of the problem. Like the gym is not the problem, they're glomming on it because it is low hanging fruit. The best they can do is diagnose why they couldn't go to the gym. The problem is not at the gym, dumb fucks.
Problem
Stop.
wasn't that she didn't go to the gym. It's the sidebar. The real issue is that she does the way she handled this issue was the way she handles everything. She wasn't being fair. That's the
You
real
have
issue.
no clue how she handled everything. Have you talked to her like
when she was talking, she was actually.
Dude, do you think she told you everything?
But I know how to. I listen. I know how to listen. That's why I don't.
Okay, no, you don't know how to listen. You do not know how to discern. And my question was, do you think she told everyone everything? Do you think you know all?
She realized
Okay,
that what she
then
was saying
why are
anyway
you so
wasn't
sure? Why
a
are you
direct
so
line on
sure
it.
about?
That's what I'm trying out.
Why are you so sure about what she did wrong? She didn't tell you everything, and she should not.
Hold on.
Dude, you talk about selective hearing. She just put out what she felt putting out would be comfortable to her, and y'all are ready to make a whole diagnosis. Y'all don't know shit. She couldn't and shouldn't tell you everything. Y'all just sound dumb.
Yeah,
That's my opinion.
You're right. 'Cause
Seriously,
usually married to a chick, right?
seriously. And
Absolutely.
then after this woman
I
is
understand
gone
why.
from the panel, after the woman is gone from the panel for a while, these motherfuckers are still talking about the gym. They didn't get it the first time.
Nah, Truth pointed it out. That's why I said his analysis was genius. But you missed that part.
His analysis was genius. Really?
Genius. Because you missed it.
As
you don't
in-
even know.
No, I don't even care.
You don't care.
Motherfucker, how can you be a genius about a half story? She did not tell you every detail of her life. None of these motherfuckers were there. They don't fucking know.
That's
They
like,
know what
that's
she
like saying,
they know, Dave, they know what she told them.
right. People take samples, and it's usually a representation of the whole. What do you say? I'm gonna
Dude,
take a
so
random sample.
you're gonna take subjective bits and pieces and form an opinion. This is not a way. People shouldn't be solving problems this way because who knows what the problem is. Y'all think it's some work of genius, and I think it is literally one step above Three Stooges level logic. That woman played y'all. That's my take. She fed you what she wanted y'all to know, and not you because you weren't on the panel. She fed the people on the panel what she wanted them to know, and probably everyone up here is just fucking. You know what? I swear I can see the puppet strings.
To her emotion, she needs to go. Plain and simple. I'm not bowing down to no chick like that.
But here's the problem, though, right? And here's the problem. I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. But here's the thing: men believe more in the nuclear family than the women do. So this is why the marriages that are making it are lasting. Men are doing a lot of acquiescing and catering too. So because they know that
because we are leaders.
No, because we are dutiful. Difference, right? We're to the duty of the kids, one household.
Oh,
keeping my wife.
and
Right?
Fred,
Dutiful.
to my
That's not necessarily
point,
leader.
this is why you have to, and you might have actually kind of helped me with this, dude. You got to stop caring. If you actually can't fix the problem or have no influence on the problem, you hear the story and critique it in the abstract, but you don't take a story that may or may not be true and apply it to your prejudices. It's dumb. It's just unrefined. Can't think of other words for that.
Because her emotions will lead that relationship if you want it to last.
That's if you let it.
No, I'm saying if you want it to last. If you challenge, she 100% will walk away from your ass. Because women, listen, women look for men to serve them.
In a way.
She thinks she's the prize, Savage. If she thinks she's the prize, right?
She's the wrong woman anyway.
No, check me out though. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm saying if she thinks she's the prize, right? That means she thinks she's better than you.
Facts.
That means she thinks she's equal or even more superior to you.
Facts.
So therefore, you need to be open up the doors, honey bunch, sugar plum, honey bunches of love.
You know fucking days, man.
This is why women are moving in such a way where they're breaking masculinity. And this is the thing, right? They really don't like the way, they don't like our logical thinking, right? A woman wants us to be females, right? They want us to be like them. They don't want you to be masculine and leadership.
They want you to be all of it. Feminine, masculine.
No, they don't want you. The moment you don't give her what she wants or compromise her happiness, she will create a hostile environment. And either you're going to apologize and honey bunches will love it and kiss them feet, or she's going to do like Rogue C did, right? Run you up out of it, or she's going to leave. So, see, this is the thing. Women take a price. That means she's leveraging. You know what she's leveraging? What you want, another nigga will.
Oh, then let him have it. There's 10 to 1. The thing about it is that if they go around dropping the pussy off, it makes them look bad, not us.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing about it. You're right, but here's the thing: men value the nuclear family overwhelmingly more than women.
And there's out there who we can make that work with. If they want to thought off, thought the fuck off. Right?
We're going to acquiesce. Men are going to acquiesce.
Not that every thought.
Well, I'm just saying, most men who are married, because you're not married, Savage, so that's why, right? You're not, and you'll be smart not to.
That's why I'm not. No.
But the men who do marry are in a commitment that's over 5 years, typically, or they get butt broke.
Yeah, man.
Because she thinks she's the prize. That means what? She expects you to cater to her. Whatever it is that she wants you to treat her as she wants to be treated, not how you want to treat her. You know what I'm saying? And this is why the black women divorce black men the most, because we're still under, well, we're going to treat you how we feel is good to treat you, even though it may be good, right?
Yeah.
But if it's not to her liking, it's just like you might as well not done it at all.
Yeah, that's true. But my thing is this. I know, like, I've seen in a relationship, and I know with me, if a chick likes you and wants you, you're going to do for her regardless. If she shows you how much she cares for you and likes you like that, you're going to do for her. So it's going to work out regardless. And we're down to do it. Even take the bullshit sometimes and still treat them right. But if you stand on your 10 and you keep letting the chick like belittle you and lower your worth, and she's the prize, she's got to go. We got to stop the red flags early in the first place. You know what I mean? We got to stop dealing with these chicks that and actually noticing their red flags and you know, nipping that shit in the bud, because we end up staying in a relationship, like you said, we're acquiescing or whatever you may call it, and we stay too long and end up fucked in the long run.
So let me ask you a question.
10 to 1, we have options. They
Let
don't.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Savage. Do you think that women run heavy on their emotions and how they feel?
Always.
So I believe this is 100% women, universal. This is a universal, all women run on this curve. Okay? With that being said, do you agree that emotions and feelings are fleeting?
Meaning like people are not having emotions?
Or, you know, you're happy one minute, you're mad the next minute, you're angry one minute.
I believe that they're uncontrolled.
Meaning they're up and down.
Uncontrolled. Both up and down.
And they're up and down, right? Yep. So this is back in the day, to Stanley's point, right? And I will agree with him on this point. Back in the day, this was made the balance work. Man were the rocks, right? We countered those emotional imbalances they had by using logic and reasoning, and solution based. Right? So if she's tripping out about something, our solution is, hey, let's do this, we'll be better. You get what I'm saying? But
you said we'll get better, or
we're solution based. So when emotions run high, like for example, you come in, your wife crying about her weight, right? You automatically know the solutions to the gym. Right, that's what I'm saying. So, but the problem with us being solutions and logical is it goes against emotions. Emotions and logic don't go together. They're separate. They're the opposite.
Can I ask you a quick question? Why would a woman be crying about her weight?
Because she's insecure.
Did her husband mock her or what?
No, it's no. It's internal conflict.
I have literally never heard a woman. If you say so.
Let me break it down to you, Stanley. Women, a majority, 100% are unhappy with themselves. This is why they wear a lot of makeup and get a lot of body things done to them, and lashes and stuff like the hair, because the insecurities, the internal conflict with themselves, right? They always want to change.
Hold on one second. Yeah, wait. I just thought about that. Stanley, say what you were saying again. Like, why would she?
No, I was saying, why would a woman cry about her weight unless her husband was in there mocking her about her weight?
But it doesn't. It's not necessarily her husband. If she's going to her husband crying about it, something outside of that and how that made her feel some type of way made her go to her husband crying about it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It's internal conflict. It's internal conflict. It's within herself. It's all in her head.
That doesn't sound like an internal conflict. It sounds like someone roasted her about it.
No. Let me give you an example.
If it didn't bother her, if it wasn't something internal for her, she wouldn't be crying about it.
Right. So let me give you an example. So my ex, right? She was a bad bitch, but her titties were small, which I liked it, right? I thought they were perfect. But she felt she was insecure about them because she wanted them to be bigger. She had a small because she wanted a C cup. So she kept saying, do you think I should get my tits done? I said, no, they're perfect. I love them the way they are. And know what she would tell me? I'm getting them done. Right? Because this would literally bother her for every so often she would go in these, she would cry, she would be very disconnected. And it's all about, because she's insecure about the way her
did she get them done?
Yeah, some other dude got him done, not me though.
Gotcha.
He broke up. I got rid of him. But the point I'm making is women on a large scale are very unhappy with it, so that's why they put so much makeup on and cover up their blemishes. But they think makeup makes them look better, but we know it doesn't, right?
Do all women put on heavy makeup?
At least 99.9% of the population does of women. Yeah. There are some who are natural.
Maybe it's different in the South.
Yeah, they're the natural. They're very minority though. Majority, 99.9% of all women take the makeup on. They put the fake hair, fake lashes, all these things, right? Because they feel that they're improving themselves, what makes them happier. They're trying to cover up their insecurities. And this is most, I'll say all women, pretty much, even the women that don't. Now, my last ex, she didn't wear makeup. That's how bad she was. She didn't never wear makeup, but she was insecure about her breast. So it don't necessarily have to be, it's whatever it may be, right? Women are.
I have a question. What does any of this matter if all you want to do is date a woman for sex or having a good time or whatever? Why does it actually matter how they present themselves? This motherfucker is a half-wit, to be honest. Or let's not be that it's a half-witted argument. He can do better. It's so inconsistent. If all you want to do is never get married and have a stable of women, what does it matter how much makeup? It's so inconsistent. It's basically incoherent.
Very insecure within themselves, as well as they're insecure about their men, right? They think that
and
fucking other women, even if you don't call back a certain time,
just want to say, well, Stanley doesn't care about the black community. Motherfucker, I care that the black community, in quotes, is smart. We cannot be this dumb. These motherfuckers are outright dumb. They're presenting incoherent, inconsistent, and whatever other adjective I can think of. The motherfuckers just sound dumb.
If you're not. So
is insecurity strictly a female thing, or do men
no,
get insecure?
It's a male and a female thing, but for men, it's different though, right? Our looks don't really hold a heavy because our value is different, right? So our value really comes from economic success, being manly, not a coward, stuff like that, right? So yeah, but if they call you a bitch, then that's gonna be a fight, right? And if you're broke, that is niggas don't want that.
If you fight because somebody called you a name, isn't that an insecurity too?
No, I'm just saying that could be an insecurity of a man, right? If you call him a bitch, calling him a woman, right? Men are insecure about the way other men think about them and judge it, called respect, right? So if a man, it depends on where you're at. Now, if you mess with a dude for some years, right? And you know him, and you call him a bitch, he might say, hey, don't do that. I ain't fuck with you anymore. But now if you go to a strange man in a bar and you just go up to him, you's a bitch ass, hoe ass nigga. That's most likely, unless you're extremely big dude and he's extremely small dude, right? He might go get a pistol or he might just walk away. But if you're his side and he sides you up, he's taking that fade. Because that is if you want to make a motherfucker feel insecure and fight you or dislike you, you're going to say those words, right? Those are fight. So men are insecure, but look ain't it, right? We're not the type that's going to go buy makeup, put on stuff, and do all that unless you're a transgender. But men typically, we don't try to change our looks. If our bodies look off, we'll go to gym and work out, whatever. But we're not going to go buy.
Fred, you know the interesting thing? There will never be a community if we just have ruthless truth. Dude, this is a fail. What is there to work with? Just motherfucker running his mouth. His brain has not caught up with the gibberish. Or the gibberish hasn't caught up. I can't tell.
We won't do that. We won't go to the extreme, but we kind of do the same thing.
No, but what I'm saying is that's not the biggest thing for us though. Women, their bodies is their currency in their mind. Women like money, men like beauty. So that's why women are more insecure about their looks because they're competing with other women. One, they want to be the baddest bitch, or whatever, and they want, So this is the thing. Where men, we compete with through money. That's what we really compete at. Money and sports. Nigga, who got the biggest bag? Who got the bag? Right? That's what we compete. Not really look so much. There are some guys who, but typically, you can be an ugly dude, but you put up in a Lamborghini, a good-looking dude, and he ain't gonna say too much about you, right? So that's how we are insecure.
What the fuck is this
We're
motherfucker
not gonna go
talking
to a woman
about?
crying about a body.
Lamborghini.
Oh, I don't like my left eye. Oh, I don't like. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Women will do that.
This is literally
We're
gibberish.
different in what we're insecure about. You call a nigga broke, that is a heavy. But if you call a woman broke, it's not really a big deal, right? She doesn't, even though they don't like it, but it's not as big as, let's say, if you call it fat. You call it fat, you're gonna lose your wife.
Probably lose your life.
But if you call her broke, she ain't worried about that because she can get a nigga. They can get a dude like nothing, even though they ain't got no money. Because women value isn't placed on their money, even though they value money, but they know they don't need that to get the best guy.
And they also now think that because they have money, they have value.
Right, and that value is to have leverage.
That money don't get no leverage. It don't matter. Like, 'cause all they're gonna do is buy a whole bunch of makeup, BBLs, and wigs and shit, and clothes that barely can fit.
We ain't did nothing yet. So now I'm going to restructure my chat.
Instead of listening
hold on.
Let me ask the question again. Are you saying that your wife is in competition with your homeboys?
Hey, I have one more thing to add. Family always comes first.
The fuck?
Period.
My family got a roof over their head. Her bills are paid. I dick her
Family
down.
always comes
In
first.
the scenario that we just listened to, she had to contribute to the roof being over your head.
Okay,
in the scenario we just listened to, she had
Nope,
to
thin line between broke motherfuckers and people who got money. They don't have
How
the
about
same
hold
issue.
on a second? Hold
I'm ready to
on.
fire off. This got me hot.
Hold
It's not
on.
all you then.
Yes, it is.
Not if you got to do. If it's all you, she don't have to do one job.
That's not true because most women work for power. They want that power of leverage
What a dumb fuck.
to be able to leave your ass or to run your ass off and still be efficient.
Hey, just bleed out of him.
This Rogue C, in my opinion, is out of line. For her to sabotage the relationship because she couldn't have her way.
That's crazy. I did not hear that. Where did you hear that at?
She said because he didn't go to jail with her, she stopped giving him sex.
A whole lot more than that. You just took the pieces that you.
No. Let me say what she said.
You made all black women, and because that's a chocolate big. Well, I'm not gonna go into whatever.
What you
Because
do?
that's
Go
a
back
woman,
in the action.
you
How
just
far
hate
back
all
can
it
you
is.
go?
I love her. I'll fuck with
Love
her. But yeah, I love Rosie.
Oh my goodness.
I love Venus too.
Actually, I've gone
Oh,
forward a
you
bit.
definitely.
No, I heard this
I'm
part.
playing. I love all my women, but it's just I'm a boss. They're gonna have to deal with it. I'm going to, at my discretion. If you bring a request to me as a leader.
Well, apparently you need to say something. What is it you need to say?
Nah, I think that some guys can pay for everything, and we have the bills in the house and the providing part down packed and all this and that shit. And there's some things we're just not that willing to compromise on. There's always like a hair split that has to happen. There's people who don't got their shit together who need the woman to pay the bills, and then there's guys who do, and you're gonna have two different results for that.
Are
But
you the patron saint of guys who don't have their shit together?
No, because black men
Okay,
ain't
well
shit.
that's
the
all I
default
need to
setting.
know. Whoa. You answered the question. You don't need to go any farther than that. As long as I know you're not the patron saint.
That I am. You bring a request to me. I'm going to hear you out.
What the fuck that got to do with what I was saying?
I'm gonna wait.
Oh my lord! You brought up of guys who don't have their shit together. You brought it up, Dave, not me.
Yeah, I said there's a line where there's guys
Yes,
gonna have
and
different.
I asked you about the people who are close to the line, the people who don't, the guys who don't have their shit together. I asked you a question, you answered it. Now,
That
what else
wasn't
do
my
you have
point.
to
That
say?
was your point. God
Okay,
damn.
then what's your point? And please get to it.
No, never mind. Play the tape.
Oh my lord.
You would
Really,
be
Dave?
creepy to listen sometimes.
All I want you to do is get to the point. You made an interesting point, and I just needed to check if you were talking for people you don't represent, or do you represent them?
I represent the guys who got the shit together. Like my wife don't have to work.
Okay, I was talking about the guys who don't. Oh, sorry,
Wait.
who don't have their shit together. Do you represent them?
Nah, it was just the way Nice iterated. He added that in as if like you need your wife to work to do it. And then, well, hold on.
Well,
He was
you know
making
what?
a point.
He asked that for a reason. Remember, let me ask you a question though. One thing that I did note is this lady, apparently she was pregnant and working 2 jobs. I don't know that for sure, but you know, the way the timeline was presented, I don't know if you're a leader. Seems to me if you are a leader, especially if your wife is pregnant, I just have a whole bunch of questions. Why
I do too. She shouldn't have been working
they
while pregnant.
they didn't even get asked by the 2 stupid crew. They didn't ask the questions like what I've already said this. Why weren't they interrogating what the husband was doing? Why was someone, at least it seems she was pregnant and working 2 jobs? How was he a leader? Why was she working 2 jobs? Why was the mother of your child working 2 jobs? Her number 1 job is raising your child. If she has a part-time job to make ends meet, well, damn it, I appreciate it. But motherfucker, you better be working 1 more job than her.
And I don't want you to get this mixed up. Now, some women will live outside of their means and require you to work the second job.
Okay,
And,
we don't know that. We don't
I
know
know. So
that.
this is what
Why
I'm
are you
saying.
even
Like,
bringing it? Okay, you know
why
what?
do you think that
Then,
it was
well, let me
necessary
ask
for her
you
to
a
work a
question. No,
job
no,
in the
no, no.
first
Let's
place?
let's
Why can't she
go.
be a part of the
Let's
reason why?
okay.
You
Let's
assume
go
one
with that.
thing. Why can't it be the
No,
whole
you're
thing?
yelling. I
My
acquiesce,
bad.
to use a word.
My bad.
So if she's living outside of her means, why is she living outside of her means?
Because most
Because the
women nowadays are
motherfucker
headstrong.
was not a leader.
No.
We're
That's what
using
you
your
did.
theory. How would a pregnant woman working 2 jobs work out of her means? And I'm going to slow down. Who in the manospherist theory, the manospherian, or whatever T. Hassan Johnson called it, who controls that shit? She's the mother of your child. Motherfucker, you need to be working 1 more job than she is. If she is going outside of the budget, who controls that? Who's going to rein her back in? Can you tell me, please?
I can almost guarantee she controls it. And the one that's in control has
Oh,
to answer to why
motherfucker,
it's not
you are,
going
oh
right.
boy.
In her
Why
situation,
would you?
Stanley, it sounded
So
like
you're basically
from
saying
listening to
she's
her,
lying. So you're basically saying she's a liar.
she was already talking like she wanted to
What
control.
in that presentation
You're
this
not listening.
morning
That's why I asked you
gave
loud.
no, motherfucker, I'm not listening to stupid shit. You're making
No,
up
you
stuff.
want to
You're
default
making
to man the
see,
problem.
you did not listen to what this young lady said. You
I listened
you
to
are
what she
outside
said.
of the box.
She sounded pretty headstrong. That's why I know I could pull that from what I heard.
You know what? If a woman just said, "Where you going, hon?" She's masculine. That's what you motherfuckers do.
A good woman anticipates your request, Stanley.
You know what? You know what? Didn't David Bowie have a song about a geisha girl?
Yeah, he
That's
did.
what you motherfuckers need.
Yeah.
Not a black woman. Motherfucker. See, y'all don't even understand black women. I swear to God you don't.
Nor do
Hey,
I
somebody
want
for
to.
supporting the channel.
I think
Don't ever send
I
no fucking
think
chat.
there is a reason Hood Servative gets a foot put up his ass by a black woman. He's butt sore. She just beat him. The motherfucker wasn't up to it. Be up to your black woman.
I think there's a breakthrough about to happen. Pearl's visit to the manosphere or the
Fuck
space,
Pearl.
whatever you want to call it.
You know what?
Well,
Pearl is the
she
most
made some people
basic.
look at some
You know
things.
what? Pearl is literally what black women describe as a mousy haired, mouthy bitch. Pearl has no brain. Pearl has
I
no
love it.
brain.
I
Mousy
love it.
hair.
She makes you guys self-evaluate like nobody else could.
Wait, hold it.
There's a reason
Who's
why to
self?
hate.
Wait, hold it.
If you ever see somebody make good
Wait,
points and
hold it.
somebody not
Who
attack the
brought
points
up
they attack the
Pearl?
person,
Who brought up Pearl?
I did. I did.
Okay, then motherfucker, you go make love to her. She's a mousy haired, mouthy, basic. She's basic. She's not
I
dude,
didn't bring her
she
up
is
because I wanted to make
basic.
love to her. I brought her
You
up
brought
because
her
she
up.
makes
She
people
must
self-evaluate.
be hey, she's top of mind, admit it.
No, she's hitting real close to the same point I'm hitting.
She is the woman that got away for many black motherfuckers.
I think
I'm going to
she's
use my
opening the
John
eyes to a
Galt
lot of
training
people.
now. I'm using my John Galt training. You motherfuckers couldn't get her, right?
I don't even think she realized what she did, but she's opened up the eye the way most black people react to attacking a point and not the person. And it's several other fronts that I can't name right
No,
now.
that
There's other
anyone
there's a
would
certain
get up
amount of
there. Let me put it to
self-evaluation
you
that
this way.
if you can't listen objectively,
Oh no,
then you might
of
need to
course I can't.
self-evaluate.
Wait, hold it. Is that a requirement on a YouTube panel to be objective?
Nor is being nice to women, Stanley. I don't see no rule book. You're
Hey,
right.
you know what?
I agree with you.
Touche, and you checkmated me. Don't be nice to women. But
I don't even have to be likable.
don't call yourself a man.
Where's the rule on that?
Don't call yourself a goddamn leader. A leader knows how to
Show
treat
me that
people.
as well in the rule book. Where's the rule book?
There isn't one.
Okay, so who are you? Who are you, the authority?
Oh well, motherfucker. Oh, that's even better. Be yourself. If you're a dick, be a dick. And you know what? Ruthless Truth is a dick. He was himself, and I even gave him a compliment. He's being himself. A big motherfucking dick. There's a reason he doesn't want to get married. Probably several women have told him, fuck you, you're not marriage material.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying on every point you make. But when somebody else is making a point, you shut it down before you even let them make the point.
Dude, I think they're bad points. Give me a good point. Give me a point I can work with, Dave.
As far as this situation on the panel,
You come up with a point on this topic, this video. You were there. Come up with a point that I can work with.
I think that if you observe somebody's behavior and they tell you something from their personal life, and you can see the consistency of how they are and how their results turned out on that particular.
Dave, you faded out, and I think it's on purpose,
Okay.
Dave.
No, there is a dead spot over here.
It's a joke, Dave.
No, but if she's headstrong on the panel and she tells you an example of her relationship, and the result sounds like something that would happen if it was a headstrong person, and you can see the similarity, or if you've known the person, if you experienced that, you can say, yeah, that's probably why, or maybe she is like that. With women, it's like even on a panel, you can't tell what's going to happen because they talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? You got to observe the behavior. And if you could pick up on the behavior by what she's saying and the result of what she's saying, you might be right.
Well, let me know when you're done, first of all.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I was on in T's chat a few days ago. Maybe it was Sunday, maybe it was Monday. And some woman was up there, and I literally, this woman was going way too far. And you know what? I typed in the chat, you need to. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just remembered. It was a guy who was on the chat with No Love T, and two guys, Shadow something or another, Shadow Provider or whatever the fuck. So one guy fell asleep and he was snoring and all that stuff. So, eventually T muted him at my request. So she unmuted him. This motherfucker was talking in his sleep. And T said, hey, are you awake? And this motherfucker was literally talking in his sleep. And I literally typed in caps, mute him. Okay, motherfucker, you mute the motherfucker. If we're sure he's asleep and he's talking in his sleep, you do not let him stay up on that goddamn panel. Boot him or mute him. One of the two. It's
Right.
just not something no decent motherfucking human being would ever. Dude, mute him. We don't need to know. I'm the same way on this panel. I do think that that Rogue C let a little bit too much out of the barn, but it's her business. And, now that the business is out, these motherfuckers are incapable. I am not impressed with not a motherfucker up on this panel, probably including me. They're idiots. And the problem that these assholes think is that I need to let them go through their little arguments. No, I don't. Motherfucker, your argument is stupid. I know it. 3 to 5 words in, I won't be bothered with your stupidity. Boot me off the panel. But if you come up on my panel, and I think it's a stupid motherfucking argument, this is why I'm not progressing towards monetization faster. I'm simply not going to do it. I will not lose my soul over some dumb motherfuckers. Simply not going to happen. If it takes me 5 years to get to motherfucking 500, I need to be able to sleep at night.
Right, you're not wrong. I guess you could.
Well, no, I'm wrong. I just don't, dude. I don't need the money that bad. And Lou is here. What's up, Lou?
What's going on?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Herbie over here chipping out.
No, I've been in and out. I just finally, got my dog walk started. So me and the dog's out chilling. And yeah, you're never gonna get anywhere, Stanley, and I'm actually okay with it. Because on YouTube, especially in these parts of YouTube, people will sacrifice, who they are, their integrity. They'll do all that for a little piece of business.
I just can't believe people do that, though. Why would they do that?
because they're trying to get put on, man. They're trying to get famous. They're trying to grow their channel. They're trying to, you remember in the military, the little politics that you probably didn't play
No,
them because it
motherfucker.
was
Nope.
officers. Nah,
You
you know
know
what's up,
what?
man. You
You
know
know
you know what I'm
what?
talking about. Nah,
I know
I know
what
you
you're
meant you.
talking about,
Okay,
but let
okay,
me tell you my consistency though. I didn't play the politics then either because I was always the biggest dog.
right.
Motherfucker, dude,
But you understand, hey, such and such is
I
walking
under,
through the door. You know, that's how it is, man. They doing it right now, man. Hey, Pearl
yeah,
coming to the channel.
yeah,
Pearl's in the chat. We need to hey, everybody tighten up. Pearl's in the building. Like they
fuck
do that
all
all shit
that.
all the time.
Oh yeah, the butt
Well, I
clenching.
do it. I do it too. I mean, when MOT, who is, I didn't know who MOT was until Dave kept telling me he was Mr. President, how I should address him. But the bottom line, look, there's nothing wrong with code switching, but code switching isn't the same thing as selling your soul. This isn't a Faustian channel.
Nah, I know what you're talking about. There's definitely
Okay,
a difference.
free zone. My problem with Stanley is that he'll have this blind allegiance to the female where like the guy is wrong. If the situation sounds funny, the guy's wrong. It's like there's no chance ever where the woman could be headstrong or the guy could be so henpecked he's like, whatever, do what you do. So she's working 2 jobs and pregnant, right? Does that mean that the
Uh huh.
guy, does that necessarily mean that the guy is a failed leader?
Here's you answer the question, and then I'll tell you my problem, which will blow that dumbass bullshit out of the
What?
water. Dave,
So
do
so
better.
if wait, so if you're asking me, and I'll personalize it because I kind of, if I have a baby mama that has to work 2 jobs to support herself,
No,
am
they
I a
were
failed
married.
leader?
They were married.
Oh,
At
so
least
I'm
I
married to a
don't I
woman.
don't
She's
know
working 2 jobs
I
to take
don't
care of
know the
everything.
timeline. I don't know the
Okay.
timeline. But from what I've heard, and Dave, you can confirm or deny, it seemed like they were married or close to getting married. It seems like she was working 2 jobs after the child, and no one asked what the husband was doing. Jim was the biggest. There were so many other questions that could have been asked, but these
Okay,
fools on this screen just glommed on the Jim.
okay. So she said
It's
that her husband, after she dropped the baby, her husband wouldn't go to the gym with her, so she blew up the marriage for that. Not the part
And
where
she
she was
also said
pregnant.
she gained weight and all that stuff.
Yeah, but not. We know
As
how
is natural, all
postpartum.
women will gain weight when you're pregnant.
Yeah, and we know how postpartum goes, but like it wasn't the fact she was working 2 jobs.
No,
It was the
motherfucker.
he
Do
didn't go
you?
to the gym with me. The final straw. I know
I,
it's like
I,
inconsistent, but if you heard the story, you would hear her trying to be demanding, and it was
No,
probably the
she
guy getting
wasn't
her
being
push.
demanding.
She played with the. She admitted that she stopped giving him sex, and she because she couldn't control him
Yeah,
or nothing
she
else. She
admitted she
understood she wanted
admitted that
everything.
she kind of gave up after what, Dave?
After you
After
said he
what,
didn't want to
Dave?
go to the gym with her.
No, you know what? You have
What you
hey,
tell
I
me,
don't, I
Stanley?
don't,
I'm not
oh
gonna
my
let
I don't,
that
I don't
God,
know
slide.
who we're
Joey.
talking. If we're talking about
Dude,
ruthless, yes, it's his
I
fault. If
give
we're not
up.
talking about
I
ruthless,
give
I'm blaming the woman.
you know what? Dave, I give up. I would have to play this motherfucker all over again, and I'm not doing it. So Dave, you win. You just win, motherfucker.
No, I won the attrition, but I didn't want that.
Fuck it.
I want you to say,
JB,
Uncle.
what's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What up? What up,
Nothing,
JB?
baby.
What's up, buddy?
So I'm playing this because I get to dude, I'm never going up I'm never going up on Nightish's panel again. Dude, these motherfuckers are not ready. Now this is this is sped up to 1 1/4.
Shout out to
Well,
Rose
okay.
Lee for Cash App.
Here's what I will ask. I don't know the situation, right? I don't know the situation, but I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond with a question, just from a married perspective. Let's say that it is her fault. What do you, as a man, gain from the perspective of the whole entire situation ending is her fault?
I don't even understand what that means.
Well, it justifies the argument that most guys are making that
No,
we're
it
not
does
working
not
with.
justify an
That's
argument
it.
because I don't
it's a slight
understand the question.
Okay,
It's a slight
if
satisfaction to those who make the argument that they're not working with you. That's all.
okay, a little bit of satisfaction. That ain't enough for me, but all right, cool.
Okay,
What I was
here's the
asking,
deal. If this motherfucker, if your husband was the leader, everyone says you ought to be controlling the situation and outcomes and all that. That's that. You're the leader. You're responsible. If it fails, it's your fault. If you get divorced, it's your fault. Motherfuckers don't understand what leadership is. If you are a leader in a marriage and the marriage fails, well, motherfucker, the leader always gets blamed. It is always the leader's fault. That's the way it works. Dumb fucks aren't able to be leaders because they're not able to accept responsibility for failure. It doesn't matter. Fault and responsibility. Hold on. Fault and responsibility are not synonymous.
and that's where I was trying to get to, Stanley. Like that's why
Well, you
I
were
agree.
in the military, so I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry.
But right, that's what I'm saying. Like, other than a little bit of satisfaction that I was right, what do I get for, like, if me and my wife get a divorce? Outside of that, what do I get?
It's a fail.
Yeah. So I don't even want to play that game. I really don't, man. And it's not even like covering for the chick or any of that stuff. It's just, even if women are the problem, women aren't the solution. And I know that seems counterintuitive to people, but
well, apparently men aren't either.
And so the problem will persist.
Yes.
I give them that. Okay. The women are the problem. They got all these benefits, all these goodies. Let's say that's true.
Well, see, I don't think they all do.
No. What I'm saying is Stanley, even if I give them, I don't even want to argue with you on that. Let's say you're right. Let's just hypothetically say you're right. Okay. How does that help anything? Because if they have a benefit, you're not going to argue with them to give up their benefit. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? So it's just,
if you're gonna go that way, then motherfucker, don't sink the ship.
What you mean?
Because this is literally what I see. I wish I could go back and play this, dude. One of the things my father taught me from early on, maybe in high school, sometimes you're gonna have to do shit you don't want to do to maintain the peace. This was these motherfuckers assume that being a leader means that you will be happy all the time, and if you're not, bring me a glass of milk or bring me a beer to make me happy. The wives it is not their job necessarily to make you happy, depending on the situation. All I'm saying is if you actually think that men are the leaders, and I'm not motherfucking talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, your leader in a union, marriage, whatever you decide, but motherfucker, it better be binding. If you're gonna lead, motherfucker, they better be your unit. They better be with you. And when you fail, you fucking accept responsibility for it. In this bullshit about, look, I don't even want to go into Rogue C's shit because it's nothing I've ever experienced. The way she described it will, of course, make you sympathetic to her. But none of these dumb fucks, they went in on her. They never questioned the husband. And I think these motherfuckers are idiots. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. I literally, dude, most motherfuckers cannot think. They don't know how to do arguments. Dude, I drove some motherfuckers off of Nidish's panel. By the way, I will take the week off. I enjoyed talking to Nidish, but motherfucker, his guests are just weaklings. And it pisses me off. These motherfucking leaders of, these black men are supposed to be leaders, get their feelings hurt real quick.
This is kind of
pussies. They are pussies.
All right, so at the risk of sounding contradictory, I actually have to go the other way with that one, Stanley. To me, the fault is whoever's in the room. Like because if someone like her is online telling us about somebody offline that's fucking up, and we can't go get that person, then I gotta ask you questions. What part did you play in it? Especially since all of these discussions, there's this fight for equality and stuff. So it just depends, bro. It really depends.
Lou,
what up?
I agree, but you only have half the story. And to be honest, if I had to find fault, these dumb fucks on the panel are cads, to use an old-fashioned word.
Yeah.
CADS, cads. However,
like if the first question I ask you,
hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Rogue C took a risk, and she will be fine and all that stuff, but these dumb motherfuckers, she must have known that they wouldn't understand.
Nah, these niggas wouldn't understand that.
She heard herself as she was talking and got the fuck up out of there.
I don't disagree with that. She did hurt herself.
That I don't know,
because the motherfuckers were too dumb.
Right, and that's not a shot. I don't know what she said happened. I just know the conversations that happened, and the idea, the reality of it is that when somebody's telling you of something that somebody else did, you're only getting one side of the story. And so anytime I'm in that situation, I ask, okay, well, what did you do to make the situation happen? And depending upon how that question is answered, lets me know how much of that half is really bullshit. Because very rarely do you end up in a situation where you played no part in. Very rarely does that happen.
There's no way you could be in a marriage, and dude, it is such a two-way street.
I'm telling you, bro.
There is never. Now, it is possible that one side is worse than the other, but in any situation that is normal, I think that all these gentlemen up here, they kind of let her natter on. They should have shut her up. They should have just said, "Hey, look, it's great that you want to be so open, but this isn't the forum."
She buried herself
up there. Yeah. And she buried herself because none of these dumb fucks. It was the wrong room. Honestly, I literally, the whole time she was talking, I said nothing because, dude, I can't help. I'm not going to get that much involved. The story is the story, and these dumb fucks just glommed on the Jim story. Because that's the only thing they could grasp Ooh, Jim. Ooh, man, Jim. Wait. Motherfucker.
So
they're dumb.
was this from this morning?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go check it out. Go ahead and let the clip rock, because I don't even know what has been said. So go ahead.
Well, no, where I'm gonna get pleasure is running some motherfuckers off the panel because they couldn't handle, and I didn't
Okay,
even yell.
let's go.
Pretty much.
Let's go.
Because Ruthless and everything.
It's not
I was just
that
gonna
great,
say, you know,
but
I think in
they
a way
get
we're kinda
frustrated
talking
with
past each
me. I
other.
was kind of patient.
Ruthless is talking about, you know, his swinging bachelor lifestyle. I'm talking marriage. Two different things.
I was married.
Two different styles of leadership, for that matter.
Happy wife, happy life. You're right.
I agree with you, Stanley. I don't know why he ever talks about marriage when he knows he's a bachelor. He got a roster of 5 little young women that he, deal with once or twice a month, take them out to fancy dinners and do whatever else. And in that situation, you don't have to go work out with them. They got how they live. But that's not a wife, sir.
So I love all my women the same.
I believe you.
And if they have any request, I will listen. I will hear you out. Then I will make the final call. And that call will stand, or you have to find a different man.
Those are not wives, though.
Even if she was my wife, it's the same thing.
You ain't marrying shit, nigga. Cut it out.
Because I ain't gonna give her access to my car.
You won't even live with a bitch. You said they gotta be in their own separate place. And you deal with them when you feel like you're dealing with them.
Now, if she tries to move in, actually move in, I'm blocking her.
Did you say that or no?
Yeah, I'm blocking her if she actually move in.
See?
I'm getting out of there. You's a problem. Go find you some Jeff Rowe. Now you got 90s over here, eligible bachelor, looking to move somebody into a nice little comfy home. So he can, and then he got that slow song he played earlier. Now he's ready. Get with it.
It needs to be balanced.
Balance is simple. Balance is.
You shouldn't use me as example because I hate everybody. Fuck the
women. I'll burn chocolate.
Up to me.
Okay, you just said a Hershey bar.
Me and my bitch. She'll be Rogue. I'll be Wolverine. You take her glasses off.
I love Rogue. See, I think she's hot, but she just have to understand her role. That's it. It's only fair that we lay down our boundaries. Our boundaries. See, problem with Rogue, is
why is it a problem?
I'll tell you why. Because she comes with a plan, and if she doesn't have her way, she then throws out her leverage of whatever she wants to leverage against you. Because say, he's a leader. I'm going to try to overthrow his decision by making him feel uncomfortable. That is an insubordination.
I'm going to skip ahead
this might be you.
a bit.
I'm just coming at this.
If you're toxic, wait. Let me tell you.
You know the problem I have with Ruthless?
What's that?
He a bachelor, right? You just said he a bachelor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's an anti-marriage guy, but he always manages to find himself in the marriage conversation.
Yes, dude, that is just
and it's silly.
Well, the thing is
it's silly, bro.
Well, I think maybe people find him amusing. He came up on my panel yesterday, as a matter of fact, and he came in hot, and I had to shut that shit down. It's like, motherfucker, don't you ever. So
no, he is very amusing. Ruthless is amusing. It's just
he
has not. He's funny, bro.
Don't come on my panel.
No, not over here. He's not funny over here.
Well, no, what I'm saying is he's amusing to people who want to find him amusing. Dude, motherfucker, be clever. Clever can be amusing. I like if you're gonna be amusing, be clever and amusing. You can't just be a court jester. And this motherfucker I honestly think he came up here thinking he was gonna come in hot and like
do what he does on Sharon's and Izzy's and shit.
Never come in hot here. I will shut your ass down and have fun doing it. He didn't know what he was getting himself into. He also didn't understand that, dude, you're not that bright. To be honest, I know more words.
Stanley
he's
sprayed
he
him in the face with that bear spray as soon as he came
with the
in.
bear, with the bear, with the bear.
You know what? And I was happy, dude. I actually called him royalty, dude. I was happy he was here. I don't. He's cool, I think, but dude, just don't come in hot.
They magnetize, they draw into each other.
No, they
If
don't.
she said it was toxic and she
And
didn't want to be
there
around you,
is,
that's not what she
you know
said.
what?
She said it was toxic
This
and it was
I should
drawn
also
towards each
never
other.
react to
The song I
shows because
played,
I can
that song
never
is called
find the
Toxic.
right
He said
timelines.
that the bitch is toxic. She said that the
Look, there was a point in time where I engaged with Savage and the motherfucker got frustrated and left.
I
And I
forgot what
was
you
kind of
said too, but it
surprised.
was what did you say? Stanley was like you're bashing women or something like that. That was the
Motherfucker,
words
did
that
I
set him
even
off.
raise my voice?
No, you said
No,
bashing. He said,
I
"Hold up,
just,
what?"
dude, I didn't even curse. I was on my best behavior. And the motherfucker, well, what I said, I called the manosphere woman bashers. And that just triggered this motherfucker. You know what? I really just used the term. I had no clue it was going to have that kind of effect, but I'm not going to back down. It's what I think. Motherfucker got triggered because I called him, not him personally. I just said that manosphere bullshit is woman bashing. Who knew? And I'm gonna stand by it. Who the fuck is gonna tell me that I can't have my opinion?
Yeah, not his show in the morning, man. It's pretty lively over there. That should be silly. Like with Reese coming up with his wild ass he be having some crazy conspiracy theories. I enjoy that shit. That's funny.
Well, I'm gonna get bored because somewhere in here, someone
Geez,
gets
Stanley,
chased
you was up
off.
there for a while, huh?
Yeah, I was. And you know what? Actually, I'll stop fiddling around with this bullshit. You know what? I really need to do better with my editing. It was kind of classic Stanley. I was calm. I was controlled. I used my words. Hey, I was kind of proud of myself. I didn't even lose my temper. It was like, motherfucker, I know I can control the outcome. I was surprised when he just fucking quit. He shouldn't have done that. Because now I know what to do. Just fucking trigger him. Never fucking quit. Never retreat unless you have to. So now I know. So now we have a choice, folks. There is Tia San Johnson. Or we
Now I
can
want to
just
see
go
you.
to.
I want to see
You
you
know
in rare
what?
form, Stanley. Why?
You want to
What's
what?
going on, Stanley? I want to see you in rare form on this panel. Like, what's going on right now? You scatterbrained? What are we doing?
No, I got bored. Shit, I cannot find. I don't want.
Okay,
I
single
think
mother,
the
they cool
whole
with that.
thing's
Well,
boring.
could it be that maybe their husbands beat the shit out of them?
Your
Oh wait,
threshold for
hold it.
excitement is very,
That might
very.
be
That's
a
all I was
close.
saying
Uh,
on that
Hold
though.
on one
You've
sec.
been in marriage purgatory forever, so you are definitely out of date. If your wife would leave you, you would die alone.
He's also
Well, part of quote conservative values is maybe some of the young folks should be doing what the old folks did.
And that's where the old folks is fucked up because like the women have
Oh,
evolved.
see, you're telling me I come from another day, and I'm saying, hey, look, everything worked back in my day. I don't think it was fucked up at all.
I think that we should take from Stanley generation, but we do need to advance because everything's different. We should still have the morals of what Stanley comes from. So you know what I mean? That's being a man, a gentleman, and also making our woman feel good, not just
Notice
being
Nidus being asleep.
It's annoying. It's not even going to work. But adapting to the environment that we live in, man, because these women are a little different. They have to be taught.
So let me help you out. Let me help you out, Savage. Let me help you and Stanley out. See, back then, in Stanley's time, women got their value from marrying, right? How they had access to things, right? This is why they stayed married a lot of times, even though they were unhappy. Most marriages, even though they were unhappy marriages, but women stayed there for survival reasons, right? Now, women no longer value.
Yeah, this is such a dumb. Okay, well, you do realize that I didn't grow up during Jim Crow. Women had options in the 80s. I was growing up.
No, but I'm saying so much has changed. So much has changed from the 80s to 2025. That's over 40 years ago.
Well, I'm not saying nothing's changed. I'm saying in 1980, people got divorced. Divorce did exist.
So what I'm saying, Stanley, is all I'm saying is women have gotten worse since then, right? Women are,
but men have pretty much stayed the same, right?
Yes,
men haven't changed. It's the women who changed.
Let me help you out. Men have gotten more traditional since the 80s.
Dumb
women have gotten modern.
I remember back in the old days, the Sugar Hill Gang, for instance, when I was in 8th grade, men have changed.
Yeah, we're more traditional.
Just like no.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Back when I was in 8th grade, this was years before gangster rap came out. Sugar Hill Gang, they played it at the 8th grade dance.
You see him doing that? Now he's trying to pick the minority of men versus the majority.
No. I'm not trying to do anything. I don't do tricks. I don't do tricks when I talk. I'm a pretty straight shooter. All I'm saying, and I guess what I'm trying to say, is men have changed right along with the women.
Okay, so let me help you out, right?
No, don't help me out. How about educate me?
I'm gonna educate you. When men believe way more in a nuclear family than the women. This is why
I don't agree. Listen to you. You don't believe in a nuclear family.
No, I don't. But
okay, well then why are you the messenger for men who believe in a nuclear family?
This is conversation,
dude.
This is
like This is like easy motherfucking pickings. Why?
Damn.
God damn it! Don't make it easy. God damn it! Make me work for it, bitch. Dude, this was honestly, I'm disappointed. Damn.
In those streets, men, they find the women they love that they want to build with. They believe totally 100% in building the black community, and the only way or the best way to do that is through the nuclear family, right? Men ideology is totally
it does get a little naughty here.
Don't believe in the nuclear family. The women believe in self-love, and I will always love myself more than that nigga. So this is where the divide is, right? The women, this is why the women are leaving the most. This is why they're leading the numbers in divorces, because they don't value the nuclear family. They don't care. Single mother, they cool with that.
Well, could it be that maybe their husbands beat the shit out of them?
No, that is not the top of the.
Maybe their husband. Like Road C, the way Road C described it.
You're trying to win.
Now you're trying no. I always win. There is no losing in this conversation.
I mean, by just being alive.
Did you see what he did?
There's no way I can lose this. There's no way I can lose this.
Yeah, because you just talking about somebody getting beat, which that's not even.
It was a joke. It was a joke, Ruthless.
Oh, okay.
I got the joke.
So, but men are becoming way more beta than they are alpha.
Was family values beta? If men believe in family values?
So let me no, that's not has nothing to do with family value. It does. It actually does, because men value nuclear family and they understand
this is so sad
that the women are quitters. So for them to make this work, they have to acquiesce, and this is where the happy life comes in, right? For it to work, you can't.
Well, I read a statistic that young black males are not even getting married. Do you think that's the women's fault, or
it's the women's fault? It's the women's fault, because black men still want to get married. Listen, homies, if they find the apple of their eye, they want to boo up. But the women are pushing such high expectations, though, and not only that.
What's wrong with high expectations?
Well, six figures. That's unrealistic, right? Most men will never ever reach that. I mean,
You're missing
that kind of money in their life. That's
Ruthless,
one, right? Go ahead.
they're not valuing themselves for us to they're not valuing themselves, and then they're saying they want value.
Oh, actually, they are valuing themselves. They
No,
think
if you go around throwing your pussy and you doing all this and that, and you ain't even that chick, and you
no,
acting like it,
no. They're valuing themselves is because they're selling their coochie now.
but
Their
that's not
coochie
value.
is their. Listen, women right now, and this is why men aren't marrying them, because men have Google, men have information to show that women are in large quitters, right? They are in large 304s, right? They are in large prostitutes. So men are seeing this, young men, they're seeing this and say, you know what? Why would I sign my wagon or hitch my wagon to this unstable wheels, right? And they're saying, no, I'm not going to go with that. And which is a smart move, right? There's no need to try to put a circle in the square, right? There's no need to do that. But men like Stanley, Knightish, Bud says marriage is optimal, right?
Oh, this is going to be
And this is the best way to do this. But what they're not understanding is these women are not their wives, right? These modern women are very diabolical, right? They're
I'm just
let
me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Why do you think men like Knightish think marriage is optimal? And I have the answer. I'm just curious what you think.
What, say that again?
Why do you think marriage is optimal? Well, I'm sorry. Why do you think I think marriage is optimal? And I have the answer, but I'm curious why you think older men in particular think marriage is optimal.
Because they're married. And they think, in their mind, this is the best way to have a nuclear family and build a Black community.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? Building a Black community shouldn't be your goal. It'll build itself if the individuals do what they're supposed to do. And you got it right. I got married later in life. I was 39 when I got married. My son was born when I was 41. What I'm saying here is that marriage is really for the kids. Having that nuclear family is good for kids. Once you have children, you know what? They take priority. So I think too many people forget that. I think too many people in marriages forget that. Children uber alles. And if that is not in your mind when you get married, then maybe you shouldn't be getting married. There's really no other reason to get married. You know, if two people want kids, that's a reason to get married. If kids are not going to be your number one priority when they're born, and you can plan when they're born, you know, you can have a couple years or, you know, whatever the number of years. Marriage is for kids. That's kind of how I approach it. And by the way, I'm not particularly religious. You know, I'm speaking strictly secular. Because if kids aren't, you know, kind of like a priority, why get married? You don't have.
Hey, Knightish, can you share screen for me, Knightish? I want to share this.
He'll wake up in a while.
Knightish, I want to share screen because I really want you guys to hear what the women have to say, because I don't think I'm just making stuff up. Knightish,
both of you are right.
All right. What do you think about that performance? Because there's going to be another phase, which is annoying. Dave, Lou. Oh wait, there's only Dave.
I think it's hard to hear what Ruthless is saying. I don't know if it's the way he talks or what, but he kind of chops a little bit.
Oh motherfucker! I thought that was the best part, where I define what marriage is for. But whatever. You can always go back and do the replay.
No, I just don't agree that if you get married, you should do that with community in mind. I think you attribute.
No, I didn't say that. I literally said the opposite of that.
Well, I know, but that was the point he made. That's all. That's
Well,
what
then
he said.
that's what I disputed. Marriage is for kids.
Right.
And you know what? You really don't need to get married if you don't want to have kids. That's literally my point, but you can always go back and replay. Look, I actually thought I made a good point, and there are motherfucking 6 people here now. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button everyone, if you are within the range of my voice and you're interested in this channel, please subscribe. You can always unsubscribe. So we go. It literally, motherfuckers, y'all better support my dude. It costs money here to put this show of nothingness on. Hey, Tamika.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, how are ya?
I'm good. Little tipsy. Everybody in this room getting tipsy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that way too, but not on no drink
Oh,
though.
good for you. Oh, well, what are you getting tipsy on?
I'm
Wait,
high
hold it.
on life.
Do you really?
Nah.
Well, ma'am, salute to you.
Thank you.
What up? What up? What up?
Well, Tamika, you were there for a lot of this travesty.
No, I wasn't. That was a train wreck of a conversation. Who is this on the
No,
panel? Hello, person.
No, it's Deacon. What's up?
I didn't do as well as I should have. I didn't crush these people, and that is always a problem. They need to never want to talk to me again once I'm done with them.
I know Chicago. He loved talking to you, didn't he? That's the part I heard. When I heard Ruthless, when I first came over there, I had to get off the channel because he gets on my nerves. I like him as a person, but then in a way, I don't care for him as a person. If that makes sense, it's not like I dislike him.
Well, have you talked to him? What, in the back channels?
Fuck no! Fuck no! Hell no!
Well, then how do you know him as a person?
No, I'm just talking about the person that he presents. He seems like a nice guy, but he's so.
Oh, this motherfucker is
tunnel vision on being denied and rejected, and that affects his whole fucking thinking process. Like he's just
okay. Well, let me tell you. He's tore up from the floor up. What he should not be doing is talking about relationships. He should be asking more questions
on how to get shit without having to open his wallet. Because the fact that you got to open your wallet just to get a piece of pussy or smell that shit,
that's not where I'm going with this.
Well, that's where I'm going with it because that's obviously a defect.
You are high.
Oh, wait, did he ever said that he had to pay for it?
He said it too many times.
Oh my god. I didn't think that was like something that was cool to admit.
All I have to say is Ruthless needs a monastery. That would be my recommendation. Motherfucker, just go and discover yourself. You are not fit. Anyway, I'm not going to go there because it would be a bit, too much.
Yeah, and then we'll be preaching to the choir because isn't that like 75 to 90% of the manosphere? Most of them are sitting in front of action figures and pissing in the bed, still at their mama house at 40 years old, and then they sitting up here.
I don't know about all
they
that.
ain't even got no kids talking about baby mama.
Well, may I ask you a personal question? And I promise it won't be painful, but I am going to ask you a question as a young woman.
Okay.
Have you ever dated anyone that was kind of like a manosphere type or ruthless type?
Yes, a whole bunch of them. They just didn't really have a name for it.
Well, what I'm going to ask you to do is pick your best story. And you don't have to. I will ask questions, but none. It's almost going to be the anti manosphere. You get to kind of say what you're going to say, Miss High Tamika.
Man, okay, so the most recent one
it'll be like water on the Wicked Witch of the West for Dave.
Not exactly. I'm not that. I'm not what Stanley thinks I am.
And
So
again,
this
you don't
one
have
just
to.
happened. I'm gonna tell you, Stanley. Okay,
Well,
so
pick
on
out your best
Friday.
story.
Okay, so Friday I met up with this guy to go out to
Last
an
Friday.
Italian. Yeah, just Friday that just
Ooh.
passed. I met up with him to go to this Italian restaurant that he planned on meeting me at or whatever. When I got there, he was already there, and it was like overcrowded or whatever, so we couldn't get in. Come to find out, the restaurant was directly across the street from his apartment, so he picked the most convenient place to meet me or whatever.
so he walked. Well, wait, hold on. Let me take his side. You know, how far did you have to drive?
That's irrelevant. It was more than going to the middle of the city. It was longer than that. But it wasn't that long. I
Yeah,
couldn't even tell you. Probably about 45. I couldn't really tell you. I'll have to check.
oh my
45
lord,
minutes.
so
Within
you
40
drove
minutes.
45 minutes.
Yeah. 45
Wow.
minutes.
I need to
Okay,
step
well,
my
please
asshole game
continue
up.
the story. There will be an after analysis of this. He's a mother dude. And again, and Tamika, actually, once this is over, it's going to be me and you talking about modern relationships. Since you keep calling me dad,
Okay,
daughter,
Dad.
you will have to tell me about what is going on out there, but please continue.
Okay. So it was overcrowded or whatever. We wasn't going to get a seat in a reasonable amount of time. So he suggested, since I did mention I wanted like a steak type of burger, we could go to a place called Sheridan's, which we have closer to where I live. I didn't need to go that far to go eat some fucking fast food, but okay.
Well, did you drive him?
I was getting to that part. I didn't know he
Okay,
lived
my
across the
bad.
street from the
I'm
Italian
sorry.
restaurant. And when we was walking back, he was following me to my car, and I was like, "What you doing?" He was like, "Oh, I'll just ride with you or whatever." I was like, "Where's your car? Where's your park?" Because
Was he
I'm
well
nosy like that.
dressed
I
at
want to
least?
have
Was
evidence.
he well dressed at least?
He had on some slacks and a button-up shirt, but it wasn't like, oh, we were like dressing up to go to a ball or anything. But yes, he was dressed in a business casual thing.
Okay, well that's cool. Business casual. Okay.
Yeah. So he told me that he parked across the street, and when he pointed, it was like a little bit more across the street, and I couldn't figure out which one was his car or whatever. But he was just like, "Could he ride with
Well, was
me?"
it
And I was
I mean, the place that he lived across the street, was it like a kind of a ritzy building or?
it was apartments. It's apartments.
Right,
Just
but you
regular
know,
apartments that almost look like a hotel because that's what I thought it was at first.
okay. So nothing ritzy. Because
No.
there are apartments that are like gated that I've
Mhm.
literally lived in. So please continue, man. And
Okay.
I also want to tell you there is no gotcha here. I'm actually interested. So, ma'am.
Okay, so I drove us to the place or whatever. It ended up being fast food. We could have ate outside, but the wind was kind of blowing or whatever. So I just kind of felt awkward because I was just trying to think like, what are we about to do next? And so I ordered what I wanted. He didn't even want anything. He said that he kind of got hungry before I came, so he ate. And that should have been my first flight. That should have been my second flight. Huh?
Motherfucker, pretend you're hungry.
I know. That was everything. I was like, you don't even get a drink. He was like, no. He was like, I just drank everything. So that should have been my second red flag. But no, I wasn't
You're
reading.
under 40, right?
Huh?
You're under 40, right?
No, I'm actually not. But I haven't dated like seriously or actually went on dates with people in over 11 years. It's been about 11 years.
Oh my lord.
What
Yeah.
the?
Bullshit.
Wait, how'd you meet the guy?
I tried to do the Facebook marketplace dating Because like all the guys that I
Really?
meet on a daily basis, I don't be interested in them. So like I be doing Uber and Lyft, and I don't be knowing what's wrong with them people. Like that's most of the time I go outside, besides go to the grocery store. And most of the people I meet, I don't really like them. I don't care for them. And it's not that I'm just a hateful type of woman. I don't like how I get approached most of the time. And then I just be in an awkward situation because I was just trying to dash out and dash back in. I wasn't trying to impress nobody. And it's like, I'm not trying to be bothered. So I don't even be feeling comfortable when I do get approached. So I'm a homebody type of person. So
You know what? Unfortunately, you and I
your
would be
mom
perfect
you
for each other. I picked
I was
you.
in a
We're dating now.
relationship, Colin. Huh?
No,
What?
but see, I said it too fast for anyone to even understand.
But
No,
what did
drunk
you
and
So,
high
do?
don't mix. Y'all
what
go ahead.
happened?
Go
What
ahead,
happened
CJ.
when you drove him back home?
He wanted to go in and watch movies while I ate my food.
Well, wait, hold it. Go in where?
To his
Into
apartment.
I'm not gonna lie. This
really?
shit sounds romantic as hell.
This, Dave. Thank you for the joke.
What?
This wasn't
Okay.
romantic, but we did have a lot of chemistry because we really are attracted to each other. So it wasn't
Okay.
like we was pulling teeth or
Oh,
anything.
hold
Huh?
on, young lady.
What?
Now, you were attracted. Now, how am I going to ask this?
Just
You
ask
said
it.
it had been a while. It had been a while. Um, don't ever compromise, motherfucker. There's some things. So I'll just stop there.
Okay, let's just stop here then, because y'all got
Well, no,
so
no,
much
no, no.
credit,
You did
and I
not
wasn't
go in.
looking to
You
get
did not
credit.
go
I was
in,
just trying to
correct?
be cool because you asked for one, but I didn't think it through, so I'm not telling the rest of the
Oh,
story.
no, 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 no.
Yeah,
That's
damn
not
it,
where I'm
Stanley,
going.
because you're
No,
over
man.
you're
All
over
right,
analyzing.
Dave. Enough. You didn't go in, did you?
It's a
Go back
lady
to
never
what you guys
tells.
were talking about. Who is this
Oh.
big old
Well,
Captain Hook looking?
now let me
Yeah.
level set here. You can stop here, and this isn't like some because all of a sudden I'm feeling weird. But what was your decision in the end? You went in, you didn't go in. It doesn't matter. But what happened in the end?
None of your business.
Oh no! Oh
No,
man!
this the right question, Stanley. Um,
No, it's not the right question.
no, I got a question. Would
All
you
right. Well, hey, Dawn.
finish talking? Did you finish talking
Actually,
to the
Dawn,
guy, or do
it's
you
good
think
to
he'll
see
call him
you.
again?
What were
I
y'all
guess I have
talking
no more
about in
questions.
the video?
Well, are you okay now?
Yeah, I was okay
Yeah.
before I started. Okay.
All right. Well, you have knocked me off kilter. Are you gonna
Where's
see
Mike
him again?
123? You miss his voice.
I'm sorry, what?
There you go. Hi, Mike. Dang, as soon as I said his name, there you go.
So, are y'all gonna date again or what?
No, it's a lot of guys that I dated. I had probably matched or exchanged numbers with like 20 of them, but it was giving me like so much anxiety because I started forgetting people's names and stuff and confusing
Well,
the
how
story.
about
I feel like it
let
was
me give
cheating.
you advice because I'm good at giving advice, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
give you advice like I would give
Mhm.
my son. Just be yourself. Throw the apps away unless you actually want to do it. It'll it'll come, dear. It will come.
Yeah, I figured that I didn't belong there because it was just like I felt like I was fresh meat because the all of the messages I don't even think I read them all. I've already taken myself out of there because it was stressing me out. But I try to
So
work with the ones that I
you're
did
over
have
4.
conversations with. So had a goal to at least meet each one of those 20 guys at least once.
Really? Well, now I'm
Yeah.
curious. How would you set that goal?
Cause it would have been fun. Like I've never had that kind of experience before.
A
I think I got.
kaleidoscope
I
of
think I'm thinking
a
I got to
kaleidoscope of
13.
guys?
I got to 13 and actually a 14 because a 14
Oh my
is
God.
up
No,
to
you're kidding, right?
yeah. Like I'm no, I'm still
Oh, wait,
talking to
hold
him.
it. So
I've been
what are you
talking to him the
putting
whole time.
notches
He
on
is so
belts?
great.
Are you putting
Huh?
notches on that Gucci belt?
Hell, fuck no. I wouldn't even be talking to you because somebody would have that shit going all day if I if I had my way. The fuck, I wouldn't be talking to you. No,
You know
no,
what?
but for somehow he got
I
on my
think
thing and he
you know what?
doesn't live in the city. Hmm?
I don't know what to say. Wow.
Yeah, I actually do like him because I've been telling him about my whole experience and he's been telling me about his. It's like we're
Your
actually
what
being friends to
experience?
each other, dating online.
Oh, I thought you said your hoe experience.
No, I said a whole.
Oh. Well, now I'm curious. Do you know what he does for a living?
I'll have to go read the message. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't ask him? What on
I'm
earth?
sure he told
Ma'am, did he ask you what you do for a living? Hello? God damn it. You know what? I am being made smaller here. I'm gonna be the Black Dr. Ruth, apparently. Well, until Miss Tamika comes back, I am trying to stave off Deacon Dave saying, "I told you so, Stanley."
I know these. We are.
Motherfucker,
I'm gonna say this.
avoid that.
That's what I'm gonna show y'all the video. Back up. We are moving into the era of the we're moving to the prostitution era for women, right? Women, because women no longer want to attach themselves to men and get their value. They want to make their own value. They are independent contractors, and they are happy with. That makes them feel free, and they're now putting up for sale sign. It used to be secretive, right? Now it's just you got women just out here selling their time, their energy, and everything else.
Some of them ain't even selling it. They just, hey, take that shit.
Yes, sir.
They sell it. No more. All of stuff, right? Even the 304s are no
ever
longer
had
free
20 options at one time?
because
No.
No. Do you know what that would feel like? You probably handle each one differently.
Well, it would seem thrilling.
Right. Did she sound excited about that? Did she sound excited about
She
it?
did. So, what's your next question? I guess I am. I think there is taking a fact, but here's the deal. It just, I don't know. Yeah, sure, you're nice, Con.
Yeah, TMKC sounds very pleasant. Seems like she's
Oh,
got a
yeah,
lot of.
absolutely. She is a nice woman.
I try to be nice, but I do agree. A few people in my life has actually just told me I need to start being mean. And I'm gonna start being mean. It's just hard to
Well,
be
mean.
consistent.
Whoa.
Energy.
Mean or me?
Mean.
MEAN or
Be a
ME?
mean person. I'm nice
Well,
because I want people
no.
to treat me nicely. So if
Okay,
people
well,
have a
ma'am.
problem with that, they can
Ma'am.
take that and shove that right on up their ass and get a grip. Because you treat me like shit, I'm gonna treat you like shit too.
Well,
I
here's
just
the
don't do
deal.
it first. That's all.
In my opinion, you can be mean outside. Dude, be nice mean. Have you ever seen one of those movies where the wife is cute and pleasant and but she serves her husband poison? You're not a mean person. Be clever. I'm
Well, I
not
kind of
suggesting
figured if
anything
you
like
have the love of mankind like you're supposed to, which I do, and it comes naturally, and then if the person is asking or not even asking, just seeming like they need something that I can actually give, I'm not going to be the first one that's going to tell them no.
Well, all I have to say is always be you, but you are kind of like a Swiss Army knife. You can smile and slit people's throats. That's been done before. But you must always be you.
Well, people
Good
don't like
thing to
it.
say. I know.
You
I
know,
hope
if
you
they're not
understand,
trying
dude.
to take from me, they're trying to destroy me. So they're trying to
Don't let
hurt
them
me in a way.
outsmart them. Use your head. Use your abilities.
Well, I don't even be knowing it's happening. Like I'm not a naturally guilty feeling, insecure, paranoid type of person. So when shit be happening, I really don't be understanding why or how it happened. So maybe I should
Well,
be
then
more
learn
aware.
how it's happening. That would be step one.
So I just supposed to be on pins and
Wait, hold
needles
it.
and
Let's.
everything.
How are people taking stuff from you?
It's just,
Oh, I don't
like
know. That's why I
with
asked.
the drip hole situation, I was supportive of his show because he was a person I was interested in who pretended to be interested in me. And that's called taking stuff from people. You're
Whoa,
pretending
whoa,
to
whoa,
be
whoa,
them.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Now I'm confused. YouTube shows. Um,
Mhm.
you know, we ask, and people contribute.
Well, when they're making it like as you're obligated to help them, you're obligated
Well,
to
that's like
help.
a church.
Oh.
Well, no, actually, our buddy does that. Yeah, I want everyone to just contribute, but you gotta like the show. And I think there are people like Nightish, for example. Motherfucker, he is fun to listen to.
Yeah,
So
I like the music part. That's my favorite part. I just be like, shut up and play music already.
yeah. Well, one of these days I'm gonna grow up to be Nightish. But in the meantime, um, I think I get your point. There are this YouTube thing is rather interesting. So, we can play this video. I think I'm getting close to. What did you think? I was kind of surprised when Savage left the panel. It did like what?
I wasn't. I seen it coming
Why?
because you don't see
He
what you be
should have
doing.
stayed, dude. He should have stayed and fought. He should have stayed and he was not, dude. He just, I don't understand. It wasn't that contentious. There were no raised voices. Why the fuck did he leave?
All right, you know how somebody will start an argument and you already know where it's going, and you're like,
Oh
and you
yeah,
shut it down.
it often happens.
All right, so the point of view that you have sometimes, people could see it. Not that they could see what you're gonna say, but they could tell where it's coming from.
Yeah, I hope they do.
Right. That was the same thing, but just not you doing it this time. But it's not his
Well,
show.
see, here's the deal. If you know where an argument is coming from, leaving the panel is an option, or confront it. Um, that's also an option. Um, I'm not going to tell you my opinion, but next time we meet on a panel, I already know who's dominant.
I don't think it had anything to do with dominant. I think maybe
I think it had everything to do with dominance.
see like how you
You
dominate in this
you may
conversation, and
not
I
have
don't.
seen it, but understood. I saw what happened. I was on the panel.
And I saw what happened.
He ran, motherfucker got frustrated. He couldn't respond. Or he wanted to respond in a way that he didn't think would be appropriate, which is the same thing as not responding.
Uh, More like if I do respond, we're gonna go down the road that leads to nowhere.
Yeah, motherfucker. Of course I'm gonna go there. Dude, he's not equipped.
I've had the same kind of arguments with guys online about this particular thing. It's just hard to describe to them, or they refuse to see it, or they purposely know they're doing it.
Well, Tamika, nothing much happened. It was all calm and orderly. All I'm saying is stand your ground if you think you're right. Always, never.
Never surrender.
No, I mean, this isn't a physical fight. This
No, but
is
in the
an
sense that he got off the
intellectual
panel.
fight. In this motherfucker, you're either equipped or you aren't. And there are other people I don't think are equipped.
That's like me
But,
trying to argue with a girl dad, right? Girl
Hey,
dads are
what?
not prone to seeing any other point of view. They're very headstrong about that point of view.
No idea. Girl dad? What's wrong
Yeah,
with being
girl.
a girl dad?
See, most people will say there's nothing wrong with that. See, I'm a father. I have a daughter. I wouldn't consider
Mhm.
myself a girl dad because I do understand female nature.
Well, motherfucker, redefine the role.
Yes, that's not the point. The point is that you're going to take a position as a girl dad that a guy with a daughter probably won't take the same position because he does have a holistic view of how she's going to have
You know what?
certain
You sound
boundaries.
like you're on a motherfucking dude. I'll show you the second part. Hood
No,
conservative. These
it's an
these
unwavering
motherfucking
concept.
these motherfucking pseudo intellectual panels, dude. Hood conservative is a fucking clown. This
What does this have
motherfucker.
to do with hood conservative?
This is, dude. I will show you what made me laugh more. Man, this bullshit, dude. Hood conservative is so sad. And the only reason I'm even thinking of hood conservative is he was on a panel that 90s was looking at. Dude, hood conservative needs to take or you and SKC, because SKC was in on this too, and he sounded like a fucking idiot. Dude, y'all need to look at the gulag. Y'all aren't as intellectually superior as y'all think. Dude, it is literally a clown show. And it's never not been a clown show, to be honest.
You have a group of guys with tough skin.
No,
You gotta
you have
come.
a group of
You gotta
guys.
come
You
better.
have a group of guys in the dark groping for answers. And the motherfucker, I heard SKC talking about Darwin. Motherfucker, he's never read Darwin. I haven't either, but it's obvious he hasn't. It looked like a fucking Confederacy of Dunces. Now, who wrote the book called A Confederacy of Dunces? If I ask that question, none of these idiots would know. Do you know?
Offhand,
Who
no.
wrote it? It's an actual book.
Yeah, offhand, I don't know.
Well, when you do know, then you might be called a public intellectual. These motherfuckers are literally kindergartners, including SKC. You weren't there, but dude. And then you had the white nationalist Josh with you. They did, not you. It's a travesty.
It's
You
an
are not
interesting
doing
group of
black
characters.
people a favor. This dumb fucking notion that
What you
all
mean?
black
We're not.
people
Whoa,
should
whoa,
be
whoa,
like
whoa,
us. Oh,
whoa, whoa.
I'm
We're not
talking,
doing
sir.
black people a
All
favor. Are
black
you
people
suggesting they
should
credit to their
not
race?
be like
What are you
any
saying?
one of you motherfuckers. Y'all are obtuse. Your blunt
What are you
ends.
saying?
The sharp end is the other side of the stick that you're plunging. Dude, SKC sounded like a moron.
We'll play the
And
part you're talking
was
about.
kind of disappointed.
If I agree with you, I'll follow.
Why the fuck? And I'm putting you in a difficult position, I understand.
Nah, play the part. If he sounds like a moron, I'll agree with you.
No, let's play this. I'm listening. I'll be right back. For
I
obvious
think you would
reasons,
have
I
a
have to
hard
play
time
this.
approving your
Hold
point.
on.
That's
Hold your
that's the
fire.
obvious reason.
Hold your fire. Let me play this. Be right back. I'm listening.
Because the economy going bad right now, honestly, going to get worse. You're going to be able. You can go right now and get $200 to get your job done, $250 to get your job done. But it depends on how fine. If she's super fine, it'd be like more than that. But these women are selling themselves, and listen to me. They're leading with this. Even if you're going with your personality, right, your character. Oh yeah, woo, your mouthpiece. She's gonna let you know. Well, hey, are you gonna pay me? That's what they're saying. They're gonna bring it up. They're gonna make sure that you know that the only way you're gonna get this energy if you pay me. This is the era we're moving in right now. There's no women don't care about marriage like they used to. They don't. They don't care about image because they figure I can get married. All these niggas sitting for me. I could be a 304, get my back blown out, sell my shit, get money for it, and when I'm ready to sell down, yeah, I got these 8 niggas in the friend zone that I can pick from.
They'll do it too. That's what's killing the real men out there is the simp. That's fun, like letting these fat, ugly, nasty bitches. Oh, you're beautiful, fucking the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying? That's where we're losing because now they think they're bad, but everybody thinks they're a bad bitch because how some lame ass dude treating them.
Well, no, it ain't that it's lame. It's just women are dictating market, right? So they chase the guys that they can take the most from, but they make it very difficult for the guys that they can't take them from, right? That don't really have that much for them to take.
But that's fine because
so it doesn't matter. It ain't him. It's them.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the simple one, but it's the simple ones. That keep fucking these chicks that they're not having standards. The ones who keep fucking these corny ass chicks are the ones who don't have standards. Because if we all stick to the same standard and stick on 10, none of these chicks have a chance to play anybody.
So
and then they have to be line.
The problem with your argument is procreation has to happen, right? The human race has to go forward.
True.
So this is got to happen, right? It's got to happen. Right?
If we just stop fucking these chicks like they
men are the large women. They want sex with women. This is what they're created to do.
True.
And they can't stop being who they are. Now we're asking them to stop being what they were made to do, which is procreate or have sex. Because you get horny, you want and attracted to the female counterpart. The females want the same thing as well, but they just more picky because their main attraction is money first. Other things first, then the sex.
This is
so for
the
women,
bottom.
They look at niggas' financial status or where he's at in life to want to give him vagina for long term, right? And man, the way we look at women is beauty. Beauty for them is currency, right? Now you got you do have a few homosexuals out there, less than 1% of the population, and that's nothing to brag about. Women are pushing the no broke energy. They said they do not support broke energy.
There's women who are broke, don't support broke energy. I don't understand. It's all oxymoron to me. It doesn't really matter. And what they say and do doesn't really matter. Anyways, we're gonna stand on 10 regardless. And if there's a chick out there for us and they work right, they'll work right. But we just need to stop fucking these hoes like their wife and material.
It's not gonna happen.
I know it's not. We need sex, like you said.
Procreation has to happen for the human race to
procreate. But you know what? Stop letting these bitches run shit. Keep up. Run shit.
So here's the problem, right? So it's all about supply and demand. You know what I mean? And men, a large amount of men want to have sex with women, but a large amount of men want to have sex with attractive women. They don't want to really fuck the ugly ducklies. Right? So, right? So what you gonna do, right? You gonna continue to jack off, you're gonna continue to, right? Or you're gonna become gay. Those will be the things right there. Other than that, you're gonna want you an attractive woman, and it just
I think more the attractive women gonna throw themselves at you regardless.
Yeah, they're gonna throw themselves at you.
We're really focused on ourselves. We're focusing on pussy and not ourselves.
No. Men are focused. Okay, so men is overall are not focusing on your pussy. They focus on getting money too, right? Men make a lot of money,
but they put pussy above
this
that. No,
is
they don't.
just
No, they don't. They get the money first. Listen, men are very
men are doing all this shit, go to prison, dying, starting wars because of pussy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Because of pussy, then. Then it's you know what? What extra hair dryer? More air.
Now, Savage, what you're speaking of is to a minority, though. You're not speaking to the majority. You're talking about Pookies right now. Niggas who are accountants, lawyers, doctors, you're not starting wars over women.
No.
So you're not talking to the middle class, which is the majority, right? Average. You're not talking to them. You're talking about a minority of men who gangbang, sell drugs, and they've started a war over women. Not dispute that. But once again, they're the minority. The majority of men.
I'm talking about life changing.
But the majority of men are average earners, and they have average jobs. Postal men, accountants, whatever, right? So here's who we're speaking to, right? These men are the ones with major trouble. Because the Pookies, they don't give a fuck. They know they're short lived. They're in jail or dead, right? That's their destination. You know what I'm saying? Unless they get butt broken, like Nice. But understandably, women and men are having a big disconnect out here because the women are leaving the men that are living up to the standard the women want them to, but the women want more, right? She wants more and more and more. Women want everything. And because of social media, you know, it's an illusion, right? We know it's an illusion. She thinks it's greener on the other side.
Yeah.
And we know it's not. We know that, right? But women, they live in their illusions. They believe that if you're holding them back for them getting to where they need to get to economically wise, socially wise, they get rid of your ass quick. I don't care if you got 3 kids. I don't care if you've been paying the mortgage for like 8 years, 7 years. Women are leaving everybody. Rich men, poor men, middle class men. They're taking the family, they're taking the kids, turn them against him, and he ain't shit.
Children. They're just children. They're just children. We just need to do better.
There's no way you can do better because there is no guarantees.
The only way to do better, I would never let that saying go around anything. We can't do better. I don't know about that word can't. That's unbelievable. That can't bullshit. But we can change our own lives and change our own scenario and have people acquiesce to what we're doing. And if it matches what they're doing, we just build a generation like that, man. We keep put people around us like-minded that doesn't sit in the chat and be like, hey, it's better, baby, and then tries to, come up with a solution. We put out the problem, we talk about it, and that's what we do. And then we try to change ourselves in our life, our children, our friends that are close. We don't. It doesn't matter about most people because they're all going to lose regardless. As long as we're winning and trying to build a team that wins, those people don't matter. We got to stop putting those people in front of us that don't matter.
So you're right. We do have to change it. I got the solution. I got the solution, Savage.
I mean,
men have to deal with women on short-term investments, and you can win, right? Stay away from the long-term
motherfucker.
That's where you get into
this motherfucker is a
you do the short term
to society.
You keep all your leverage. You keep all your. I mean, you don't have to deal with her baggage. You don't have to put up with none of that shit. You don't have to happy wife, happy like none of that.
You know what?
If she jumps out line,
I think I come in here.
Erase her and replace her, right? And this is
eraser and replace her. Is that a word?
This is more valuable. If you keep women are better suited as in less responsible roles. You know what a lot of men run to get
motherfucker.
Strip clubs, right?
Is being a mother not a responsibility?
Women are better at short term.
This motherfucker is a goon.
They are long term. The moment you long term it, that's when the problems come in. That's when it's too much. It's overwhelming, and a lot of divorces are high. So
is having a child a commitment?
To the man, it is,
but not to the woman.
Not with the man.
Okay, my question is having a child, and as far as I know, only women have children. So is having a child a long-term commitment?
Yeah, for herself, not for the man, not in family.
Okay, and for the child.
Yeah, it's a co-parenting situation. You're right. So
okay, no. Let's not talk about the man at all. My simple question, and it's a yes/no question.
Yes.
Is having a child a long-term commitment?
It depends. It depends.
Okay, well,
some women are chasing the men off.
This motherfucker cannot goddamn motherfucking answer a goddamn question with a yes or no. And it is so irritating. This motherfucker is a nitwit. Just goddamn answer the question and counter with another question. He is not suited for the goddamn job, and I'm disappointed. These little black boys are not raised to actually fucking use their wits. There is a problem, and it is mostly with people. Motherfucker, don't get on YouTube if you cannot answer a yes/no question.
There's couples that women don't want the daddy didn't come around no more. They don't even want his money. Some men don't.
This motherfucker is just a fucking idiot.
Just completely remove themselves. So I'm just saying. So it depends.
Don, it is such a motherfucking
But that's not. Is having a baby a commitment? Yes, it is. But
motherfucker, obviously it's no long term. See,
it is.
This is what just fucking blows my goddamn mind. Even a product of the motherfucker having a I guess I'm just gonna have to fucking self-deport and never go up on Nidish's panel again. These motherfuckers are morons.
They're just children.
I
They're
back
just children.
this up a little bit.
The way you do better because there is no guarantees.
Right?
It takes two to answer a goddamn question.
Anything we can't do that. I don't know about that word can't. That's unbelievable. That can't bullshit. But we can change our own lives and change our own scenario and have people acquiesce to what we're doing. And if it matches what they're doing, we just build a generation like that. Man, we keep put people around us like-minded that doesn't sit in the chat and be like, hey, it's better maybe, and that tries to, come up with a solution. We put out the problem, we talk about it, and that's what we do. And then we try to change ourselves in our life, our children, our friends that are close. We don't. It doesn't matter about most people because they're all going to lose regardless. As long as we're winning and trying to build a team that wins, those people don't matter. We got to stop putting those people in front of us that don't matter.
So you're right. We do have to change it. I got the solution. I got the solution, Savage.
Let me hear it.
Men have to deal with women on short-term investments, and you can win, right? Stay away from long-term commitments.
Oh my God.
That's where you get into the, the instability. When you deal in short-term,
no, that is just
you keep all your leverage, you keep all your. You don't have to deal with her baggage. You don't have to put up with none of that shit. You don't have to happy wife, happy like none of that. If she jumps out of line, you can erase her and replace her, right? And this is, to me, more valuable. This is more valuable. If you keep women are better suited as in less responsible roles. You know where a lot of men run to get satisfied? Strip clubs, right?
Quick fix.
Yeah. Women are better at short-term commitment than they are long-term. The moment you long-term it, that's
this motherfucker. If you substituted women for black people, and is having a child a commitment?
To the man it is,
but not to the woman.
Not with the man.
Okay, my question is having a child, and as far as I know, only women have children. So is having a child a long-term commitment?
Yeah, for herself, not for the man, not in family.
Okay, and for the child.
Yeah, it's a co-parenting situation. You're right. So
okay, no. Let's not talk about the man at all. My simple question, and it's a yes/no question.
Yes.
Is having a child a long-term commitment?
It depends.
Okay, well,
some women are chasing the men off. Some men are running off. So
yeah, but you usually take kids with them.
No, just saying though. There's couples that some women don't want the daddy to come around no more. They don't even want his money. Some men don't want to go around the baby mama no more. So they just, just completely remove themselves. So I'm just saying. So it depends. But for the most part,
But that's not. Is having a baby a commitment? Yes, it is. But do people?
No, long term.
Long term. Yeah, it is. But do people want to stay committed to that long term? That's.
I'd say mothers are better at committing to their children than fathers are.
Oh, damn, the court give it to them. They get custodial custody. What are you talking about? That's
Okay, you know what? I don't know what your experience is with the courts, but not every baby mama has been through the courts.
Oh, don't, Stanley, don't do it.
Oh, I've already done it.
Oh, don't do that.
I've already done it.
That is a feminine way of speaking.
Okay, I don't believe in that manosphere bullshit.
It's not a
I'm not of that. I'm not of that ilk.
See that
I haven't crossed the cynical threshold. Again, mothers are better at making long-term commitments to their children, especially.
What are you talking about?
I think
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
They destroy the family and then turn again against the father.
Okay, you know what, Ruthless? I'm basically sick and tired of hearing someone who has no clue what he's talking about as far as marriage. Dude, you are the wrong messenger.
I don't care what you say.
Okay, no, you don't have to care what I say. As long as I get to say it, it's up to you to hear it and understand it or not. But I said it. I've committed it. I've gotten it off my chest.
It's going to get a little hairy.
I think there needs to be a proper evaluation.
Yes, there should be. Yes.
Well, Judge Ruthless, I'm waiting for you to graduate from law school so you can run a family court.
Come to find out that women are even more violent with their kids.
They will call you Judge Ruthless.
Judge Ruthless.
They may not have any laws. They have to be, both parents have to go through a psychic evaluation. Then they both have to be financially go through financial evaluation.
Dumb.
Then we gotta look at the history, and then we gotta look if she's cheating or she's sabotaging. Then the consequences is she loses the kids. If he's vice versa, so there has to be a happy medium. Just giving the women the kids to me is absurd. That is just what the women are taking advantage of.
I agree with that because most babies are made out of emotional bullshit anyway. It's not. None of them are playing. So who's
It's not in our plan.
Right. So if a baby is made out of just
judging from some of these panels, I think there's some pretty emotional men
before I go in and run people off, motherfucker, every time you stick your dick in a vagina, there is risk of progeny. What the fuck are these idiots? Dude, I can't do it anymore. I just, motherfucker, I'm just gonna have to ban myself from these motherfucking panels. Get up here.
Too. I understand that, but we're talking about the females. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, no, I'm not gonna concentrate on woman bashing. I think the males have plenty, males have plenty problems to talk about.
Okay, this is what drives this dumbass off because I think they're woman bashing. Watch what happens here. Let me back it up just a bit. Dude, seems like woman bashing to me.
Yeah, but we're talking about the females.
Okay, well,
no. You can explain afterwards.
I think the males have plenty problems.
Look at this motherfucker.
I cannot be in this atmosphere. I am.
It's like I poured water on the Wicked Witch of the West. This motherfucker, god damn it, and I'm not motherfucking, dude, I'm not gonna back off of it now. Let's watch this again. You may heal, Dave.
No, I asked the question. Where was the
motherfucking manosphere are woman bashers?
Where was the bash?
Dude, you know what? You think that means so blood is the result of a bash, or can it be rhetorical? Can it be rhetorical, Dave?
I'm asking about the rhetorical.
The only way to bash, there can't be no bash without
blood. Yes. Where was the bludgeon? Yes. Where did it happen?
I'm gonna watch this again.
because
Yeah, because
this
you
is
said
my
shit.
favorite moment. This is my favorite moment of the whole, and it took us hours to get here. Dude, I love this motherfucker not being able to deal with me.
If baby is made out of just
Well,
emotion,
judging from some of these panels, I think there's some pretty emotional men who get up here.
they're emotional too. I understand that, but we're talking about the females. I'm sorry, we gotta stop.
Okay, well, no, I don't. I'm not going to concentrate on woman bashing. I think the males have plenty. I think the males have plenty problems.
I heard the dude say that I cannot be in this atmosphere. I am out of here. When he said woman bashing, I gotta go.
Well, hey, that's exactly what my opinion is. Sorry, I had to chase him away.
Why would you?
Motherfucker, you never say he was.
God
damn it! I was talking the manosphere. Your little pussy feelings. I said what I said, bitch.
Yeah, you said bashing. We were trying to find where that happened.
And then this motherfucker started sniping from the chat, and he eventually comes back up. Motherfucker, I shame that bitch, dude. No.
Where was the
He went up. Hold on. He went into the chat and started sniping from the chat. I engaged him in the chat. Motherfucker, I said what the fuck I said. Come up and tell me it's woman bashing. And here's the deal. I watched him do it with Rogue C. Eventually, it comes to a point where someone has to call it for what it is. That's what these fucking morons did. And what are you going to do when I say it? And luckily, I did it when, because I know right now, Ruthless, Nightish probably would have called order to the. I got away with one, but you know what? It's a low blow, and motherfucker, the referee was asleep. So
well,
what?
Stanley, you're right.
In general, not him specific.
You're right, Stanley, because you're supposed to do your planning before you stick your dick in that pussy. You know what you're getting involved with, right? That she might get pregnant.
If you say so, you make it seem rather less exciting than it actually can be.
He has no self-responsibility whatsoever. He doesn't
Motherfucker, do you think wait, hold on before dude, do you not think I did some reckless shit? Dude, there before the grace
we
of
all
God.
have.
Yeah, so I'm not going to act like I am God's gift. I'm God's gift to motherfucking condoms. I had a condom every time. Hell no. I'm as lucky as a motherfucker. However, there was one woman. So, salute to my wife. There came a point to I probably whipped off a condom and went, I'm free. We just went at it. There was a time in my, not so distant past. So anyway, dude, be responsible and stop fucking whining on goddamn panels. And you know what, TMKC, you are a sweetheart. You're awesome, and I love you too. Thank you, ma'am.
She didn't tell you she loved you. Where? Let me see.
Well, it's platonic.
I'm about to be a hater.
Come on now. She just loved how I stand up to these little pussies on panels. I will fail, by the way, and have failed in the past. Quickly. If I hurt his feelings, too bad.
So all I'm saying is this, right? I think it should be a careful evaluation before the kids be automatically given to something. I just think that's fair for the course to do. And not just
being horny.
Automatically render the kids over.
Oh yeah, not because
now if she gets unhappy about whatever she's unhappy about, it could be legitimate or it could be not legitimate. Doesn't matter, right? The courts, when she goes to court saying it was irreconcilable. I just want
Let's see what happens with
She knows
Ruthless.
that 97% chance she's going to get that kid. Unless she just fucking lost her mind or something, she's going to get the kid. And then
That
that's a paycheck for her.
motherfucker pussy's
And then
out
also
too.
she's able to leverage
Motherfucker.
that child.
So child support you consider a paycheck for her?
Yes.
Oh,
because
good.
typically
Here I
the
am
women don't
again.
spend all the money on the kid. They spend it on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, right? They get the nails done, they get the hair, they get fake hair. They use that money for them to improve
Listen
their
to this
lifestyle.
blithering idiot.
This is what's been found out time and time again. Women are not even putting all the money on the kid, but they go and ask for raises or spousal support because they want more money, because they want more things, right? They want maybe a Lamborghini, right? Whatever, but they want more things. So, I mean, I'm not saying
I've
that
heard
women,
of blathering.
every woman does.
Never
What I'm saying, it should be
blithering.
a careful evaluation. It should be a psychic evaluation on both parties, then financial. It should be a process. And then the courts do, after the careful, evaluation, put the kids in what they see is the best chance for that kid to succeed. I believe that should be fair and impartial.
And you don't think judges are fair and impartial?
They're very impartial. If women give the kids 85, 90% time, how is that fair?
You know what? I look at things case by case, if I were a judge anyway. And the numbers are what the numbers are. You have to be careful with statistics. They
Don't everyone talk at once.
I was wondering what happened. We got rid of Stanley for a
Oh,
minute.
by the way, hold on. Blithering is a word. Do you think I just motherfucking make up words, son?
Blathering.
Do you think I make them up, Dave? Do you think I've never read a book, Dave? There's your definition.
Blithering is a word, Dave.
Blithering.
Yeah,
Motherfucker, I
know
know
he was blathering
how to
when he
use
said
words.
blithering. I get it. All right.
Oh, blathering is a word too, sir. Blithering, blathering, they pretty much mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, you're challenge me when you think you can challenge me, but dude, I don't use words. I don't make shit up. Too many words.
Why you gotta announce that you wanted to go down this side quest?
Okay, because motherfucker, I'm not used to a young pup challenging me. You know, listening to Ruthless Truth, listening to Savage Nothing, dude. Hey, I'm a man. I think
Stanley, blithering idiot is one of my favorites. Blithering
Yep.
idiot.
But my point is, dude, these little children were not up to the challenge. And it'll mean nothing, but I'm enjoying seeing me. Motherfucker, this bitch is gonna leave too. Because he can't use a word or two. Can sometimes take on a narrative. And statistics basically are narratives for numbers. I would say 85% of the time, the judge basically thinks the mother is where the kids need to be. That's how I would look at it.
But this has been happening for like over hundreds of years.
I don't care. I'm literally saying that these things get judged case by case, and you think it's 85% unfair. I think it's a judgment call, and I wouldn't tell a judge, how to rule. If the numbers are the numbers, you give them a narrative. I have a different narrative.
We're not saying it, but
numbers are numbers.
But I do think a proper investigation needs to be launched. If she's sabotaging and she's
Listen to this dumb fuck. That's an if, and I have to put up with it and be polite.
I said if. Damn, I said if. My point is, if there's a divorce come before that judge and the courts, I think number one, an investigation needs to be launched to make sure that all the claims are legitimate. A woman should not be able to come and say irreconcilable differences and automatically get everything. We need to know, okay, you need to have a specific claim, and then it needs to be investigated. We need proof. We need evidence of this thing. And if we find you fall short, then we're going to award him the kids. And you're going to pay child support.
Who the fuck is
There
we?
has to be something there to She have a legitimate
Crepuscular.
claim.
That's a word I
Okay,
haven't seen in a while.
unless
you have like some insight into the 85%. I'm glad you feel comfortable talking about it, but my perspective is these things get decided case by case, and I trust the judges.
But once again, they don't do a proper investigation. They just look at the
How do
findings.
you know this?
Because
how do you know? I mean, that's a really bold statement to make
because
when
we
you
have
don't have
lawyers.
insight into every
So
case.
once again, right, we have lawyers come on these panels and break it down for us.
So what?
And they're what's it mean? So what? They're professionals.
Okay, what I'm saying is that do you know how many lawyers there are in the United States? Having a few come on and saying things. Yeah, if you want to take them, if you want to take
challenge, nigga.
Yeah, look at him going to the
take-
N-word.
if you
when
wanna
he gets
take a
upset.
few
lawyers' word, that's you. I need a wider, I need a bigger sample than just a few
Stanley,
lawyers
why the fuck
on
would you
YouTube.
ask? Why the fuck would you ask if you already knew the answer?
I often do that. Used to irritate the shit out of my son.
God damn it, Stanley. You crazy. The bottom line is, hey, Nidus, you woke? Can you share a screen? I got something I want to share. I want to share something with Stanley. I think you see it up there.
Oh, this
Nidus,
gets even
you awake?
more hoary.
Yeah, he almost there.
H-O.
Yeah. I want to share.
I
Can you
think
share
it's
screen that
H-O-A-R-Y. Hoary.
video?
Stanley, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
I'm asleep.
Okay.
Oh, this
Nice
gets
play.
rough.
Yeah. Ain't no play on my side. You got to start a play on your side.
On my side?
Yeah, push play.
I don't have no. Oh, hold on. You're right.
Anything. You can have it very traditional. You can date 4 people at the same time. Sounds like she knows what she wants. So, follow your heart.
Yeah. I think the reason why people don't want love is because most women want their bills paid. They don't want love.
Oh.
They got 4 or 5 people. They got 4 or 5 people because they got more than 4 or 5 bills. And I think as long as we're in this transactional era of time, it's never going to be able to get back to love. We got to focus on the core value of what actually matters inside of a relationship. And we've strayed too far. Honestly, don't get mad at me. I know there's a lot of ladies in here. It's the truth. Honestly, we live in a prostitution era.
Wow. She kept it. I told you she was going to keep it real.
So this is the women speaking.
The Fox and I for proving she's a hoe.
Okay, well, let me help you out here, Ruthless. That is a woman singular, not women plural.
No, she said plural.
Okay, well then you know what? In my opinion, she's just a female Ruthless.
Well, once again, let me let y'all hear the claps.
He's been
So, but let's unpack that a little bit because it feels like I think that's similar to the idea of just like that.
All right, let me go back.
Oh.
They got 4 or 5 people because they got more than 4 or 5 bills. And I think as long as we're in this transactional era of time, it's never going to be able to get back to love. We got to focus on the core value of what actually matters inside of a relationship. And we've strayed too far. Honestly, don't get mad at me. I know there's a lot of ladies in here. It's the truth. Honestly, we live in a prostitution era.
Wow. She kept it. I told you she was going to keep it real.
Y'all heard that clapping?
You know what? All I have to say is those aren't my people, and I'm not going to listen to them. Nick Cannon has his own issues.
Hey, Stanley, just say not all women. Just say it real quick for me.
I literally will always say that. Just assume I mean that.
I bet you will.
So we can agree.
For a little bit, God damn it.
Okay, Travis, we can agree that if you want a woman to take care of you,
ooh, little yellow shirt
and she gotta
boy's
look
back.
like Whoopi Goldberg or have 5 kids and 8 baby daddies. So you ain't getting no bad bitch, no attractive woman or no educated woman or woman of substance that's going to sit here. Hey, you can sleep on my couch.
What a dumb
motherfucker!
motherfucker.
It's not happening. Women want
This
men.
is simply
If you want to marry them or have a long-term relationship, men want women with economic success. Period.
Quickly speaking, gish galloping.
The women are not
mean
looking to pay
you're
these
smart?
bills.
Probably not.
A large part.
That seems like a good thing.
Well, no doubt. But my point is, now we're moving into prostitution there, what she's talking about. Women don't even want to do anything to earn that. They just want you to give it to them because they're bad bitch or because they feel they are entitled to these things and they think they're the prize. So because
those are the women you don't marry, at least. I mean, maybe you'll date them.
This is the modern woman. This is the majority of women now, Stanley. There are no more traditional women. It's over. The modern woman is dominating the dating market.
I think you like to paint with broad brushes.
No, it ain't me. It's what she said. Okay. Nadish, I want you to share that screen since.
Dude, I trust you more than I trust her.
Okay, so let me go. I got somebody else. Nadish, can you share Let me see if I can get. Let me see what I can do. I got another video because y'all think Rufus just making stuff. We're gonna have to women speak, man, because I don't want to make it like I'm making stuff up. And he said,
No. I don't think you're making stuff up. I think
okay,
that you watch and show stuff that agrees with you. Sometimes it's because you listen to opposite opinions.
Okay, so let's listen to this real quick.
Let's hit the streets then.
You like niggas
centered around what she wants. And if that's fine, in her mind, everything is cool. And she does not care what the man is going through. She don't care what his challenges are or any of those things. So what ends up happening, the male believes that he keeps the marriage together because if he goes to cheat or whatever, they left you with the marriage because the marriage was all you wanted. You didn't actually want the man. You wanted the marriage. You wanted the fairy tale. So the man feels that he gave you what you wanted. You wanted the money. You wanted the kids. You wanted all of this crap and never consider what he's mentally going through, never considers what he invests into the relationship. A lot of men deal with this. What they end up doing is getting things outside of the relationship, and what? The woman is still mad.
Yeah, that's ruthless talk.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not saying that women are perfect either. They have their problems too. The way I operate, I distrust broad brushes without any sort of nuance. I just don't work like that. I don't think like that. So broad brushes, if that's the way you want to operate, that's fine. But, I tend to be a little bit more analytical about it. And there are problems with being analytical too. I'm not saying I'm perfect.
But do you believe in majority and not like, do you believe there's a majority of things where you could have a statistic that's what's going on? Like that's what's taking over?
I think that is true, but that just means you don't want to marry the majority of women. Marry the exceptions.
But that's what we're saying to you, Stanley. And then you just like oh, not all.
Well, no, that's not how it happened. I meant what I said. I didn't stutter. I do understand that the statistics are the statistics. What I'm saying is if I accept the premise that the majority of women are, as you say, then that makes it more imperative to go out and look for the exceptions.
If 10 lions were walking down the street, are you going to stop?
Oh,
this is so
stupid. Okay, I don't even understand that analogy. Are you comparing women to? Are you comparing women to lions that might bite?
I'm trying to get you to That's why I got to dumb it down for you. My bad.
Okay, well let me put it to you this way. You're dumbing it down even for yourself. Comparing women to lions that might bite you is not helping your argument.
Kind sir, you're not even looking at the comparison. It's not about the fucking lion.
Because the comparison is trash. That's why I'm not looking at it.
All right, so let me dumb it down for you.
See if you can come up with a better analogy.
Like I said, let me dumb it down for you. So
well, thank God. Dumb it down for me.
All right, thank God you let me do it. All right, here we go. So if there's 5 women at the club and all of them are dressed like hoes and one of them is a good woman, are you going to know which one is the good woman?
Well, maybe not, because you shouldn't be looking for a wife in a club.
Oh my gosh.
Amen.
The club is the club is not an optimal space if you're. See, this motherfucker actually thought that was a hard question. I am fucking tired of dealing with motherfuckers who think they present hard questions. Dude, you don't look for a wife in a club. Now,
I gave you props on
also,
that one.
bro, no. There is a conclusion that actually, dude, even I have to be impressed. And it was off, motherfucker, all of this is off the cuff. It's off the top of my head. And after my self-admiration, there is one point that I make at the end of this exchange. So, Dave, go ahead. And I'm embarrassed to toot my own horn. It is rather embarrassing, but no one else does it.
No, you did. You had a rapid response for that.
Oh, motherfucker! I think quickly. Oh, and let me also tell you the bonus: stone cold sober. Motherfucker, I drink beer to slow me down, dude.
Oh.
There are some things I should say to some of these dumb fucks. So,
hey, he took the method I take with try to come up with an analogy that this is where the red started.
It wasn't a good one, and I called him out on it.
Motherfucker,
Right.
if
You
you
caught
are
that quick,
really
man. That was good.
dude, I understand English. Don't come up with lions who bite people and think I'm going to accept that as some. And it wasn't an analogy, it was a simile. If you can use the word like women are like lions, it's a simile, not a motherfucking metaphor or an analogy. I understand English that well. If there's an L, if it's something is like something, that's a motherfucking simile. Get precise, bitches, because I
Hey,
can
man, you
do
gonna have
it.
to tone that shit down.
Why?
If you meet them in the club, you're
Motherfucker,
gonna
how do you
lose them
think
in the
how do
club.
you think I beat dumbasses at words? Dude, I know more words and I know the rules.
What were you saying, 12 man?
If you meet them in the club, you're gonna lose them at the club.
See, you don't want to
That's the
deal
way
with
it
me
goes.
anymore.
Oh, we love you, Stanley.
I
No,
deal with you. I don't
go
call it
ahead, 12
dealing
man.
with you,
12
Stanley.
man
I call it
satisfied
handling.
Hey, 12 man soothe this man's feelings because I
It's not
beat
dealing
up his
with you. That's
boys.
handling.
I beat up his boys today.
You made a claim you didn't prove. You didn't beat shit.
I think I did.
So you don't think that if you meet a woman in the club, that's where you're gonna lose them? That's the way that
Oh,
works.
no. There is a conclusion to this point. I stopped it here. Oh, look who's here now. It is the famous
Hey.
Ryan.
Hey, look, here's what happens. Stanley goes on any show,
No,
and then the next night
here's
it's a
what's
5-hour
not.
recap.
Oh,
It's a
has
5-hour
someone
recap.
coming? Someone has come in hot.
No, Stanley will say, this is what Stanley does. He'll say, no, you're not supposed to
Absolutely,
beat women.
dude. Do you?
I didn't even
I'm a
say
weak
nothing. See?
motherfucker. I have to use every trick in the book. Y'all are smart. I have to
Well,
use.
it's just, why do you need to do a play-by-play recap the next day? Like you play the show with you on it, and it's like a word for word play-by-play recap.
Now, I do have to ask you this. How often do I do this? Never.
You know what's funny? I think the first time, Stan, this is funny. The first time I think I ever saw you, you were in your room and you were beleaguered because you lost a debate. You were just really down, and you were like,
I fucking hate losing.
What the fuck? I was like, wow, man, just let it go. But you were just really beating the hell out of yourself. And I'm like, listen, this is fucking YouTube. Who gives a shit? You know, that's the first time I ever met you. You were beating the hell out of yourself. So,
and that's why he doesn't join panels, because he doesn't know how to turn the page.
No, motherfucker. Let me tell you something, dude. I know how to win.
Who was it? I'm trying to think of who you were.
These little pussies, because I don't see the difference between ad hominems. I don't do the motherfucking little fallacies like, ooh, it's a logical fallacy. Fuck that. In the adult world, there are no fallacies. You win arguments.
I think it was Conservative Show or SKC, and you went on there and you were like, I can't believe it. I wasn't prepared, and I think you felt like you lost, right? You lost the debate, so you were very. I was like, look, man, this is who gives a fuck? Just keep rolling, you know. But you were at it.
Did I lose the debate?
I didn't see the debate. It was like the next day or something, and you were just.
Oh, that had to been the SKC one where he made so much money off of him. That's what pissed them.
It must have been yeah.
And it did piss me off.
And I think you were outgunned. It was just like 6-on-1. Like, how are you going to win that? You know?
Yeah, no, motherfucker. I should win 6-on-1.
Dude, it was
6 dummies. Dude, I should. Dude, that's the thing. Never get into motherfucker.
Not arrogant at all. He's not arrogant.
Because what happens if you do win?
Can I ask you something, Stanley? And this is
this
is conceptual. Okay, so if you're not supposed to meet a woman at work, right? And you're not gonna find your wife at I'm
Oh
just
my
saying.
God.
Let me set this
All
up.
right, Dave. All right, Dave.
If you
You have the
if
floor.
you if you're not supposed to meet a woman at work, does that open up a possibility to meet a wife in a club?
You're kidding, right? Let
Yes,
me
I'm totally kidding.
you go ahead, develop this stupid argument while I'll be right back.
I
I'm
think it
listening
raises the
though.
chances that you would find a wife in the club if you can't meet him at work. If you don't sit where you
Why
eat,
can't you
all
meet
the
him at
rules.
work? Like, why can't you meet him at work? Like, that's
You're supposed to go to
We've
church to
established like
find a
it's
good
not
woman. God damn it!
actually 12th
right,
man is
right,
If you
right,
want to
right, right.
meet a good woman, you got to go to church. That's where you meet them.
that's a
In
good
theory,
place to meet.
all of this is theory. Doesn't mean that you can't meet a wife in the club. Doesn't mean
That's
that you
true.
can't meet a wife at work. But I'm just saying, if we're gonna say don't talk, don't sit where you eat, don't date nobody you're working with,
What was
then
that
that's
song? It
stack
goes,
some chips in the clubhouse.
looking for love in all the
All the
wrong
wrong
places.
places.
I
Looking
think it
for
depends on
love
where you work,
in
Dave.
too many
What's
places.
the intent? Are you trying to just bang out girls at work? Then I think that's a bad move. If you're actually trying to
Right.
legitimately
All
date,
right, folks. Hold on. Let's listen to the end of this and it'll solve at least Deacon Dave's weirdo question.
I don't give a
Motherfucker,
fuck about
you
the
were
question.
Dave, you were there, you heard what I said. Why are you
Yeah,
acting
I don't
like you
disagree
didn't
with
hear
you.
it?
I'm just wondering if you just would
Okay,
factor it the way I
let
said
me
it.
play this. Serious about finding someone for a serious relationship. A club is there to party. It's not necessarily a place you would find a wife. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. If you happen to run into that one nice girl, lucky you, but it's gonna take luck.
Night, is you awake?
Yeah, the odds are
God
against
damn, I
you.
need somebody. God. Oh my God. You got a black man standing outside the world, which means that you should be able to think outside the box.
I think outside the box is a matter of course. I never think inside the box.
Hey, Night is. It was a pleasure.
Look at this motherfucker.
This is my rage quit.
This motherfucker is begging for Nightish. Motherfucker, I scalded the bitch. Dude, do not motherfucking come up with bullshit.
fucking recapping it. Look at Stanley recapping this shit.
You know that is so weak.
Recapping it.
Well, come on now. Let me pat myself on the back, dude.
No,
I
it's
did
okay.
not
Yeah, you
yell.
should. You should.
But here's the deal: I didn't yell. I didn't like fucking. I respected Nightish. I did not fucking. I was measured.
Yeah, you did good.
Nope.
Now, look, you won earlier when I think it was over earlier when someone had said talking about meeting a wife, and that person does not even agree with having a wife, and I'm like, why is Stanley talking?
Oh well, that's ruthless.
Yeah,
he isn't. No, actually, Sauce now, Zhang, on that pet, stone cold sober. That's probably why I did so well. Sometimes alcohol can make you a little bit twitchy, a little bit more emotional. Stone cold sober, and that's how I'm going to start doing these panels. I just unfortunately don't have the talent or the age, dude. Alcohol affects you differently, at this age. But no, stone cold sober. I took these two little boys to the whooping shed, and I also invited them up to the show if they were pissed off. They're pussies. I will always win. They just don't know enough. And you know what?
an arrogant motherfucker.
Prove me. Yeah, motherfucker.
That's your arrogant motherfucker. You got all the goddamn
hey,
arrogant.
motherfuckers, I'm here, bitches.
That's
but let's finish this because this ends kind of funny too.
Things to do.
All right, this motherfucker. I'm retired, so I can do this all day.
Talk to male females. I gotta get out of
Oh,
here.
I did.
So,
I did
talk to
just
you.
say
Holla at you.
that. Did y'all hear that?
Outside the world, which means that you should be able to think outside the box.
I think outside the box is a matter of course. I never think inside the box.
Hey, now it is. It was a pleasure. Listen, rage quick. I got things to do.
All right.
Yeah, I'm understood. I'm retired, so I can do this all day.
Talk to male, females. I gotta get out of here. So I'll talk to you. Holla at me on the IG there. I can work with you. All right, brother.
Now I shouldn't come up on these panels, should I?
Rufus dropped out. He'll probably be back. I dropped the video he's playing and he dropped out with it, so he'll pop back up if he popping back up.
Here's the deal. One thing I do have is patience. It was a good day. I had patience. They just weren't up to the task, and they did not know what they were coming up against. Motherfucker, I can out logic you. There's a reason, even people like Imperius, dude, even Imperius isn't smart enough. I can out logic. Dude, I haven't met anyone on YouTube I know more. It might just be a matter of age.
I think Imperius' idea is just chaos.
No, I don't give a fuck about Imperius. Let me put it to you this way. He was in my chat yesterday. He didn't come up to the panel. Motherfucker, don't or do. But Imperius is always quite the gentleman. Motherfucker, I know more. Or as much.
Yeah.
There is power in
He just tries to
knowledge.
overwhelm you with words. So he just wants to.
There's also, dude, you don't go through the military and not have confidence. Right? Actually, you were nattering about in the chat yesterday. How are you? How you feeling?
Me?
Actually, I haven't asked after your health in a while.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting along okay. I just went to a funeral, which is boring.
Oh.
And, yeah, it's like a distant, whatever. I'm supposed to go to be supportive of my wife, which is, I don't know, man. What's the fucking point of this shit, right?
Motherfucker, I have seen your wife, bitch. You better be supportive.
Well, look, she's a great woman.
So do you, bitch. Y'all is, dude, your wife, and please take this in the right way. She's gorgeous. The fuck?
Yeah, she's a beautiful woman. Listen,
you better be picking up her towels. You better be.
I ain't doing all that shit.
Yeah, Ryan, you better be wiping her ass for
what
it, too.
ruthless truth. You
fuck
better
that.
be better than ruthless truth.
I got my own shit to do, but she wants me to show up for this, viewing and bullshit. No problem. So.
Dude, all I can say is at least you were there. Hey, motherfucker, dude, how many times have I gone? One of these days, I will be drunk enough to talk about my grandmother-in-law. They used to do pretty much every year after 90, they did a family reunion / birthday party. We did that for motherfucking 7 years or 6 years. Maybe.
Wow.
You know what? I have to coordinate that. Maybe.
So she died in 96, 96, 95, 96?
97. And I have to figure out which year that was. But the bottom line is I never had the balls to just go, you go. Because you know what? I've told you the story about my grandmother-in-law. She was a sweetheart, but she before I met her, once she met me, everything was fine. But I don't know what she was expecting, but it was like I didn't tell you the story.
No, you did. You said that she was like, hold on.
Can't she find a white man?
Can't she find a white man? That's right. Yeah. But once she got to know you, she liked you, right? She liked you.
But no, it was better than like, motherfucker, dude. I was a husband.
Yeah.
You know, my wife and my son got to visit her at will. And you know,
That's cool.
sometimes on the way back, I used to stop and meet them. Like, you know, my son and my wife.
When you were out there
It,
busting your ass,
you know,
working your ass
yeah,
off.
I was
When they were
working.
when they were at the lake, they were at the lake.
Oh my God. You know what? And I had to tell my wife to stop calling. I don't don't do
We're at the lake having fun.
like
Thanks
I
a lot,
wanna
honey. I really appreciate that.
well, no, it's like, come on now. You know, I'm here. You know, it's you know,
That's
it's
all right.
not digging ditches, but god damn, do you really have to do that?
Yeah, don't advertise it. I
But
know.
dude, it's I loved I man, I miss that. God damn it, I miss it. I was in heaven.
You
And
know, do you want
you
to
know,
live to 96, Stanley? Do you want to like I saw my
no,
granddad died at
not
96, and I'm gonna tell you,
particularly.
it's like
If I'm
it
in
was
good
lonely. He was
health,
lonely.
if I am in, oh motherfucker, oh,
He was lonely,
all
man.
your friends,
Everyone you've ever known is fucking dead, right? Like the people
yeah.
that raised you, your parents, like your sister, your brother, everyone is dead. And then you just look around and it's like your whole peer group is gone, right? Other than maybe a distant, some guy you met in the nursing home. So he was very lonely. And he said for 5 years he was ready to go. He's like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get out of here. And he just wouldn't die. He didn't die, right? So, and he said, everybody I've ever known,
Well,
my teachers are dead, my parents are dead, my sister's dead, my army buddies were
no,
dead.
no.
He was in the army. So it was just
I'm
wasn't
just
much fun.
gonna have to say, I pray that I would say go fishing, but I'm gonna guess he wasn't. No, that's hell.
He was the lonely man when he died finally. So I think I want to kick it at about 80. That's my goal. Like 80.
You motherfucker, don't plan it. Just let it be.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I don't want to go. Some of these people on TV, you see them at 110 years old.
Well, see,
Like, what
you
the
plan
fuck?
on 86. You know it's going to be 96 now.
Oh man, it seems like
God's
Well,
going to say, "Ooh, 10-year bonus."
if your loved ones are still around, maybe, right? But I don't know. My granddad was pretty miserable, man.
Well, I'm kind of lucky. If you can be lucky, I'm 41 years older than my son, so I know he's going to be around if I turn 80.
Right.
If nothing
He will,
happens.
man. Yeah.
I'm to be honest, I just want him to be happy.
You'll be young enough to take care of you too.
I'll be okay. As a matter of fact, one of these days I'll tell the story. My father, you remind me of my father. That motherfucker.
Your father's still around, isn't he? Your father's still around,
Yeah,
isn't he?
he is.
That's
And
awesome.
my mother, dude, let me put it to you this way. My mother when I found out my mother had Alzheimer's, it was 7 years in. And I noticed, and you will she made them swear not to tell me. And because how I started asking questions is like, I'd call my mother and we would talk for fucking 2 hours. Sometimes I didn't want to talk to 2 hours, but she's my mother.
Yeah.
However, it really started like we talked for 5 minutes and she'd be gone. And the first thing I thought was like, oh shit, what have I done? Is she mad? Because my mother could be short. If she's pissed off, I had to go to my sister. And dude, my sister was like, well, Stanley, we didn't want to tell you. You better sit down for this. I'm like, what?
Why didn't they want to tell you? Were you pissed off?
No. My mother and I were close, and I honestly I could have dealt with it. Dude, let me put it to you this way: my mother pretty much remembered me and my father all the way to the last
end,
time
huh?
I saw her. 3 months before she died, November, December, 2 months before she died, and she couldn't remember my name, but the whole point is, we were just close. We were alike in personality, and we were just close.
It gets frustrating when you're trying to talk to somebody with Alzheimer's, and they'll keep asking the same stuff all night, right? And they'll get like
My mother was
sundowners,
different. Last time I saw her,
Drive me up the wall.
well, tell me about. Yeah, I never
Well, no,
asked questions.
so my stepmother has Alzheimer's, right? I picked her up for the Super Bowl last year, and my dad, we're gonna go and see it, so and and she gets in the vehicle. This is like mid-February, Super Bowl, and she's like, I'm so excited, it's New Year's Eve. Okay, so they at night they get very confused, and but it is what it is, and they forget all the recent stuff. They'll remember shit from the 80s and 70s and 60s, but they'll forget the recent. They'll forget an hour ago. They'll forget a day ago. And then as they go, they end up like forgetting even the stuff from when they were children, all the way back to when they're and that's what you're like at the end stages of it. So, but anyway, I don't want to make it that long. 80, I'm out. 85, see you later. Got to go. Hopefully, I still got my mind. But if my mind goes before that, then hopefully I go before that. So
Live your life.
Yeah, that's right.
I like you. My story is I'd seen my mother, and this particular time. Well, let me put the spotlight on my father. He never did the caretaker. He's a year younger than she is. He did it all himself.
No shit.
Now, here's the great stuff. They had planned. There was no, hey, we need, can you help us out? My father had planned it. It was like the only thing the kids had to do was pick out a very expensive $60,000 casket.
No shit.
That's literally what we did.
$60K, huh?
No, well, my father,
money,
we all settled on pecan. She'd always liked.
Wow.
Well, motherfucker, what do you expect? She was our mother.
First off, I thought caskets
I
were 10
want
grand.
to tell you,
I thought they were 10 grand.
my father literally, we picked it out, and I didn't motherfucking want to do it.
Well, let me
My
ask you
father
this.
had a no. Listen to what I'm saying. The kids my father, it was this motherfucker from a cotton field in Adel, Georgia. The motherfucker is successful. He built a fucking castle.
That's awesome.
We didn't have to. No, the motherfucker. Remember when I say I don't have heroes?
Yeah, you said your dad's your hero.
And my mother.
I haven't heard you say that, but that's cool too.
The motherfucker, dude, pick out, and I didn't want to do it. They had to drag me there. I don't care.
I didn't know caskets were that much money, 60 grand. I thought they were like 10
Motherfucker,
grand.
I don't know. I'm not in the casket market.
I'm amazed. It's a lot of money.
I don't keep up with it. But dude, do you think I'm kidding?
No,
No, I believe you.
I was like
I just put that on the
shocked. I was like shocked. How much?
60
And
grand. What?
You know what? We called my father, but not about money. It was like, well, we picked out pecan. That's what we talked about, dude.
That's cool.
Salute to the responsible Black family. They motherfucking built it from scratch.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, it's not cool. It's monumental. And I
Well,
don't want
yeah,
to talk
that's
to
awesome.
pussies. I don't want to talk to pussies who will say Black people can't build shit.
Well, nobody says that. That's credible.
Oh, CT says it. John Galt says it. All these motherfucking dirtbag bitches. They don't know success.
Dirtbag bitches.
They
I like
did
that
not
one,
come.
Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, you'll get your turn now that you've awakened. They don't know success is my point. Motherfucker, I came from success. So all this
I always
fucking
tell John,
bullshit.
I always tell everybody, like I was taught how to lay bricks from a Black man, right? I always tell
Well,
that story because
motherfucker,
it's true.
do you not think I haven't laid a brick?
No, you ain't laid no bricks, Stanley. Come on, get real.
Oh, my father and I. Now I'm not to your
What, you laid like
not
5
to your
bricks? Come on.
no. Give me a
Well,
chance
Stanley.
to tell you.
I'm just
Give me a
kidding.
chance to tell
Stanley,
you.
Stanley,
You
don't
may
you own
hold
your
on,
own
12th
house?
man. Hold on, 12th man. There is a barbecue pit, like my father
Oh,
and
now we're
I.
getting somewhere.
It's a brick barbecue pit. I'm sorry, I've never built a building, but
No,
my
it's all
father
good.
and I. No, motherfucker, we
Okay.
literally like from actual bricks.
That's
With
cool.
the trowel and the motherfucking grout, or it's not grout. What is it?
Yeah, mortar. It's mortar. Masonry mortar.
Mortar. No,
Yeah.
we built motherfucker. The goddamn thing still exists.
Yeah, it lasts a long time.
But no. You think I'm some pussy? My father, we laid the goddamn brick.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And,
Man. I like
dude,
that. I
I'm
think
like
it's great.
12. I told you about the painting the house story.
So how old were you when you did this, Stanley?
Motherfucker,
How old were you?
we built a Volkswagen engine. We peeled the paint off the motherfucking house. It's a brick house, but up, there's wooden siding. Motherfucker, we didn't scrape the paint off. We peeled it off with a fucking blowtorch. We peeled the paint off, and then we sanded the motherfucking wood parts. We
So
sanded
when did you build the? When did you build the brick? When did you build the brick barbecue oven?
I don't remember. Maybe around 10.
You were 10. So I bet it's still standing. I bet it's still standing.
Well, no, it's better than standing, dude.
Still works,
we just bought it's big enough to put a pig on, half a pig,
Nice.
put 2 halves on. Oh, dude,
That sounds
in my
fun.
pot, there is a metal cover that you can lever down over it. No, the motherfucker still stands.
Yeah, 50 years.
It
Right?
works.
That's 50 years ago, right?
You can still use it.
50 years ago, right? If you were 10, it was 50
Stanley,
years
you
ago.
gotta get us a picture of that. I gotta see
I
this
will.
grill.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so that
it
was 50
exists.
years ago. That's awesome. Fucking
No,
bricks
but
last forever.
I'm not some motherfucking book reading pussy.
I'm just fucking with
I
you,
know
man.
how
I'm
this
sure
shit
you
is.
built shit.
Dude, we rebuilt a Volkswagen engine. If you look in my YouTube, I don't know, whatever it's called, icon.
Yeah.
See that Volkswagen? It's a 73 Super Beetle. My father bought it new from the lot. And by the way, I went to school with, the son of the man who sold it. Motherfucker, we still have that 73. It was in pieces. And what you see is where it is now. My father decided, the band needs to get together again.
Nice.
So he fucking,
Nice.
oh, let's get it back together.
Wow.
Either my
Stanley,
son or my 14-year-old nephew, motherfucker, that Volkswagen, literally, I drove it, my brother drove it 13 years apart. Motherfucker, that was my car in high school and college. I drove that
cool.
bitch up to the University of Georgia.
That's cool.
nice. Hey,
All
Stanley,
I'm saying is if my father can do it from Adel motherfucking Georgia, from Jim Crow to 2025, fuck the bullshit. It can be done.
Sure.
You just need to work hard.
Stanley, don't you own your own house and it's paid off as well, right? That's laying a brick right there.
Yes.
See?
Your
What's
point
Zhang
would
say?
be what?
Look at what Zhang said.
That's the way to retire,
Zhang way.
Stanley. Owning your own
Motherfucker,
land.
you're gonna tell me how to retire?
No, I'm not telling. I'm saying you're doing good. You
Yeah, he's
bought
doing
your
good.
own house.
Well, thank you
paid
for your
off.
blessing. My point was, of course, I'm doing good because my parents did good and
That's
my
right.
grandparents did good. Dude, my point is we aren't all John Galt.
Stanley, would you like to respond to Zhang Wei 3.0?
What is he? Is he motherfucking?
He's in the
trolling?
chat. He's just fucking around. He says Stanley hires all Guatemalans to cut his
Hey,
grass.
you know what, bitch? What's the song? Stanley
funny,
hires
right?
Guatemalans to mow his lawn. No, I don't.
You know what's funny is that I don't know where Zhang Wei's from, but it's got to be DC-ish because there's a shitload of Guatemalans around DC. Like I had a Guatemalans working for me, so a lot of Guatemalans up here, man. DC metro area. Yeah, like certain areas have a lot of Mexicans, El Salvadorians.
Need to send ice in there, Ryan. Clear them out.
I don't look, man. I'm not calling ICE, but I mean, if ICE shows up, I'm not going to fight them, whatever. So Stanley calls ICE if he sees any illegals in his neighborhood. Though Stanley's like, get them out of here, get them motherfuckers out of here.
You know what?
It.
I don't.
I'm just kidding. My grandparents lived in.
Oh, McLean. I know right where McLean is.
If I
Dude,
see a bunch of
hey, Zhang, for a while I lived in Chantilly. You know where Greenbrier is? My when I met my wife, she was living in Greenbrier. And dude, coming down, well, you know Virginia. If you know where McLean is, you know where Warren County is, you know where Fauquier is.
That's way the fuck out there for me, though, man. I hate that shit.
I'm
way
sorry,
out
66. Is it
way out there?
66?
Yeah, 267 is the toll road, and 66 is due west.
Well, no,
all that shit's out there.
those toll roads were being built when I left.
Yeah,
but no,
it's way out there, though.
Dude,
Manassas is way the fuck out there. I hate Warren. I hate Warrington.
It's God's
God's
country.
If I see a bunch of tattooed weirdos running around my neighborhood, I'm calling that.
All of Northern Virginia is just going to be one big data center eventually. So, and military contracting office. That's all it's going to be eventually. BAE.
Stan Autry, hit the link, my brother. You know what? I'm just bullshitting around, and I got.
Damn! Look at that shit. Somebody said they got 7 players injured.
That's the best fun, Stanley, is when you're just bullshitting around. I love that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm still motherfucking hyped up. I'm ready to go with a goddamn argument. These motherfuckers. Y'all don't know how disappointed
Go back on
I was.
Blackest show again. Go up on a show, ignite it. Get up on a show and get after him. Well, he's in the morning, I think, anyway.
Well, the problem
you know what? I will cool my heels Because to be honest, Nighty should have tossed me off.
Why didn't he toss you off?
I don't know.
I think Nightish is a big mouth that likes to overtalk everyone.
No, Nightish is actually smart, and that I was allowed to stay. You know, he has. I don't know why. You know,
I feel like I gotta be honest with you.
Sometimes
I feel like you
I'm
outclass
good
some of
at.
them guys, though. Man. You outclass a lot of them.
No, you have to be careful with that type of argument, motherfucker. Dude, class has nothing to
put it
do
this way.
with it.
What I mean is, in terms of debate,
Class has nothing to do with it. You gotta be smart. A dummy
I'll
can
say you
argue a
out.
point.
But Stanley, you pretty much smoked them over and over the whole time. It wasn't a
It
debate.
really wasn't like that. I don't see
It was
it
more.
that
I
way.
thought it was more of a schooling. You know, like they couldn't
No.
assemble their arguments. You would just gun them down. The way I saw it. But anyway, whatever. So
Look, these motherfuckers, you cannot. I'm frustrated.
Why?
I thought these motherfuckers were smart. No, seriously.
Yeah. Well, you beat them pretty much up and down when you were debating. So that's the way I. If I had to judge who won, you won.
It was not a debate. Dude, this wasn't like, you read something, I read something. It is off the cuff. Dude, I didn't prepare.
No, I know that. I know it was impromptu, but you won all the arguments that I heard. They were talking about conservative.
There were no
families.
arguments. I won nothing. There was nothing to win. That's what frustrates me.
Well, for example,
these motherfuckers, they had no arguments.
For example, they're like, well, they stated, black men are more conservative now than they were before. And you're like, no, I don't think so. And then they couldn't formulate why they thought that. Right. And then
that is a problem.
Yeah. And then you're like, well, and then they said, hey, black men want to marry, but the women are the problem. And you're like, well, I totally disagree with that. And they couldn't formulate why they thought that again. And I'm
you
like,
know what? I should have
Stanley just beat them again.
Well, I did. I learned something too. Just, dude, let them defeat themselves. They don't have an argument.
Yeah, they kind of, like
the House of Cards. The House of Cards just goes, hey, I puffed a question. And the motherfucker fell down. I was just like,
pretty much
with the little breath it took me to ask a question, it all fell down.
Pretty much.
Dude,
I would agree.
Weak.
Yeah.
Hey, Stan, please hit the link. Love to talk to you, man. Otherwise, irony, anyone? Family meaning not local politics is the left place to start political thought. Little complicated. Maybe we shouldn't listen to it.
Oh, it's too late. It's too late in the night for me to think at all, really.
Really?
Just about.
Motherfucker, it's 7:39.
But by this time, my brain is mush. Then it's just pudding.
Well, what you got? What you got? 12th man?
Nothing. I'm gonna be going in here in a minute, and I'm just getting home actually, and I'm gonna go and let my stupid dogs out.
Well, how is everything's okay? With your
my health
toes
situation
and your
yeah. I mean, there's some bullshit. There's setbacks and good and bad, and they're still fucking around with these medicines and shit. So,
right.
But at the end of the
that
day,
might
I'm
take,
hopeful.
dude. It might take a while. I have a story to tell you, which I won't share. But dude, let me just tell you right now, I have psoriatic arthritis, and it's an autoimmune thing. And it took them 3 years. It took the VA 3 years to get it right. But when they got it right, dude, you'll get there. They will
Yeah,
get
that's
it
kind
right.
of where it's kind of. I'm having faith. I'm not discouraged. But they're just
The
Also
VA,
ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions like
the
this shit.
VA killed
This
my
shit is
father.
this shit is not working. Make it work. They will pay attention
well.
to you.
Yeah, I do, and I read a lot and study a lot and all to try to figure
Good for
out.
you.
I mean, the
The
language.
only way to get, dude, I'm so
That's
happy to hear that.
the language for medical stuff, right? The shit is. I think that's where all the smart people ended up because I don't even understand the
No, they
nomenclature.
did. Motherfucking get,
There-
get a Latin dictionary. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
You can
Stanley, the
Google it.
VA killed my
Google
dad.
it.
It's crazy.
Google it.
Well, I do, but it's just like they talk about just so much shit. I don't understand any of the words, so I got to look them up all the time. And what's this mean? What's that mean? But
You know what, Ryan? I hate it when you pretend to be stupid.
no, I'm telling you, man. Like they talk about eosinophils. Like if you look at like a blood test, there's like 100 fucking things in there. I don't know what any of them mean. I can't even pronounce half of it, right?
Trust your doctor. Stop
Well, I am.
looking it
I am.
up. Let me
Yeah, I do.
tell you a story, and I bet you did this too. When my son was born, he was a little yellow. And there's this weird thing where I don't even recall what it was, but it was like a liver thing, something that could happen. And the doctor, my wife's obstetrician, was like, don't worry about it. Give it a few days. If it's not, we'll deal with it. So what the fuck did I do? Of course I went and looked it up on the internet.
Yeah, let me look it up.
Dude, I was stressed. I'm like doing all the permutations and all this shit. And oh my God. And you know what? There's something called encomium or something like that, like your kid's first poop.
Yeah.
Which is hugely disgusting.
Yes.
It was like, motherfucker, are you from Mars? Where the
it's
fuck?
like a purple. It's like purple, isn't it? It's some crazy shit like that. Literally crazy shit, right?
Well, you know what? After that, everything was fine. Whatever it was, he shat it out.
Yeah, he shattered it out. That's right.
Yeah, he was perfectly fine. But Daddy was tired and stressed.
Oh,
Dude.
it's scary. It's scary. But I'll tell you something, reading the medical stuff, like I'm trying to, because you got to read. I'm into the study and shit, but it's just, it's a constant, I don't know. Until they figure out, everybody's different, and until they figure out what works best for me, it's hard to, it's just, do this, do that, wait. Like I was taking the interferon, I had to back off on the interferon because it was fucking with my liver. So but there's a lot of different things they're trying. So we're still working on it.
Listen to what I said though. 3 years before they even diagnosed.
That's a long time, right?
It took. Oh, dude, the pain I was in, dude. I had psoriatic arthritis. There was a time I was bedridden. It was so bad.
Shit. Wow.
Oh, motherfucker. Oh my God, dude. Thank goodness.
I didn't realize that it was that bad.
Oh,
bedridden.
Dude.
Oh,
shit. Dude. Let me put it to you this way, and I hate to reveal so much information, but it was very complicated because I also had a bone infection with the psoriatic arthritis.
Gotcha.
So I had to have they had to do I forget what it's called when they put the pump thing in your neck. I motherfucking had to do like a month of 24-hour biotics to dude, it was life threatening.
No shit.
And I kind of blew it off, and I wouldn't do the pump. And then I had a nurse call me, and this was like Sister Johanna level. And Sister Johanna was my 10th grade, my 11th grade chemistry teacher, who I loved. And I saw her years later, because she had quit teaching chemistry, and she had done, was working with old nuns and stuff like that. She was still fairly young. I've had a blessed life. Anyway, this woman was like, "Do you want to lose your leg?" And I'm like, "What?" Dude, she was like, she didn't say motherfucker. It's like, you could lose your leg or your life.
Stop messing around with it, right? Stop. Yeah.
I was like, dude, because I don't want to do this shit. It's gay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Well, do you want to lose your leg? And she got my attention. So anyway, I did what the nurse, it wasn't the doctor. It was like, dude, I had to have nurses come here and check like all kinds of shit every goddamn day.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. However, you know what? 2 years later, finally it was diagnosed. And dude, I'm ambulatory. I can go fishing. I can do anything I want to do. The only thing that is, motherfucker, I'm old. But I actually can do what I want to do.
It took 3 years to figure it out. That's good. I'm being patient. I'm trying to be patient. So.
Well, you better be.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much of a choice, I guess. But to be patient. So, but I haven't lost hope though. I'm pretty optimistic about it. I hope it works out. So, but
it'll be fine.
And by the way, they got a million things, man. Like they got so many cancer treatments now, Stanley. It is like they said in 10 years it'll probably not be killing people. Like all of the cancer.
Well, wait, hold it. Hold. It's cancer?
What I have is a cancer. It's a type of cancer, yeah. So,
but
it's not. No. But it's not a malignant one, right? It's not one that's just like. In other words, it's not like a tumor. It's a it's a mutation. So, my bones just continue to make blood nonstop, and they're supposed to stop, right? So, so essentially, it's like a So it's like so the real risk is strokes and heart attacks, or you end up with fibrotic bone marrow, and then you have to get transfusions all the time. So, but there's a lot of treatment options. I'm working through it, and like the doctor said, look, unless it mutates into something worse, like you could live for 20 years.
Oh, motherfucker, that's not long enough.
Well, but he said, like, look, we come out with stuff every day. There's all kinds of stuff.
Well, bitch. Here's the cosmic joke. You'll live to 80.
I think I will. I'm 51, so. I think I got 30 years.
You know what?
I got 30 years. I got 30 years, man. I know I do.
Well, let's see. I'm 10 years older. I'll meet you in hell, bitch.
No, man, I ain't going. You ain't going to hell. You ain't going to hell. I don't even think there is a hell. I don't think there's a hell.
Well, we can do metaphysics. There is a metaphysics show we can do. We can talk about Dante. We can talk about
No. Leave that to
there's Inferno. There's Purgatorio.
Leave that to Jenny. Okay, Jenny off the CT show.
No. Jenny is not. I'm much more. What can I say? Loose with the religion. I'm Catholic.
Yeah, you're Catholic.
We think the Bible is advice. Not
advice.
Literal.
No, it's not real. It's just
wait,
advice.
hold it. I'm dead
Yeah,
serious when I say
that's
that.
funny. That's funny. Yeah,
Hey,
but
it's a good plan for living.
it is a good plan for living. I would agree with that. But yeah, the Catholics, I guess, aren't as literal, right? But I think they.
Nowhere near.
I do think though I think they still do think that like there is a hell though, you know, and that there's this devil, right?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
There's
But
a lot of different Catholics. There's
the
Trinitarians and
best
different
Bible.
groups.
Read Dante. Read the Divine Comedy, all three, and that's the better version of the Bible in my. It's funny sometimes. It's horrible sometimes.
Well, the Geneva Bible, it's actually interesting because uh, it's a long story, but I was like, I need to get a new Bible, and then so I called my daughter and I said, "What Bible should I get?" She said the International Version. I said, "I'm not getting that one." I said, I learned out of the King James Version Bible, right? I learned the King James Version Bible, so you can't give me one of these modern Bibles and expect me to want to read it. I
Well,
like the old
motherfucker,
language.
get the King James Version, whatever comforts you.
Well, check this out. There's a pre-King James version called the Geneva Bible, and there's one called the 1611 Bible. And I'm like, I might check them out. They might have some more shit in there that I'm interested in reading about. So I feel like they kind of changed the Jesus story, you know? So, I mean, I don't know.
What would they change the details or the overarching lesson? Dude, how could they change it's 4 days versus 3? Really?
No.
Come on now. They changed the Jesus story.
Yeah,
How?
I think they switched it up a little bit. Well, I think Jesus is like
come on.
I mean, is he God's son? I don't know, man. I find it hard to believe, you know. It's difficult for me
Motherfucker, just say he is and move on. It's not that big a detail.
I feel like they screwed that part up.
This will be forever amazing to me. Just say he is and move on.
Yeah, you're right. I should do it though.
Dude,
But
I was raised Catholic. I'm not particularly religious, but hey, why can't he be God's son? What is preventing?
I guess he could. I just feel like,
what is
man,
preventing it?
man.
Why not believe in it?
Well, number one, if I was Joseph, I'd be like, hold on, honey, you're claiming that this child is not mine and that it's God's. You're telling I would, if I was him, I'd never believe it. I'd be like, nope, get the fuck out, you know. So you know what I mean? So, you know, he had to have some pretty strong faith, you know, Joseph, right? So you know, if Mary came in and said, I'm pregnant, it's not yours, I'd be like, listen, Mary, you got to go. So that would be that. But anyway, I don't know. Buddy. So, where's my glasses at? All right, I got to, dumbass. All right, I got to feed these dogs, Stanley. I got to get up out of here, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Well, I was gonna say, she probably said it could be yours.
Yeah, it could be yours, but it's not. I'd say, well, look, you're telling me it's God's. I find it hard to believe. So, but
you know what? Let's see how that works in the hood.
anywhere in the world, people are gonna go, nope, I don't believe that shit. Get out of here. So
hey, you know what? If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen in the hood. So
well, I think any neighborhood you're gonna go in, if that woman says that,
there will always be immaculate. You know what? I was raised Catholic, so I'm not going to be too sacrilegious.
No, I don't want to be sacrilegious either, because I do think.
Oh, motherfucker, really I revel in it. So
well, I don't want to. Some people are really religious. I don't want to be critical of anyone.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm not critical of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, like people believe what they believe. I'm cool with that. You know, I'm not
Mhm.
critical of anything like that, man. So, and I don't know why. Let people believe what they want. You know, as long as they're not hurting other people, who gives a
I
shit?
hope they will believe.
Yeah. Look, he's got a point of view. I wonder if he's gonna come up. I haven't
Yeah,
talked to him in like a year.
motherfucker. When is the last time I talked to Mr. Ghetto? And
Been
he
a
came
while.
by early. Hey, hit the link. And actually, I should be doing. You know, I'm gonna have to start thinking about how to. Everyone hit the link. Everyone, please subscribe to the channel. And there are two people I want to talk to. Dawn, I want to talk to, and Ghetto, I want to talk to. Um, um, y'all just like the channel. It'll work one way or the other.
Well, he might. I don't know if he's gonna come up or not, but we'll see.
If he doesn't, he's I understand why he would be shy. He might get that ruthless truth.
Nah, you've heard you guys have gone at it before. I've heard you guys go at it before. So
Yeah, well, it's all
you guys,
in fun.
but I haven't talked
So
to him in a while.
let me tell you something, and you can listen. Hopefully, you listen. This is Sole Provider of whatever it is. Sole Provider speaks of the niggaverse, but he's doing an award show, and believe it or not, I was actually kind of mentioned as a candidate for some sort of award.
Really?
And it was called Rhodes Scholar. Like, I assume, some fake scholar who thinks he
Not
knows.
RHOADES, but
No,
ROADS.
ROADS. So
So not like
it's
Rhodes, like
like
the
that.
British Rhodes Scholar, but like Rhodes.
But let me put it to you this way. My show will be a year old in January.
Nice. That's cool.
And I was considered, and I actually said, "Hey, thank you. Hey, it's cool that I'm even in the running." So,
Yeah, that's cool.
one of these days I'll be in the big time. What's up, Ghetto? Good to see,
Just
good
have
that you
fun.
came up, dude. I haven't talked to you in a while.
I think he's up here, right? He might be
Can't
getting
hear you, Ghetto.
he might be getting his setup right. But
Well,
all right, look, I gotta rock. I gotta go. I gotta get these
all
dogs
right.
fixed for
Well,
what this man.
don't be
All
a
right, I'll see you
stranger.
guys. See you, Ghetto. Yeah, I won't be a stranger. See y'all.
Bye.
All right, see y'all. Be good.
Well, Mr. Jeto. Well, we can't hear you. Not sure why. Well, when you speak over this award ceremony. Oh my Lord. You know what? It's on my end. Holy fuck. These earbuds just died. Sorry about that. Hold on one sec. What is going on here? Wow.
Damn. All right. Man. Oh, well, we gotta keep going then.
Oh,
Shit.
here we go.
So let's see.
I
What?
can hear
It
now.
says, well, just curious. What's the name of the word you're suggesting? Okay. It says Mona would have got more 2 years ago. Yeah, like I said, I didn't see her a lot do anything. So 49% black manosphere sector, which is kind of shocking. I thought that'd be a bit lower. I thought that'd be way lower. Mo3 is 38%. Beef sector, 13%. Okay, so you can still vote for that. Now, I mean, I could have put, maybe leave a comment and put honorable mention in the EBT sector or some shit, but that's what we got for best sector. All right. Let's see. Best old Jedi award. So old niggas. 40 votes.
Oh, my
Zeros.
Lord.
EGS 13%.
I
Wacky
hate
World
losing.
TV 15%. I think this is my first time putting him in these
So,
categories.
folks, this
New
is a sole provider
NGS 30%.
doing an award show, one that he created, and there are people I know over there, and I was in one category, got considered. I feel like it's almost the Oscars. So we'll watch this and then we'll figure out something else to do. You there, Ghetto? Ghetto, God damn it. You know what? Hold on one sec. Let me drop. Hey, you there? You're muted. Can you hear me? Can people in the chat hear me right now? Put a 1 if you can. Please. Oh my Lord. Okay, thank you, Rick. All right. Well, Ghetto. And everyone
1 2 1 2.
Oh, there you
Can
are.
you guys
Hey,
hear me?
what's up?
I see my audio now. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I can hear you.
If y'all can't hear me, smash that like button. Make sure we showing
Motherfucker,
love
I
to
can.
Stanley Show. Make sure
Can
we getting
you
this thing up in the algorithms. You know what I mean? It's your boy is Ghetto
can
Point of
you
View.
hear me?
Here, chilling with Stanley on Stanley versus the World. Shout out to Ryan. See, you just had to leave. Hope the fam is well. Hope everybody in the chat doing their thing. You know what I mean? Early in the week. Hope everybody getting a grind going on a foul wow. Because that's what we here to flip and do. So if you ain't smashed the like button yet, if you ain't shared the show yet, what the F are you waiting for? Smash the like button, share the show, tell a friend to tell a friend. Stanley versus the
Well,
World is
you are
on.
so kind.
Like, you ain't know?
I know what.
I'm not
you
even sure
can
Stanley
hear
can
me.
hear me right now. I don't know what's going on. Is the show still live? Is the show not alive? Are we in a quantum computing version of YouTube where we are and aren't live at the same time? If so, if we are and aren't live at the same time and the show is and isn't happening at the same time? Oh, Stanley left out of the room.
All right, folks. I am back. Well, we must figure this problem out. Oh shit, that's not what I want to watch. Here we go.
He says, "Why do I come up in these?"
I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
because you're in a
I
niggerverse,
can
Kevin.
hear the
What do you mean?
video.
I don't know, but at one point we were actually tied. Spirit and me were actually tied, so we were going head to head. But as
good to
the
see you, Don.
master of trolling that Spirit has trained me on throughout the years, it makes sense that he would win. Oh, Will Clinton. Well, once again, add the comments. Add your honorable mention to the comments. So go ahead and
Oh
go
my
there
lord.
and add Will Clinton, Larry, or other members. But I think this was a good one. This is a new one for this year, so I think we'll keep that. Right? What? Really, Kevin? You've been chat Mavi for a long time. Ever since you cussed Reg out. How about that? How about that? Yeah, ever since you cussed Reg, you roasted Reg up. That's what's when you joined. How about that? Yeah. Kevin, come on. Okay. Oh yeah, you did new NGS. Yeah, you did. Shout out to new. So let me be a bit quick here because my time is. This will be a really shorter stream because I gotta do something real quick after this. Let me see.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Okay, so that's me. That's that one. Okay, we got that. Best niggaverse supporter. Okay. Wow. The votes changed again. I think Cynical was winning at one point, and now they're tied with Free Zone and Cynical. Sugar Bum, I added Sugar Bum because Sugar Bum appears in a lot of Niggaverse chats, so technically she's adding watch time to the channels, right? Reed Jones on there. Reed Jones is usually supporting and in different chats, but not as much as Sugar Bum. I see Sugar Bum fucking everywhere. And Reed Jones, I think he's kind of selective on where he wants to be at, but. Cynical and Free Zone are winning right now, so that's pretty cool. No comments on that one. Oh, Eric, what up? Let me see. Okay, Niggaverse Veteran Award. All right, so Mad Head Doctor 24%.
Oh well.
Big J 20%. Don Gordito 44%. Reg the Bad Guy 12%. 41 votes total. Not bad. I think Don said, what did he say? He said something on there. It was kind of funny. Rename to Niggaverse OG. Maybe. But, maybe. Let me go ahead. I could change it for next year. There's nothing wrong with that. Niggaverse OG. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. We can change it up from the veteran. Okay. There we go. Appreciate it. Yeah, so Don's winning. Don's funny as hell. Low key. Shout out to Don. Let me see. Where are we at? Okay. Best satellite niggaverse channel. All right, 30 votes. So niggas might be confused by what I meant. So satellite. So that means like you can go to these other people and get some fuckery. So JP, 20%. Really, he should be way higher. I think JP should be way higher than Ant at the moment. John, the analyst, because John was streaming like crazy this year, so he's on there. Ant though, because he has the purge, technically he does count as a satellite niggaverse channel because he can go and get some fuckery there every now and then. Not a lot, but every now and then. And then Stanley, Cross, nickname to be determined. I don't know what to call him yet. You gotta keep watching him. Stanley, every now and then, although Stanley does more political shit, there is a little bit of humor and helmets. He has some interesting helmets on his channel, so I went ahead and added them there.
What the fuck does
So,
that
shout out to
even
Stanley
mean?
and the other niggas, he's honored. That's what's up. Can vote. So hopefully that explanation makes more sense of
Helmets?
what a satellite
What the
niggaverse
fuck
channel
is a
is, right?
helmet?
Right.
Can someone help me with that?
Let's see. Okay.
All right, someone tell me what a helmet is.
Okay. So best crash out kerfuffle award. Now there wasn't enough crash outs, in my opinion, that were worth even
What's up,
documenting.
Ghetto?
So I combined the categories in this one. 42 votes.
You're
And
muted.
the good thing about all these four, you can watch the videos of them because I clipped them. So
Ghetto, you're muted.
I will definitely next year. I will definitely try to clip a bit more from the Niggaverse streams.
Hey, Ghetto, you're muted. Can you hear me? Hello? I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. What on earth? Let's see here. Not. All right. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Please tell me you can. I guess I could just get on my phone and figure this out. God damn it. Let us see. Hey, I got mentioned on another channel. That's a win. It's a win. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yep. I can hear me on my phone.
Hello.
All right, Ghetto. What I've got here is you. I'm gonna kick you. Try coming back in. You know what? I would love to talk to Dawn, the most interesting person in this chat right now. She is an artist.
Because I'll have more time. But Two Pillows versus Warren, 17%. Roots versus Dion the Roadmaster, 24%. And Ty City's epic roast against Wretched Bad Guy, 52%. And Vision Soap versus Sister George's weight gain, 7%. Now I don't know why y'all didn't vote for this. This one was funny as hell. But I understand that Ty City's was also pretty funny. But you can all watch the videos to, if you want, like what actually happened, you can watch it to understand why these are even here. So there's that. And there goes the Roadmaster right there. What's going on? Yeah, man. I mean, hey, 42 vote, but you can still vote. We'll see about what happens in December. All right. All right. Tech Bro. So Tech Bros, 37%. Added Citizen Lou on here because he is a tech bro. Although he's, last time I talked to him, he's in the clouds watching the Niggaverse. So shout out to Lou. 11%. Ike, White Venom, 8%. Ike, he's still. I saw him on MOT, so he's still here. 16%. Gabe, 65%. I'm sure there's other tech bros, and Brian's one technically. I'm sure there's more tech bros. You can add honorable mentions. Now, someone is like, "Whoa, where's Keep It Techie?" Nigga, like, I know he's a tech bro, but can I have other people in my category? Like, I mean, honorable mention. All right, goddamn, he's not the only one who does tech. Shit, Jesus. There's other niggas that do tech and shit. He's not the only one. I know Keep It Techie is in his name. I know, but he's not the only one. God damn it. All right. Next. Best DJ. So AP Mega Mining 6%, DJ Hamp 12%. All right, DJ Kuda. Well, this makes a lot of sense why he would win this because a lot of us are still from the third shift arc, so I would have voted for Kuda as well. And Kuda's funny as hell. DJ Witch Doctor, one of the
Frimpong, there's this canard out there that what you should do if you want to get like thinking about politics is start with local politics, and local politics is where things happen. And I'm saying that actually that's a confusing. That's not true. That's not true. Politics itself is soulless business, and local politics is just as soulless. So if you actually want to understand political problems, you have to go where the soul is, and the soul, surprisingly, is in the family. So if you just go into local politics,
Interesting.
and because you want to do politics, but you don't understand what families mean, then your politics will always be a little bit insipid. You'll have the Pete Buttigieg politics.
Oh my lord,
right?
really?
Your politics will always be a little bit insipid. That it's tasteless. Right? So, with families, you understand that you are responsible for the well-being, for the particularization and well-being of, the kid you create or your spouse. Right? You are responsible for that, and the struggles you have in fulfilling that responsibility, and the struggles you have in fulfilling that responsibility in the way that sustains their personhood and their subjectivity. That is, that is the work of family. That is the work of family. And then being worthy of someone to invest that into you, and all of that is the work of family. And you're raising this kid and sustaining your spouse in a way that respects their humanity and their subjectivity appropriately to their level of development. And unfortunately, the only way you can do that is if you have been let go yourself, or you are aiming your children to be let go. Right? So which means that if you want them to make their own decisions, family isn't going to be the place in which they can actually make their own decisions. Children do not make their own decisions. Nobody makes their own anything in family relations. Everything is a concerted effort, which is why one of the reasons why working for a family business can be kind of constraining. You can't quit. You can't go your own way. You can't organize against you. So you need a civil society that deals with the problems that families cause for freedom. Right? Not because you want to deal with the soullessness of families. You just want a more free relationship with the people that you are in relationship with. So you have a market-based civil society where now it's mediated by your relationships are mediated by the market under a law, and that is how you can attain a quality of freedom. The problem is, if your livelihood is now based on the market might be indifferent to you in a way that's the family's not. But your livelihood now depends on market participation, so you don't have to do what the family says. You can do what you
complicated
like you want to do
things.
in the market, but the market is fickle. So what happens then now is you need to think about how do we create markets that actually respect our subjectivity? Because I didn't want to jettison that to just family. Family shouldn't be the only place I am respected as the subject. I need to be respected as a subject in this other place where I'm also more free. But markets won't do it alone, because markets just respect me not as a thoughtful subject, but as like a producer of an alienable good that they'll want, even if that alienable good is my service. So you need a political sphere which respects me as an individual subject, and then will govern the market.
Well, let me just interject here. Motherfucker, you have to know both. You have to know the books, and I know I've said this before. Motherfucker, sitting in front of a goddamn microphone, motherfucking it's not rocket science. And it's gonna come down to me just dealing with we Doggy, to do to do a Beverly Hillbillies thing, dude. I'm tired of dealing with dumb motherfuckers. That's pretty much it. And I guess I'm just gonna have to stay here and you know, suffer the consequences. But let's see. I guess I was thinking about doing. Let us see what is here. How do we grace our way out?
Again, because it's an emotional thing. You know what I mean? And let me tell you this, and this is something I've seen a lot, and it's huge. Men go into marriage anticipating that the woman will stay the same.
Yes.
She'll be sweet and she's going to be loving and she's going to do all of these things that makes them feel good. Women,
Oop. What
on
happened?
the other hand, they go into marriage anticipating all the ways that they're going to change the man, or all the ways that they are assuming he's going to change because now we're married.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is when the man keeps going to his mother's house every Sunday for dinner, or he does not stop going out
What
with the
in
guys
the
playing
fuck?
basketball on Friday night, she gets frustrated, she gets angry.
Yeah, what's
and
up,
she begins
Admiral?
to change. And so when she had the expectation that he was going to stop doing the things she wanted him
Yeah.
to do, or start doing
Probably
something
for
she
this
wanted him
woman.
to
She's
do,
kind of cute.
then she was okay. All right.
Mm.
And he was like, yeah, this is the woman. This is the one for me. But when he does not change fast enough, she begins to change. So what it looks like is both people go into a marriage and neither one of them gets their need met, because the woman changes and the man stays the same. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And I've heard, funny enough, I've heard that a million times, but the way that you expressed it, the reason for why, because everybody say, oh, he goes into marriages or relationships hoping she doesn't change, and she's constantly hoping that he does improve and does change. And I'm like, but that's literally the reason for why it often ends. It's literally because of that. And one of the things that I heard growing up as I got older, and even as an adult, my mom she would tell me random old Southern slang sayings, but there was one that she told me that kind of stuck with me when she said, when you pick a person and you lock in with them, your perspective needs to be that when you enter into like an amusement park, and whatever the listed price is for the ticket, if you want to enter, if you want to engage in the amusement park, you got to pay the price of admission. And a lot of times what I think happens is people don't want to actually pay the price for admission, in the sense of like, you know what the cost is by what they've displayed up front. This is what they're saying is what you got. So if it gets better, that's awesome. If you feel like you're not going to live with it long term, if you're getting into a relationship and hoping that like nothing ever like he's going to constantly get better, he's going to constantly do everything that I want, you're ignoring the actual cost, because you're like, I just want to get in and get on the rides that I want to get on. This no. Before you can get on the rides, before you can engage in this process, this is the cost. And the cost is you're dealing with another human being that may sometimes get it right, may sometimes not. And either you can accept them for who they are today and going forward, or you can't. So I love the fact that you kind of isolated. That's probably a huge reason, is they're so frustrated by the time these guys are coming out. By the time the marriage is like at its end, they spent so much time trying to change him into something he potentially never was going to be, versus actually making that decision up front of, can I live with this if he never changes?
That is a major point, and I'll ask whatever the concern or complaint. not only can you live with it if he never changes, just understand what you're seeing today is just, I see him here, I see him there every other date. But when you marry them, that whatever that pet peeve or that irritant is, you're going to see that 100,000 times more. Like it's going to increase. Don't look at it as, and I'm going to use something very mild, but let's say someone smacks when they eat their food. That's very annoying, right? But you think it's cute at first when you're dating, maybe, well, I'm sure I can stop him from doing that. And then you get married because he meets all the physical, attraction or whatever. And then what happens is now you're eating breakfast together, you're eating dinner together every day, and it's getting worse. And now you're telling him how much he's getting on your nerves because he's smacking. But guess what? He was smacking when you met him. And so all of a sudden, he's not going to stop smacking. You're only going to hear it more. And so again, that maybe is not a deal breaker. Maybe not. Maybe it is. But yeah, you have to anticipate that if you get married, it's going to be magnetized much more than just your periodic dating. And so
that makes sense.
What you see is what you get. It was an old show. I don't know if you would know this. It was a Flip Wilson show. And he used to say, what you see is what you get. And that's what we need to be mindful. This is it.
Exactly. And my secondary follow-up question with that I've been thinking for some time, like obviously me operating in the social media space, me being now seen as one of the people that's in the manosphere space where I talk a lot about men's issues, men's perspectives on things, especially for people who haven't been made aware of it. For many men in 2025, marriage in modern times doesn't really seem all that appealing to a lot of men. That's obviously why they're not a lot of them getting married. And I think a lot of them are seeing it as just full of risk. What are the pros and cons as a premarital counselor for men that still are even contemplating marriage?
Okay, so the cons, the obvious one, finances, well, let's back up. Divorce, which, can wipe a man out at times. Then you have to be concerned if you have children. How does that dynamic change? Especially
this
if you
is
do break
a
up. I don't know. It used to be a
fail.
time
Let's start.
We went
at the
into
back.
marriage more optimistic. And like you said, but things have
Oh, silly people. Let's start with what could happen. Love it. Good advice.
changed a lot. And so I'm gonna pick up with the cons. And I'll use myself as an example.
Okay.
For men, some of the pros, I will say, when I met my husband, I brought peace into his life. I brought stability, respectability. I brought calm. I brought inspirational. And he had a desire for more personal growth. And what I'm saying is sometimes men don't necessarily know what they need until they meet the right wife or they meet the right woman. When I say I brought these things into his life, my husband, when we met, he was just.
This motherfucker is literally hearing feminism in this dumb bitch. I guarantee you, Ask a Brother podcast is going to sit there and just let it happen. Won't push back.
He could be all over the place. Men are chasing dreams and different things like that. And when I say I brought calm, that meant I brought the ability to control my emotions. And I brought the ability to bring peace into his life so that he could come into a space and make clear and sound decisions. When we would go out, and most men want this, you want a woman on your arm that's going to make you look good, not just physically, like she looks good, we look good together, but a woman that will give you the respect And that's what I saw. And I'm not saying my husband
This
wasn't respected.
motherfucking
But what
ghetto.
I'm saying
Get
is,
to the
when I
point.
came into his life, one of the pros was that he gained even more respect. Why? Because he had a respectable
You're
woman
repeating
with him on
yourself.
his heart.
Get to the point.
He did not have, someone acting ratchet, disrespectful, loud, uncouth, that would bring embarrassment or shame. And so those are some of the pros that a woman, the right woman,
Okay.
will bring calm
This,
into.
listen to this dumb fuck. And Ask a Brother podcast, he's going to buy it. She just basically said she made a man. She hasn't. I haven't heard what her husband accomplished, but no one's going to ask.
To your chaos. And that's not to say that, you should be doing or acting any kind of way and bring a woman into your life. Nothing ridiculous like that. But we all have needs. And so for men,
This is a
that
goddamn
whole
fail.
stability thing,
Why
just
aren't
to
they?
be grounded. The right
What did
woman
your
will
husband
bring
do,
that
ma'am?
into your life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Looking at the comments.
So the cons you had mentioned, obviously divorce, and obviously what comes with that in terms of. But what other cons do you think?
There
from your
we go.
vantage point,
Divorce.
are obvious or legit cons that a lot of men have to deal with?
Well, one of the things that I hear is when you have, well, I won't say you have to, when you are in a relationship and you're answering to someone else versus when you're single, you can go out, you can do whatever you want to do, wherever you want to do, with whomever you want to do it with. But when you come into a relationship or a marriage, it's more or less now you have a second person to consider. And so that could look like a loss of freedom, because I could do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. Now I need
You
to,
lost
hey, let's
me
check
at
in. I want
divorce.
to do this. I'm going to do that. And definitely, like I said, the finances, because when you go in thinking about, okay, if we get divorced, this is not going to look good for me. Mostly for men. I mean, let's face it, unless you are a celebrity woman making lots of money. And then depending on children, if you have children, then you have to be concerned, okay, who's going to do what type of discipline? Or if we don't make it, what's going to happen with the children? Or if she already has children, how is that going to look? You know what I mean? And so these other, and people may say, well, no, that's not necessarily true, but men experience heartbreak just like women. It's maybe not talked about as much, but men go through emotional changes.
No, we lead.
Just like women do. I had an attorney a while back, and I spoke with her, and she was talking about prenups. How she doesn't advocate that every single couple get one, because some people don't necessarily have anything when you're building together.
Right.
But she was saying it is a safe space, and it's not to protect one or the other, but it's to protect both.
TK,
but definitely,
you know what?
If a man comes
This is
into a
what I
situation where
fucking notice. Dude, stop talking volumes when you can do it in a sentence. What the fuck is up with these people? And I have to do better myself for that matter. Dude, we're not interested in the volumes. And look at little pussy boy here. He's praying that he gets through it.
Bringing, a woman into his life, and she has, the ability to maybe make money, but she doesn't want to. And so, she's living off of him or whatever. It is put in place to protect the man so that he's not totally wiped out in the event that they divorce. And so, again, some of those cons, I mean, there are a lot more, but financial risk, again, dealing with children, and anything else that leads to heartbreak,
This
and
woman
the
is literally
accountability, well,
saying
not the
nothing.
accountability, but feeling like the loss of freedom, like I said, because now I have to
Loss of
consider
freedom. What
another
the
person,
fuck?
whereas first, it was just me.
Loss of
Yeah,
freedom.
yeah, and I appreciate kind of what you touched on with both sides of it. I'm going to go back to Frank White's initial question where he said, "What is the ultimate benefits for society and men having a marriage in 2025?" And based off of what you said, I actually agree. I definitely agree that some of the, and this is the thing, is the problem with marriage is you don't know. Some people, you don't end up knowing what type of marriage you're going to get until you get in it, and you see what does or doesn't happen as far as change. And it's true, if you marry the right person, and as a man, you will get that peace, you will get that stability, you
As
will
a
get
man,
that
as
ability
a
to kind of block
man,
out all the stress from the world,
you know what?
and be, and have just consistency and
Here's my line in the sand. As a man, motherfucker, you guys are pussies. As a man. And there are many people in these YouTube streets. If I ever have a motherfucker on a panel that I'm talking to who says, as a man, I'm going to ask, well, what other thing can you be? Bitch, you're a man. Why do you have to go as a man? What is it? Is it some spell? You have to define yourself. If you have to define yourself as a man, motherfucker, you're a pussy.
loyalty and someone who can help you and serve you in whatever way you need consistently, that's awesome. But I think a lot of men are feeling like they can start to now experience that outside of marriage, for some of them.
Oh dear.
And I'm realizing now, obviously, number one on the list for cons is divorce. And number two is what happens if you do get divorced, if you have children or assets, and what happens as far as
TKJ3,
splitting up
I
your
think
money
I'm
or
one of those
resources, as well
people,
as your time with
and
your
I
children.
might have to
But
bow
number
out of
three,
this
and I
motherfucker.
don't think that this is talked about enough, especially as I've talked more and more to people who do a lot of premarital counseling, the expectation of surrounding sex for women. Men see sex as a necessity, and some women, when after they get married, treat sex as an unfortunate potential option that they may or may not exercise. And I think the consequences that is, a lot of men will say, even men still married right now, if they get divorced, they'll say, I'll never get married again. If they're married, if you talk to them on the side and he's like, if this don't work out, I'm never getting married again. A lot of them are saying that they're just surviving and having to endure sexless relationships. That's a huge con for a lot of men that feel like they almost...
Not a goddamn statistic in sight. This is motherfucking facts with it's feelings without facts. These motherfuckers swear they're databased, and it's all feelings. Motherfucker, do better.
They just don't almost ever experience that in just dating or being boyfriend and girlfriend. That seems to be a really big trend in marriages after women get the ring. Has that been your vantage point and experience when you've been working with couples, and why do you think that happens?
Well, you said it. For men, it's a need, and for women, not so much. It's kind of like the song "The Thrill Is Gone." I think, again, especially with the burnout, that is one of the things that's maybe first or second to go. You know what I mean? When you feel
physical intimacy.
Mm-hmm. When you feel like you're not being helped, because I mean,
Oh,
we are
fuck that
more so
bullshit.
emotional creatures, and so when that,
You know what? I swear this woman is Mela. She is Mela. This is they're both wrong.
that connection is not made, if we feel like my need is not being met, then it's not even necessarily directly, I'm not going to meet your need, but in a sense, it kind of works like that. You know what I mean? And so if you are feeling neglected,
Literally, she's saying nothing. If you're feeling neglected, then what do we do about it?
whether it's help with the children, help with the work, or anything that is considered a need to a woman, that's kind of like the first thing that you pull back on. And it may not always be intentional, as in, I'm not going to do this. It might show up in exhaustion. It might show up in, I'm just totally burnt out. It's nothing left to give. And I'm not saying.
And we never ask our man to help because he's busy being successful. He's out doing, he's being a man. We don't ask for help. Dude, this I don't think we're going to be doing much more of this dumb fuck. Dude, you no pushback.
That these are necessarily valid excuses, but it is what I have heard, especially when it is a thing of being very tired and like I said, exhausted, where you feel like, I've done this, I've done that, I didn't get help with this, I didn't get help with that, I'm done. I'm done for the day. Whenever women, and I'm sure you already know this, when we begin to pull away emotionally, that's the first thing. But the next thing is physical. And so we don't feel like that has to be. But we do feel
we
like
don't feel
we want
like
to be
giving you a pussy,
supported.
bitch.
And we do feel like we want to be acknowledged. And so, yeah, I have heard that. And I know everybody's not big into therapy per se, and the difference between coaching and counseling is, with coaching, we kind of meet where you are today and we make a plan to win, like a basketball team. Your coach draws out a plan, this is what you want to do. However, with counseling, they're the ones that go back and say, let's talk about the problem. And again, and this goes back to even Big Mama, all right, and Auntie telling women and having these conversations that, no, this is a need. Men need this. And we can't use what's called bedroom blackmail.
Bedroom blackmail.
Yeah. That's when,
funny.
you don't do what I want. You don't get what you want. And so again, this is such a critical missing piece when we don't have in our community women telling younger women, it's not just give me. I want all my needs met. You're my knight in shining armor, and you're going to give me everything I want. And I have no.
And again, all what women should be doing, nothing about what men should be doing. It's disgusting. These motherfuckers are failures.
Responsibility, right? I have no thing that says this is what I must do so that you can be happy.
And
really
Richard, let me say something
general,
that annoys me.
men.
This big mama bullshit. Don't do it in my chat again, sir. Spread it around. I'm done. I don't even know what it means, but I feel it's disrespectful. Don't do it. Next one who does it, I'll deal with.
Happy. What we're thinking about is, how can I be happy? And what can be done for me? Happy wife, happy life, right?
Yeah.
Not happy spouse, happy house. And so with that being one-sided, because we're not having these conversations.
Yeah,
And
it's
yeah,
one-sided.
the bedroom
It's all
blackmail
wife.
is on the rise. And so, unfortunately, when they're not open and honest conversations, then yeah, that is huge. Men and marriage is not a thing that we can just say, please give me everything I want. And if you're good, then I'll do this. And if you're not, then I'm not going to do this. But that's how it is, again, because we're looking at social media, we're looking at TV, we're reading books that have nothing to do with reality. We're only saying, I want to get married because my girlfriend got married. I want to get married because my neighbor got married. We don't have any sustainable reasons, and we don't feel like it's always our responsibility to do something. Okay. Marriage requires effort on all, whether it's communication, like you said, whether it's sexual pleasure, all of these things. But we just want to get what we want. And so, yeah, that can definitely be a con. And people say, well, in society, what else is it that men need in marriage? That's something I believe men really have to ask themselves. It's not, I don't know if there's a real answer to that, because people can live together, common law. And it's a little easier. You don't have to file for divorce. You can just say, hey, I'm done. You go your way, you go and you just do whatever. And so I don't know if there's a real reason. I know, and I had this brief discussion, Dr. Frazier, George Frazier, he talked about wealth building here in America. And he gave these statistics, and I'm not necessarily saying marriage is all about money, but in my opinion, marriage is the foundation of building a society, of building wealth. And he was saying basically that out of 1 out of 5, number one ranked is the East Indians. They're like 94% marriage, and they have the highest amount of income per capita. And then number 2, I think it was Asians. They're like at 70.
This motherfucking theme of, can't we be like the Asians? Can't we be? Stop that bullshit. Why? Weak sauce. Stop the defeatism. I'm about to these motherfuckers are just stupid.
Some percent.
Yeah, they're both up
and then Caucasians, white people, their marriage rate was like 56 or 57%. So they were ranked number 3 in terms of income and wealth building. Hispanics, they were ranked number 4. And I think they were like at a little bit more, like 58. And then we were on the bottom at like 34%. And so while
we were at
I'm
the
not saying marriage is the
bottom,
only way to building wealth, I think it is a way to at least move in that direction.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with that, and I appreciate how in depth you got into like the psychology of why it is that women view and treat it that way.
psychology.
One of the things that I'm realizing
It's all
now,
about
and I'm
women
actually
fucking
recommending
up.
to men,
None of the
is
men.
earlier on, like you said, they need to actually start having these conversations sooner. And it's not always about what we want and what our plans are for the future. You also have to talk about it in the event of things go wrong, in the event of things that should go don't start, that are supposed to happen aren't happening. So in this example, if men are fearful and worried about what's on the other side as far as the type of woman that's going to show up when I give her this ring, and is sex going to be one of those things that clearly drops off if she hasn't displayed this while we've been dating or engaged or whatever, I would ask as a man, I would actually ask up front and be like, so outside of a medical reason, if you decide you just don't want to have sex, but you want me to be monogamous and faithful, how long do you think I should be patient with that before either our relationship's over or I get to get my needs met elsewhere?
Okay.
How long do you think that is?
What in
It
the
sounds
fuck?
crazy, but
Yeah, motherfucker, didn't you take a vow? See, this is the disingenuous bullshit. Dude, this motherfucker, ooh, he's a boy.
I highly recommend that men actually ask that question. The reason is
Oh, I
because you're
highly
going to get
recommend.
a perspective. You're going to hear something that perhaps you would have never known until it actually happened to you, which is her perspective on what that is. So one way that ladies will answer it is, you just got to wait as long until I'm ready, and that's it. There's no, it doesn't matter the time, doesn't matter if it's weeks, months, years. You just got to wait until I decide I'm ready to do it. Some ladies really think and believe that and think that that's logical and sustainable. They really believe that. And if she tells on herself and says that, men, I don't care where you are in life and how far y'all have come along, you know what you're now signing up for when you hear a woman kind of answer the question in that way. Now, woman number two, she'll ask and she'll answer and say something along the lines of, maybe, I don't know, a month, 2-3 weeks. I think that's enough. And then at some point we're going to have to make a decision. Like, oh, you know what? That's fairly reasonable. A week, people get busy. I understand that. 2 weeks. By week 3, I'm not going to keep asking you no more. You ain't got to worry about it. Somebody, listen, if you won't address the need will be addressed elsewhere. That's my that's my view of it. But my important reason for why I think men need to get in the habit of asking those types of questions earlier on. Same thing with money. You ask her straight out a question about your money, right? Where it's like, typically they know what we're bringing to the table. They know what we're making, what we do for a living and everything. And the expectation is that is now your baseline as a man. And that if we're getting married, the expectation is either that you're staying there or you're going to go up over time. So in the event that he loses, I lose my job, or now again, ladies can obviously lie or make up anything, but the goal is just to kind of prick their brains and kind of get a little bit of a gauge as to kind of where they are with this stuff. And I've mentioned this before, I've seen the change in women when that man lost his job, the lack of respect, the lack of trust in him. He's now on the clock. And even when he got a job a month later, 2-3 months later, now things are different. And she starts seeing and viewing and questioning a lot of things with him and the decisions he's making. She doesn't see him in the same way that she may have potentially seen him before. So if you ask that question about money, some women will tell you like, well, hey, babe, if I lost my job and couldn't find a job for the next 6 months, what would you do? And they'll be like, some ladies will just tell you the truth and be like, well, I'm not planning on paying bills for another man. Fellas, if she says, and again, this is as crazy as this sounds, there are literally ladies that's going to talk this way. They're going to be honest.
This is Crimson Cure. A sexless marriage is torture, no matter why it is happening. Sorry. My apologies. The Crimson Cure, folks. And we will be catching up with her.
They're some ladies are literally going to tell you this up front, and then some ladies will actually give you a time frame. They'll say like, well, I can work with you for 6 months, or I think I could hold it down for at least a year. Now again, they could be lying, but at least that's a filtering system that can kind of eliminate the ones that kind of make it very clear. Like what you said is they're just going in of what they can get. They're not thinking about what they can give and how they can serve. So yeah, I appreciate you kind of honing in on that for sure. I did have a secondary question. You had mentioned earlier about men. A lot of ladies kind of functionally operate as if they're wanting men to kind of read their minds. And are women expecting men to like think, behave, and communicate like women? And if so, what does that look like?
Well, first, I'm going to go back to elementary school.
Okay.
And I used to work at elementary school for a brief period. And early on, boys are expected to act like little girls. And this is what I mean. If you are rambunctious, and you're a boy, you're wanting to play, jump, do all the things little boys do when they're 6 or 7 or whatever. Well, in a classroom setting, a main priority is order, right? That everybody has to be calm. And so a little girl can sit and read a book, color, draw, work on the board, where little boys want to move and do and hands-on. But the expectation is sit down, be quiet, read a book, memorize this passage, everything that is calming, okay? And boys are not looked at.
Let's live our lives by cliches. What is it, dude? Sugar and spice and everything nice. That, dude. The fuck? Ugh. And these are younger people. What the fuck are they doing?
And appreciated for their energy. Some people might say aggression or whatever. If you cannot validate a little boy, then the same thing is going to happen in society. When he's a teenager, when he's a man, it's the same thing. He needs to be like a girl or like a woman. And how that plays out is we are women and we're nurturing by nature. And so we may sit down and discuss an issue, whereas, maybe your husband or your fiance, he has an issue, but he's not going to come in the same nurturing kind of way. He may come more direct. He may be a little more aggressive. He may have a little more energy as he's trying to express his concern.
He may beat the shit out of that kid, is what he's trying to say.
And the difference makes a woman at times feel like, don't talk to me like that. I need you to talk to me the same way I talk to you. And we're not talking about disrespect or name calling or anything like that, but we're talking about losing the nature of who they are and acting more like a woman.
No.
And again, it starts at elementary school. So now I'm, as a woman, thinking about.
Okay, you are who you are. This bullshit about you might lose. Motherfucker, if it comes to that, you're already who you are. Oh my Lord, this is atrocious. This motherfucker
just like we
is
were in
a
school,
menace.
boys are bad, right? That's what they say. When you can't sit down for 2 hours, you're bad.
Mike, I'm watching what I watch.
As a woman, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, now you've got to do what I want to do, the way I want you to do it. And so I've told women this before. When a man comes to you and he has a concern, an issue, first of all, don't take it personally. And that's a huge thing. That's another story. But learn how to remove the anger or the disappointment and hear the problem and hear the solution. That can be very challenging because we want the man to come to us like us. We want them to respond the same way, not with a firm tone. What is this toxic masculinity? He talks to this way. He acts this. Who wants a man that is not going to be strong and aggressive? The things I have learned from my husband, I have 3 sons. And what I've learned is you can't treat little boys like little girls, because when they grow up and they have to function in the world, you have to have a level of aggression. You have to have a way of operating in society, not in terms of lawlessness, but you have to have some get up and go about yourself. But if you have somebody beating you over the head constantly, saying, sit down, calm down, be quiet, do all the things like a woman, talk like a woman, act like a woman, it makes for an imbalance. I think sometimes we feel like opposites are opposed. And what I'm saying is life is full of opposites. You have up, down, high, low, yes, no. And it's not that they are opposed or enemies, but what they do is they bring balance. And so when you have a mother and a father in a home and you're trying to raise a son, you can't have all nurturing. You can't say, to my husband, hey, can you not talk so firm? Can you say please and thank you? Can you, act like me? And then you have a son that's going to be raised, and then he's not going to be able to understand authority, nor will he be able to exert authority. And we take authority, in my opinion, as a personal.
How you what you about to say? Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, say it. Hold on. When women get power and authority in a relationship, what happens?
Well, things don't always go the way they should, and you have these men then that grow up, and so you have first of all, you have the women. I want a man who can do this.
Literally, stupidity in conversation doesn't address a problem. They're talking about a man and a woman and a boy. Bullshit. This is a waste of time. So I don't know. Listen to a couple more minutes, and then I'm not doing Jeff St. James again. The motherfucker is a waste of time.
I want a man who can provide. I want a man who can protect. Well, how is he going to protect if all the while he was growing up, you say, stop being aggressive, sit down, read a book, calm down. Who's going to protect if all the men are toxic, right, in their masculinity, and they can't be a.
Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? We were just talking about a married couple. The fuck? This is literally my day. You can't win a goddamn argument or hold a point, so you just hop on to the next stupid point. Dude, these two are YouTube.
Aggressive, how are they going to attack you? At nighttime, if I hear something, I am not trying to get out the bed and go check. I'm nudging, saying, did you hear that? And I am expecting that my husband is not going to look at me and say, yeah, babe, can you go check and see what it is?
Yeah.
Let me know. No, I'm expecting him to move in his masculinity, in his aggression, and go do what needs to be done.
Use his masculinity.
I'm always knocking him down as a man because he doesn't come to me and say, hey.
Use his masculinity and aggression. Do you know how stupid that sounds? Jesus Christ.
Hey, honey, can you please, can you do this for me? No, miss me with that. I want a man that's going to be a man. And so back to your question, the difference is, unfortunately, they're not celebrated. They're always challenged. I had a talk with my son. My twins are 17, right? My oldest is in his mid-30s. He's not married yet either. And I'm explaining to them that I homeschool most of my children, most of their lives, but one of my twin sons wanted to go to public school. But the things I used to teach.
She has 3 children, and she goes, I homeschooled most of my children. What the fuck does that even mean? Did you have a flock of children? Dumb.
Them.
No command of English.
As a brown skin young boy, you are not going to be celebrated. You're going to be looked at as, like I said, bad, too aggressive, You can't sit still and all of that. You can't let someone kill your spirit, the nature of who you are, you know. And by homeschooling, and one of the things I wanted to avoid was that
the first way
there's so many things now.
The first way to kill your wow. This is just the fuck is she talking about? I'm gonna have to figure out a way to fucking respond. This is pure stupidity. Most of my children, but I had twins and a 30-year-old. Which, damn, this is just country.
I mean, they've had studies. I can't think of this doctor where it's alleged that there was an experiment done with water.
It's alleged.
And how the water was changing the tadpole males into females, giving them
Talking about
tendencies.
I think it's atrazine or
Yeah. I read about them like.
Okay, this is where we go into that weird far right bullshit. Look at these two idiots. What the fuck does tadpoles have to do with relationships? Keep it tight, stick to the point, and these motherfuckers want to wander off into stupidity. God damn.
Wow. And so whatever this attack is on men that says you need to be soft and you need to be sweet and you need to be basically feminized.
So the point about soft, sweet, feminized and tadpoles with, dude, these are morons. They're wandering off. They are connecting random talking points that seem to make a narrative. Black people do motherfucking better. Even the black manosphere can do better than these two motherfucking tadpoles. They're the tadpoles.
It is to break the balance, because if you raise lots of boys who are afraid to speak up, who are afraid to say, hey, no, that's wrong, right? Even in a marriage, because they were told they shouldn't say this and they shouldn't do that, then that leads for a lot of error. It leads to a society of soft men and hard women. That's not a good society. It's not a sustainable society. And it may sound sexist or whatever, but we as women have to expect that our men.
What if it sounds stupid or idiotic? God damn, what are these two doing? You know, thank God that most black people are smarter and they tend to look at these sorts of people and just go, like my mother used to say, "Do Lord, motherfucker, these are weirdos."
Men are going to act like us. If that's the case, why would you marry a man? Just stay by yourself and be happy. But this was and I talked about this before, the
That's
American
funny.
Dream with about the Jackson
You know what?
family,
It
how
is
they
Mella.
came into it.
Is
And one of the
Mella.
things
She's
that
as
the
weird
mother
as
was
Mella.
Angela Bassett. You know, she was, you know, they were Jehovah's Witness or whatever, Seventh-day Adventists. And so she was like, I don't want my boys to fight. You know, I want them to be nice little boys and all of that. And so the guy who was Lawrence Hilton, somebody I forgot. He played the dad, Joe Jackson, and he was aggressive, and so this little boy was beat.
This is the weird thing that these dumb far right motherfuckers do. And yes, these two are far right. Far right, Trump, MAGA stupidity. No one ever motherfucking, they use movies to describe real life. It is weird. Motherfucker, don't you have a grandmother or parents or someone who can describe real life? What you have to do is, because this weird bullshit, you're not able to describe with data or something like that. You hop over to Marvel movies. Well, Hulk did some bullshit. Dude, this is so goddamn weak. Black people can do better than these two.
Beating up one Jackie Jackson. And they came, they was like, Dad, Jackie's getting beat up by the bully. And so the wife went out, the mom rather, she was like, I don't want my boys to fight. And Joe was like, get the gloves, let them duke it out. Let's do it right. And so he gave them gloves and they were boxing. And the mother, she was hysterical. She was like yelling, I don't want my boys to fight. And the father was like, get him. So you had these opposing forces, right? And so Jackie knocked the boy out. And then when he finished, he was like, I did it. You said never be afraid. And I beat the bully up or whatever. And I'm saying all this to say that there has to be balance. If the father was acting like the mother and they were both saying, yeah, don't fight, just tell him, just leave you alone or run away, then he would have been getting beat up. He would never have stood his ground. He would never have had confidence. But because there was a balance and a male in the family to say, no, you need to fight. I know your mother doesn't want you to, but those are the differences that make up for the balance, that make up for a sound society.
Yeah. So real quick, I peep with what you said. I think about this, and and I think ladies are starting to somewhat realize that when they're saying where's all the good men and where's all the strong masculine men, y'all neutered them. Y'all raised them. Y'all raised them in homes where a lot of y'all didn't want a lot of fatherly input. And you left relationships with men that weren't going to be quote unquote controlled by you. So it's strange that ladies will turn these men into versions of men that they're no longer attracted to. And before they know it, it's like you said, they go into relationships a lot of times hoping he'll change and conform to this image in their head where he always does what they want. And then in the end, they're not even attracted to that.
The reason these dumb fucks like Jeff St. James thinks it's matriarchal because they fear their mother. They got their ass whooped by Big Mama. And I just thought of this. This motherfucker is afraid of a woman. He got his ass spanked probably because of some dumb bullshit he did. And my hide was tanned by Big Mama. I'm gonna hate women for the rest of my life. Dude, this is the manosphere. Y'all just motherfucking fear women. That's pretty much it. Real men don't fear women. We just exist, and the right one comes along and you're happy to meet them. Y'all are pussies.
They actually don't really want, like, they both want that in terms of their ego and their pride, but in terms of their nature and biology, they're actually turned off by that and they don't respect that. And I'm like, all right, ladies, one way to visually see what it is Miss Verlin's talking about is when you got them gay LGBTQ guys in your life that y'all cool with, you know, the guys at the hairdresser, the guys who is your homeboys, it's your homegirls, whatever, and you know you can't visually see them as anything, but they use your mannerisms. Y'all both have elevated tone pitches when y'all talk. Y'all talking about, you know, you and your gay best friend, y'all talking about all kind of stuff, whatever, and y'all it's basically the girls, right? That
Now, this is a psychologist with braces on his teeth. Why does he get to talk about masculinity? This motherfucker is a psychologist, not a scientist, with braces on his teeth like a little girl. Not the paragon of fucking black masculinity or any masculinity, but he feels comfortable talking about it. What a dude. Somebody needs to get this motherfucker a publicity company. Motherfucker, don't cam up, bitch. With the braces, you look like a girl.
that's what y'all are low-key doing to the men that y'all actually in relationships with. Y'all are trying to turn straight heterosexual men into your gay best friend.
Y'all are trying to. How the fuck do you take heterosexual men and turn them into a gay best friend? The motherfucker, this is why psychology is not science. Because it just goes on some spooky bullshit that they heard in some bathroom stall. Psychologists are literally motherfuckers who wanted to be scientists.
And then are shocked when there's conflict and you're no longer attracted to him and don't respect him as the masculine man that you feel that can lead you in a relationship. Y'all keep trying to turn your straight men into
This
your gay
son of a
male best
bitch
friend.
is talking to a woman, calling her y'all. The motherfucker is disrespectful and gay.
And one of the key core ways that y'all do that, whether you realize it or not, is the constant critique, is the constant questioning of his decision making, and not willing to walk alongside him or follow him if you don't agree with something he's doing or what his plans are. And I'm like, so then the only way he gets access to sex, the only way he gets access
this
to being more
motherfucker,
intimate,
this is
the
the
only way
last
he
time I
gets
watched
a
this
happy
little
wife is if she
gay
gets what she
dude.
wants. You're creating, when these boys are growing up with just mom, and it's just mom's word, they're being conditioned to elevate a woman's voice and perspective and see that as the thing that runs the house. And when they move and they're now trying to act that way, it doesn't, I'll be honest with you, I don't even think it works very well in the dating market for a lot of guys, where they're just trying to do and do and do. And a lot of these ladies, especially when they're younger, those guys aren't even on their radar. Those are in the friend zone. They're looking for the chat.
This motherfucker is trashing women. And, you know, some of these single mothers have been abandoned by people like Ask a Brother. Dude, this is too far. This motherfucker is ruling his house, and he needs a woman to pull this motherfucking gay manosphere bullshit back. He doesn't have guardrails. His wife should be his guardrail. Dude, you look like a weirdling.
They're looking for the alpha. They're looking for the guy that has a little bit more dominant features.
Motherfucker, you're not an alpha. Like Jesse Lee Peterson talking about alpha males, you wish you could be one. And this motherfucker actually looks like Jesse Lee Peterson.
And then they try to turn him into the guy that they weren't even attracted to. So So real quick, y'all, if you haven't, make sure that you like this video real quick as we get ready to wrap up with our last couple questions. So if you
Well,
have
I
not
don't
liked this
think
video,
he's
make sure you like
suspect,
it.
Don.
If
I
you are not a
just think
subscriber,
he's
make sure
the
you
wrong
do. And we
messenger
posted
for
Ms.
masculinity.
Verlin's channel a few times in here. So make sure that if you haven't, make sure either now or as soon as this is over that you go to Before You Do with Verlin. Make sure that you subscribe to her channel. Now that her channel is brand spanking new, she just put out her first video yesterday. Videos are going to start to come out, and I want to. And if you go to her videos and you comment and you like it, make sure that you say that I'm here from Ask a Brother. I saw you on your first interview with Jeff. So a couple more questions I have because I don't want to hold you too long.
Oh my God! And she is smiling. She is
religion.
She is
faith.
so happy with his wrap
I had a
up.
conversation with Philosophical a couple weeks ago about the decline in people participating and engaging in formal religion, especially the church. There's a lot of reasons, especially for why men.
This woman is not happy with this young whippersnapper, and Verlin actually reminds me of an older woman who's 70. A friend of mine, and so is her husband. She's not happy with this dumb son of a bitch. And but dude, she was dumb. She just found someone dumber.
Are kind of avoiding and doing that. And I want to know, is faith enough?
This woman is seething inside.
Anymore when many ladies are returning to religion only after the trauma and all their bad decision and toxic relationships when they're young.
This motherfucker at the end started getting all into his meds. Apparently the meds just kicked in and he's feeling squirrely.
In their younger years, they're then at the end of all of that, they're now going to religion. And most men and a lot of men aren't even going to sticking with religion. They're not going to church, especially in the Black community. Like, is there where does faith fit into this equation anymore? Because I do sense that
it doesn't,
as women get
dumb
older, a
son
lot
of
of
a
them start
bitch.
looking more at God and faith again after all the bad decisions. And a lot of guys are kind of out with that. And I've walked into churches.
Yeah,
and
he
the only
had
men
to
are
talk about
old
God
deacons
to
and the
make her
pastors.
smile.
So, like, where does faith fit into this? And do you think religion or faith even will have play in this anymore? Because it seems like that's an arena that a lot of men just aren't even engaging in because they don't believe. I think in the past, what I'm basically asking is, in the past, I think
Motherfucker, you take
people
8
felt like
hours
they could
to
point
ask
to
a
religion
goddamn
as a
question.
good source of maybe potentially increasing your chances of finding a suitable partner that you can last with long term.
Motherfucker, if
Those
they
days are
talk
kind of
this
long
long
gone for a lot of
asking a
people,
woman
especially
out,
men, which is why I think a
probably
lot of them
not.
aren't even going to church, let alone going to the church to find a
Motherfucker,
woman.
you're
Does
just
faith
gonna
in
keep
religion
talking.
at this point, is it even
What a dumb
helping
fuck.
people or helping ladies anymore
What a
with
dumb
trying to
fuck.
find a suitable man?
What a dumb fuck.
Okay, so for me, faith and religion are two different things. Okay, so faith is personal. It's about understanding that there is, again, in my opinion, that there is a higher power other than yourself, or a higher power than yourself. And so religion, in terms of just trying to fit into a particular box of going to church or reading your Bible, those are two different things. And I'm going to tell you one thing I've noticed. Back when I was a young person, I was 8 or 9. You brought this up. Coming up in the church, I saw lots of couples. I am from a broken home. My parents were married. However, they separated when I was probably 4 or 5. And so I did not come up with my mom and my dad together. I did not see how a man function in terms of in my own personal home. But what I did see was in church at that time, where I grew up and where my friends went, you would see men and women in church. It was lots of couples in my particular church. You would see their arm around them. And that's where I got hope for being married. This day, And this is no criticism.
Jesus
It just
fucking
is what
Christ.
it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, you'd be hard pressed for it to be 5% of men. It's just totally different. It's like these women are just, I'll say this, and I don't know how this is going to come off,
Okay.
but I've seen it. You know, it's
It'll
like
come off
women
weird.
are kind of being pimped, you know, in some churches. And
we ain't gonna skip over that. We ain't gonna skip over that. Say that again. You said when
Jesus
sometimes when women are
Christ.
going to church,
These
what's happening?
motherfuckers are weird.
they're being emotionally pimped.
Hit it again. Hit
So
it
when Ryan
again.
said, "Faith without works is dead," and men can tell. Men can tell when someone is running game. Go ahead, continue. So you feel like they're being pimped in what way?
Well, you know, again, because the men have gravitated away from church, and so lots of women are going to church not to find in particular a husband, because I think that's kind of like a no-go, but they're going with the pastor being in place of their husband. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the days of going to church
I agree,
looking
Dawn.
for a husband, I think those are long gone, because the women understand that.
Well, Ms. Harden, guess what I'm going to do? I am watching this so I can be the next Jeff St. James. I think Stanley Cross, conservative date consultant and conservative basher of women. I won't use all that part. I can do it. I can do it, ma'am. I am going to be the next. And I'm older, so I have more street cred.
Again, faith and religion are two different things. And sometimes you have it where what's going on in the church can be worse than what's going on outside of the church. And so the days of, okay, you know, I'm going to find my husband, first of all, it's not enough men to find. And if there are, you know, if they're a good man with a job and decent, it's going to be about 20,000 women after that one man. And so that's the first thing. Church used to be a place where it was more family oriented. And unfortunately, that's not what's going on today. When I say being pimped, I mean, because you said it, because of the trauma, the experiences that we've had, we're going there looking for our emotions to be made to feel good. We're going there looking for someone to say something to make me happy, to make me feel good. It's not faith-based. And of course, we're not talking about all churches. Clearly, there are some churches that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, feeding the hungry, preaching the word or whatever. But for women, if you're looking for a man, then no. Unfortunately, church would not be the place to go. And the reason why I said, and that's the reason why I said faith and religion are not the same. You know, my faith is not based on what a man is saying from the pulpit. My faith is based on that. Yes, first of all, I do believe that there's a creator. I do believe in prayer. And so when I am faced with a tough time, I know how to go within myself and pray and meditate, to listen, to know my faith is going to lead me to the right people, to know that my faith is going to lead me on the right path, that I'll be at the right place at the right time, and that if I put myself in nature, right, and not try to go in a building to have someone tell me what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, but if I put myself in nature and I listen to what's going on around me, and I center and I ground myself, then I can hear answers. You can get healing. Maybe at one time the church was the place to go for that. But let's face it. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of money grabbing,
I
right?
agree. Listen, I agree with you. And
Okay, so what they're doing is saying, "Oh, the church isn't good enough either." Look, I've had enough of these two fools. It's time for me to Mike. You're in my chat. I'm not in yours. So I'm gonna shut this down. I've had enough of these two fools. The right warps black people. Black people, left, right, need to find another way. But these two are just weak. If you say the right things, the spirit of Thomas Sowell and these motherfuckers have they read Thomas Sowell and they were so stupid that they bought into that motherfucking Thomas Sowell found he didn't drink Kool-Aid, he drank Country Time pink lemonade and thought it was actually lemonade. So enough, and I must. There is no right anymore, only far right. Dirty, you're right about that. Yeah, these motherfuckers wouldn't know a middle if you poked them in the belly button. Oh, my belly button, that's far right. uh Mike, you don't get to make show notes, you wrenchless bitch. So anyway, everyone, good night. Dawn, you especially. Um, Good to see you, ma'am. Always wonderful to see you. So salute to my man Mike 123. Well, I hope you all can DM each other because this this stuff that y'all are kissing each other in and sending each other little cute messages in my chat. Y'all need to bonsoir, man. Y'all need to shut that little. You know what? I'm gonna call you all Francois. Francois way. Francois 123. There, there is a little song for you two. Francois Slick Rick. Francois Slick Rick. Comment t'appelles-tu? What is your real name, sir? I'll see y'all. I should be back around one or so tomorrow afternoon. And Francois Zhang. Francois Zhang Wei 3.0. It's fun dusting off that old high school French textbook. So see y'all later. Had fun.